You're live, Councillor Memhard.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Good morning. My name is Scott Memhard. I'm the Ward 1 Councillor and Chair of our Budget and Finance Committee in the City of Gloucester. And with us this morning, we have Councillor Jeff Worthley, Councillor Tony Gross, Council President Val Gilman, as well as Clerk of Committees Sherry Carvallis. We have Chris McCann, Dunn, and Jill Cahill from the administration, and Chief Ed Connolly from the police department. I'll read the opening preamble for our Zoom meeting. Consistent with Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting will be conducted by remote participation. The public may not physically attend the meeting, but every effort will be made to allow the public to view and listen to the meeting in real time and to participate when necessary. If you're calling in by a phone, you can press *9 to speak. And if you're watching on a computer or device, there is a raised hand button you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of those options to be recognized to speak. Just reviewing quickly our budget session this morning. This is our second departmental budget review meeting. We're going to start with the police department, including animal control and parking. We're going to go to the fire department, including emergency management. Around 11 o'clock, we'll be doing veteran services. Then community development, including grants, conservation, and tourism. At 1 o'clock, after a luncheon break, we'll have the mayor's office, followed by the treasurer collector, including debt service, other assessments and revenues. And then around 2 o'clock, we'll be finishing up with the DPW, water, sewer, and the Talbot rink accounts. Any questions from councilors?
Not at the moment.
Therefore, I'd like to turn the floor over to Ed Connolly to present his department's budget. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. For those of you who joined us after our initial conversation, I'm also joined here by my financial manager, Stacy Nicastro, who is primarily responsible for providing me guidance and information regarding budget matters, and then ultimately making sure the budget is properly executed throughout the year in terms of the way we spend and purchase orders and auditing, et cetera. So I want to thank her, of course, for all the work she did in helping me put this together. For anyone that is here for the first time this year, just for everybody, I suppose, I think it's important to put in context the majority of this budget that you see, particularly when it comes to salaries, but certainly that affects overtime, core time, and some of the other salary items. Most of that, I mean, a large majority, upwards of 80+%, is contractual. So police budget ends up being basically an exercise in mathematics based on the collective bargaining agreements for that particular year, any raises or any other stipends, and what those costs are, get put into a very long and complex spreadsheet. And that's the majority of these numbers come out of that spreadsheet. So any questions before I start, or just kind of going through all this?
Floor is yours. Proceed.
Great. Well, seeing no questions, we'll start on, so I guess we should probably calibrate what page numbers we all have, make sure we're all looking at the same thing. I'm looking at beginning with page 28, police administration, which is line item 310.
210.
210. So here in this particular section of our budget, this, as you'll see, as it's kind of broken out, this contains the salaries for the chief of police, me, the assistant chief financial coordinator, account specialist, financial manager, financial specialist, and a small amount of money for community health navigator, who's Tito Rodriguez. I just point out that that small amount of money shows up here because majority of Tito's salary is funded by a grant that flows through the health department. However, that grant does not account for any COLA raises over the period of time that Tito works. So this amount is $4,229 you see here is the city's portion of funding a COLA raise that's in line with what the other unions receive. Moving on, you'll see a line item for Fiesta. That's security details. That increase that you see next to that reflects a contractual raise that everybody received. Longevity and sick buyback, these are contractual items based on we try to guesstimate based on the number of past history, the number of employees who take, in terms of sick buyback, that take advantage of that option. Same thing with sick incentive. Moving on to page 27.
Ed, I got a quick question.
Yep.
On the Fiesta, does that include uniformed or is that just officers? I mean,
That's everybody.
okay. Yeah,
Yes.
got it. Okay, thanks.
Okay. I won't bore everybody with going through all the.
27's not us.
Which one's that?
Pull out 27, that's not us.
Oh, I see that was put in there. Okay, moving on to page 29. This at the bottom, well, you'll see at the bottom of page 28, police administrative ordinary maintenance. These are things that are associated with the building and our operations. So copying machines, Comcast, language line, which you'll see there accounts for a little bit of an increase from last year because our experience has changed in the last couple of years where we're using this language line a lot more. And for those of you who don't know what it is, the language line is if an officer or a detective have to interview somebody who speaks a foreign language, and I forget the number of language, but somewhere around 27 that this service provides. It's a sort of a three-way call. So for example, if a detective is interviewing a woman who's, a victim of domestic violence incident and English isn't her first language and she wants to speak in Portuguese, we can do that by utilizing the language line. And there's just been an uptick in the usage of this line, which, there are a number of different reasons for that. And I think what's most common reason is people are more comfortable using it and it's being used more often than it has in the past. So, which is encouraging. So everything else on here, these are all also, they're not collective bargaining contractual obligations, but they are contractual obligations with the vendors that you see here on this page. Let's see if there's anything that pops up. I think if you look under miscellaneous office and computer supplies, taser cartridges, you see a slight increase there. That's due to an increase in the cost of those items, particularly around the copying machine and ink going into next year.
Is your fuel on DPW's fuel for the vehicles? Would that be with DPW?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, we can actually pass through page 30 right into page 31. And this is where we find uniform salaries. This is, again, almost everything on this page is contractual. And the other items that you'll see here, the overtime items that are here, like OT for the beach, OT for court, OT for training. These items we do have some discretion around, not so much training. That's usually just enough to pay for our mandatory training we're required to do, which is significantly increased over the last 3 years, and still provides some money to send officers to specialized training. Beach OT, you see these all these increases are pretty much consistent with the contractual raise in salaries.
I had a question on the OT, which grows quite a bit, and we see it again further on down. It's over $1 million. Has there been any discussions, Ed, about increasing staff to limit OT? Is that a possibility, or is that just a question I'm asking that really doesn't have an answer?
Yeah, in fact, part of this budget includes that. We're looking to add 2 additional headcount this year to the Gloucester Police Department, and those 2 additional headcount reflect the loss of our SROs. We've lost 2 SROs, patrol officers becoming SROs, and we transferred, I shouldn't say lost, we gained 2 two SROs from patrol. Patrol ended up losing that staffing number.
Right.
And then when we created the community impact unit, we created a community impact officer / traffic enforcement officer there. And we receive some funding from the school department to cover the cost of one SRO, but that still doesn't help us with our minimum manning on each shift, which is what
Right.
accounts for our OT. So I am looking to add 2 headcount on this budget to cover the loss of two of those 3 officers.
Right, but that won't really reduce these line items themselves, though, right? That, I guess we do see some reduction in a couple of them over 2021's actual. So I guess there is some reductions from 2021, and hopefully that's probably reflected in the increase in the uniform salaries.
So just to explain the mechanism of most overtime, I mean, there's different types of overtime here. Court's what it is. It's a reflection on the activity of the officers and it's kind of out of our control. Yeah, overtime for 911 and then station overtime. So what happens is the officers here, the patrol union specifically, they have what's called protocol staffing. That's 4 officers on the street all the time around the clock. That's 2 officers on dispatch and 1 officer at the house desk. And when it falls below that, it triggers an overtime event. So the more staffing we have to cover it on straight time, the less we have to backfill those positions. So if you have 5 officers coming in, say for the day watch today, plus covering, or say 8 officers covering the desk in 911, and 1 takes a vacation day, you still don't need to hire for overtime because you haven't fallen below the 4 and 3. So that's adding a little headcount will help offset that. We've also been decimated with, I should say decimated is probably an overstatement, but we had 4 retirements in a very short order. And it takes almost a year to replace an officer between a 6-month academy, the hiring process, getting an academy date, going to a 6-month academy and spending a month in FTO. It's a process to replace somebody like that. So right now where overtime has been heavy for us, and to include holdovers, which means that we can't actually find someone to take the overtime and we have to hold over an officer from the previous shift to make sure we're meeting protocol.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Councillor Worthley and then Councillor Gilman.
Yes, I also did see Mr. Dunn's hand raised. I don't know if that was relative to the last question, if you wanted, how you want to handle that, Scott, but I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to Council Gross's question. So these overtime lines are only up 2.5% from the current fiscal year. So that's where we expect them to be. Salaries are up by contract by 2.5%, or we expect that to be the case. The contracts aren't settled. So reasonably from year to year, they're up by 2.5%. Going back to your original question, though, you know, we always have to consider not only the cost of bringing on an additional person in terms of their salary and would that reduce overtime, but when coming aboard, they would also be eligible for pension. So there would be an increased pension assessment as well as health insurance. So between the 2 of those, that probably adds about 25 or 33% to the base salary. So again, we have to kind of weigh that. Yes, you don't want to be, basically dependent upon overtime to fill your necessary slots, but we also don't really want to be staffing up because there's expenses that would appear elsewhere in the budget.
Yeah, no, I understand that, John. I was just wondering if there was discussions about it and you guys weighed all those issues, so.
Yes, there were discussions, yes.
Obviously there has been. Okay, yep. Thanks.
Thank you. That was a good discussion. Councillor Worthley.
Yes, so I was going to mention the same thing that Mr. Dunn did. I'm a believer that overtime actually saves the city money in the long run. So, I mean, there's a break point, right, where if officers are exhausted and there's a depletion there, but overall, I think overtime helps our budget. Does this budget reflect overtime costs that we bill for?
What's that in terms of what, Counselor?
Contractors, National Grid, whatever, they're hiring police officers for road jobs. And
No, that's not, that has nothing to do with this at all. I don't think that, I can't think of any part of this budget that reflects pay details. That money flows through the city. There's a statute that allows it to flow through the city, but it's not something we budget for. Those are all privately paid details. And in the case of the DPW, that's within their budget.
so I'll come back to a question on that, but where, Mr. Dunn, where would we find that in the budget? Would that be out of the general fund or Kenny?
So the police details, we have a police detail revolving fund. So as police details are those are being charged to.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a police, I'm not sure what you heard previously. So we have a police detail revolving fund. It's a special revenue account. It's outside of the general fund. It's outside of this budget. You will not see it as part of the budget. It's a revolving fund. So as we mentioned with the other revolving funds, and it's by statute. So that's why it doesn't need to be voted annually. Literally, it's a dollar in, dollar out. So dollar out, we're paying the police officer to perform the detail, and then dollar in from National Grid or the vendor that's paying for the detail. So it's covering the cost. So it's essentially it's like on a reimbursement basis. So we're paying out on salary, and then the money's coming in to offset the cost. So there's no, it's not in the budget.
So you said dollar in, dollar out. I think that the city's allowed to, maybe, I think we do charge an additional 10% for administering that.
Yeah, and that would be general fund revenue. That's for the admin cost, the administrative cost. But for the actual police officer performing the detail, no, that goes to the police detail revolving fund.
Okay. And then the question I'd have, and I guess it doesn't relate to the budget in front of us, but it does relate, is 10% enough to
Yeah.
cover our costs? And, or will this come up in the revolving fund review later?
There's 55,000, Jeff, in that revenue stream.
As a gain?
And on the police department side, surcharge.
Does that cover our costs for the work we need to do to bill and collect and manage that account? Anybody?
I mean, that's a good question. 10% is fairly typical across the state. So, we don't want to get too far out of it. Out of that, 10% really is administrative costs, much of which falls upon Chief Conley's staff. There's also Medicare withholdings that have to be matched by the city, so that kind of comes out of that too, as well as the cost on the treasurer side, the auditor side for auditing that stuff, producing the checks, or producing the payroll as it goes out. So it might be a little bit light, but it's in the ballpark.
I don't know what process we'll go through, if we will, to review that, but I would love to know if going up from 10% for what the city collects, considering what we spend on that, I would like to have that review or that conversation. And I think it'd be good to have that in this timeframe. I don't know if it's on this police department budget or some other point, but if we're spending more than $55,000 to administer overtime, then we should probably be recouping those costs. So the real question is, if that's a conversation we can have, where would we have that conversation?
I believe that would be under the revenue. So what on the general fund revenue side, that's when it will be brought up.
Okay, I'm sorry to go off track, Ed. I think it all relates, but it's not in the budget here, so I'm good for now.
Thank you. Counselor Gilman.
Yeah, thank you. Chief, where line item 01211151 says that you've got 47 patrolmen. So where is the additional 2 officers that you have budgeted for? Where are those on this budget?
So this would be 47, we have 47 patrolmen, 2 of which are assigned to detectives. So they are reflected in here because you'll see later on, you'll see the other 2 that are in detectives. It's just a separate part of the budget. Even though the detectives are patrol officers, they're designated detectives, but their rank is patrol officers in terms of pay, salary, everything else outside.
Okay. Okay, and the important question to me as a ward counselor is, when these two new bodies, if this is approved, get hired, how much time will it take them to get trained through the academy before they can be feet on the street? Because that's a really important question for all of us right now in the community as we're looking to have more feet on the street for enforcement, particularly in the summer months when it's just brutal.
Right. So say hypothetically, this gets passed and ratified in July 1st, that funding is available. Right now, when we look, there's a potential academy that's right now it's full in Reading in August. I assume some percentage of the people that are designated for that academy will not meet the minimum physical fitness standards. That's been the experience in the last couple of years, and there'll be empty seats. So in the best world, we'll hire those two officers and we'll allow them to work a dispatch function only, which will then allow the officers work in dispatch onto the street and also help reduce some of the holdovers and overtime that's been created because of our recent retirements. Then that officer, say they get to the August academy, it's just under 6 months for an academy. So they're not back here until the spring, and then it's a month of field training. So they would be available for next summer for sure. Now, the only caveat to that is if there is a person that civil service, when we request two positions, civil service sends us a list that I'm required to hire from. And if there is somebody on that list that's already full-time academy trained, then certainly they could, with some minimal training, start right away. But I'm very restricted by civil service and how I can move my way around that list.
So it's almost a full year for a municipality to hire a person and then get them certified to be a patrolling officer, if you will.
True, Council. The only exception to that would be is if we decided to request a lateral transfer, meaning we advertise to local community, other local communities or not so local communities, that we're looking to hire an officer directly from them. Now, this triggers all kinds of other potential consequences, which is the chief of that community can deny the officer the lateral transfer, which is happening more and more now because what I described to you as a problem with staffing is happening absolutely across the Commonwealth right now. We've all been hit with a number of retirements in the last 2 years, and trying to ramp up. In addition to that, COVID reduced academy capacity by 50%. So it's been very difficult to get academy seats up until now, and there's a backlog for that. So I'd be kind of skeptical of whether or not we would be successful in obtaining a quality candidate from another community here through the lateral transfer process. In addition to that, as a police chief and as someone who was hired and initially hired in the city that I grew up in, I am try to be, when possible and when fiscally responsible, committed to hiring Gloucester residents who are on this list, who have indicated a commitment to this profession, and giving them a shot at it is my first priority.
Thank you.
Any other councilor questions at this stage? Okay.
Okay, moving along to page 32.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one other question on this page. I thought we were going to continue on this page on some detail. May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
The second from the last line item, anticipated travel to Salem District Court. I'm assuming that's not just travel, but also the time at court. We hear oftentimes how valuable the local district court is to the economy, but also to our budget, because police officers don't need to go that far if their cases are local. But we have $85,000 in here. So I'm really looking for a different question. You can't answer this question, how valuable the court is being that close. But from a budget standpoint, are we saving lots of money by having the district court in Gloucester? And this would be the place where I think would show, if it weren't, would that be a much bigger number? That's the round question. If the local district court wasn't there, would that number be?
It is a big enough.
So So first of all, this number is contractual based on the way that officers are compensated by leaving Gloucester to go to court. So your point is correct. And fortunately here in Gloucester, the majority of cases that we handle and crimes that we're investigating would fall into the misdemeanor range, which means they can be handled in a district court. However, there are occasions when we have more serious crimes or crimes that involve juvenile, which in case of juvenile, officers have to go to a court where there's a jury trial. I'm not sorry, with a juvenile court. In a case of a felony, or in a case where someone requests a jury trial out of a misdemeanor, which isn't as common, they have to travel to Peabody Court for jury trial. And contractually, they get 6 hours court time to do so when they leave here. So yes, the volume of what we handle is all handled upstairs. If we had to travel, which we will during renovations, if we had to travel to other municipalities, there's an automatic 6-hour travel pay that kicks in under court time.
And so that you'd see a significant increase in that line item, or you, at least the demand would be there for a significant increase.
Correct. I mean, we send people who are in court Monday through Friday, with the exception of Wednesdays usually, but every time someone went to court, it would be falling under this line item rather than regular court.
Right. And so I'm not gonna put you on the spot because I don't think this is fair to you, but could you project what that would be if we didn't have the court? I'm really trying to get a sense of the value of the court being right there. Would you be able to project what that number would be if we didn't have the court on Main Street?
Well, it certainly would be higher, and you've seen the reflection in this particular increase here too is also a reflection of what we anticipate to be this. So what you're seeing as an increase is actual reflection if the court wasn't here, because we don't expect it to be here for, say, the next 18 months once construction and renovation begins. So you're seeing that reflected in this budget now under
Okay.
this travel.
So you're saying without the court, there's about an $85,000 cost for court appearances because the court in Gloucester is gonna be renovated.
What's the 105?
Yeah, actually, it's more than that, Counselor. It's the one right above it. It's 105,970.
Hang on. Is it I'm looking from the bottom. I see the second from the bottom says anticipated travel to court.
That's a note underneath. That note is placed underneath the actual line item that it reflects.
Thank you. I'm embarrassed. So that number is 105,000 then.
Right, which is only a 2.5% increase over the original 103 from 2022, the original budget. And you'll see that those low numbers kind of in between, that's a reflection of COVID and courts being closed. But yes, to your point, that would be even a larger number than you see here if we had to go out of city for court each and every time.
Okay, just, I'm not questioning the 105 for this year and the costs, the contractual cost for that. I'm trying to get a sense as to what would be. So this reflects the court being closed for renovations, or this reflects your, I mean, that says for Salem District Court. So that's for court in Gloucester, at Salem District Court in Gloucester, or Salem District Court in Salem?
That's people traveling to Salem District Court, and probably it includes Peabody District Court, if I'm right too, right?
Yeah, it includes all. courts.
It includes all courts, but rather than them sort of confused by adding a number of different things in there, it's, those are sort of notes that we put in here, for us when we're going through the budget to remind ourselves that that's reflected in this line item.
So you're anticipating that the costs, even with the court being renovated, will only go up by 2.5% in terms of the $105,000 that are in there. Is that
Yeah,
enough?
I mean, the court's kind of like I said earlier, court's difficult to pin down because it depends, if we have a crazy summer and fall and we have a bunch of arrests and that, in serious cases, which, obviously we hope we don't, but this could result in additional costs of going to court more often. But I would say if you see where, our other actual experience here has been less than what we've budgeted for. Some of that's due to COVID and the courts being closed. But I think I don't know, even with the contractual increase in salaries, if it would be a full 2.5% increase in court time. It's more of a reflection on the rate in which officers go to court. And I can't tell you with any specificity what that will be.
It's a big question to ask off the top of your head. So you've answered everything I need to know for what I'm trying to get to. So I'm good at this point.
Counselor Gross.
Yeah, just for informational purposes, and the chief's point about the effect of COVID and, and that we only spent $22,000 in 2021. In 2019, we spent $113,000 in this line item. So COVID definitely, makes up a big difference of what that reduction is. So just for people's
Just-
information.
To the point, I just want to be clear. I wasn't questioning.
No, I know that. You were asking about what would happen if this court left. I just wanted to explain why that number was so low and then the projection was so much higher is because that's what it was pre-COVID.
Thank you for that. I'm good on this page.
Okay,
Okay. I've lost my place.
We're on 32, right? So-
32.
CIU shifted.
Okay, yep, we're going on to page 32. You'll see $50,000 here for our community impact unit. This is, I spoke earlier about funds that we received from the school department for one of our SROs. We've taken those funds and sort of directed it into our community impact unit, which is actually where our SROs sort of reside in terms of the organizational chart. So I've given the lieutenant of CIU $50,000 to use discretion on what programs we get involved in, how often, and they've done a great job sort of managing that money. This pays for a number of different things over there. Pays for SRO initiatives, including SRO gaming, including the successful fishing, Cops and Kids fishing program that we did last year, and a number of other call outs that they go to. Often they're called out, including Officer Parity, who's a CIU officer. They're called out for different overdoses and follow-ups and that sort of thing. That all gets covered within that line item. Shift differential, this is all a contractual amount of money. And you're going to start to see councils and some of these increases on the left-hand side. And I know John Dunn can kind of get into a little bit more detail about that. But last year's budget, we had a mathematical error occur here that in the realm of about $200,000 that we've tried to absorb in this year's budget throughout the year and by moving things around. So some of these numbers you'll see on the right-hand side, and John, feel free to jump in here to provide a little bit more detail on that. You'll see the skewing in some of the numbers because it's compared to an inaccurate number from last year.
This is on the shift differential line.
It will be reflected throughout some of the salary line items. Longevity, holidays, everything left on this page is a contractual benefit for the officers, for which we have no discretion. It's just a matter of the math.
If I can ask a question, Ed, on the holidays, I saw that in the firemen's that it said, 1.5 time. Does that include 1.5 time for overtime plus 1.5 time over that?
Do you have an answer to that?
It includes overtime, holiday, and straight holiday time. So straight holiday time, just a regular day's pay. Overtime holidays, a time and a half pay.
Right, so there's two different,
Then it's
Types.
all in that line.
right, so the two different types of holidays.
Yes.
Right, there's two different types of holidays, one that the officers receive a holiday pay for, and one that they receive overtime for when they work the holiday a time and a half.
So both of those items are covered in this. They're not in the other overtime line.
Correct. They're all
Okay.
covered within this holiday line item.
All right, thanks.
you.
Counselor?
Counselor Gilman, yes.
Yeah, sorry. If, before we continue with some of these other issues, I just have a kind of a direct question to ask of the chief, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So, Chief, we're starting this summer, and the feet on the street officers that we really need won't be in place yet. And we're not going to have the Rangers for good reasons, from what I understand. But how are we going to be able to get the amount of feet on the street to deal with some of the issues that we know our summer brings? I mean, what is your, I mean, maybe that's for a different conversation, but as a ward counselor and knowing what even happened this past weekend, it just concerns me because, you know, it just seems like, you know, budgets are choices, and our citizens have expectations of enforcement, and to no fault of you or the city, we're not adequately staffed with some of the overtime challenges we have on weekends and not being able to get enough people signed up. And I guess I'm just for another day, it would be helpful for me to better understand how we're going to be able to satisfy the needs of our residents and the expectations. We can talk a little bit more when we talk about parking enforcement and the officers and traffic and things like that. But that's my biggest worry as a ward counselor. I mean, it's just an expectation that people really have, and we just have all these challenges. You know, people out on FMLA, people retiring, taking 6 months to get people certified to be able to be feet on the street, and which is all contractually required. But it just keeps me awake sometimes at night, knowing when a sunny weekend's coming that we're going to have some issues that we just can't address everything.
Well, council, just, you know, I certainly think, I don't want to take up everybody's time, but just to answer the question, I feel confident that we can provide police services and the citizens of Gloucester, you know, keep everybody safe, and everything. This weekend was, as I said to the Gloucester Daily Times, it was busy, it was manageable. These are complaints, you know, drinking on the beach, parking, traffic. I mean, I've been on Cape Ann for 6 years. These are complaints I've heard for 6 years, and all different types of staffing. It wasn't like some of the other beaches we saw on TV. And I mean, I feel confident between the use of, I mean, if we had a serious incident here, we have a couple of fail safes that we can trigger, and which is we can call our neighboring communities. We're also members of NEMLEC. If we had type of incident here, similar to what you saw on the news, we have access to personnel from 63 different communities that are highly trained to handle such things and to come here. So we do have insurance policies, so to say, in that sense. But as you said earlier, budgets are choices, and it is my job, as I see it, as a chief of police, is the residents of this community through the elected officials provide me a sum of money to then to turn into services. Take that money and turn it into services. And the number of officers we have, right now, and I dealing with the two that are coming, that's an amount of service that we can provide given the staffing. If that increases, then, you know, doesn't necessarily have to be police officers that do it, but we need more personnel if we want to provide some type of constant surveillance of quarries and beaches. And I don't know if that's what we want to be in terms of that. It's a larger question.
Our old number was 54 officers, right? And now we're going from 45 to 47 to 49.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct. I can't tell you how long ago that was. I think it might have been quite some time ago.
Okay.
A while.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know how hard you all work and appreciate it.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
If I could continue that piece, I know we're running out of time. I think Councilor Gill makes a good point, and I just want to stress that as another counselor, it's important, and I do respect that you juggle your priorities and contracts and the amount of money we have. But I do know that you've made an incredibly good effort and effective effort with community policing through the school program, kids, and the effort of the community impact unit. And a lot of that creates an atmosphere of access, communication, accountability, personal self-accountability, and familiarity with police officers. So I think, and prevention too. But there is something that I just want to raise. It's just my opinion. There's a gap between the programming provided in schools and the community impact unit, which is people in crisis in most cases. You know, I know we don't have a police officer walking Main Street any longer. It's been probably decades since we've had that. But there is something to be said for, I think you said NEMLAC, you know, we have resources to bring people in, but more of a preventive community policing effort. Sometimes seeing a police officer reminds people that, yeah, there are laws that need to be abided by. And I think it's great when a kid or an adult knows a police officer by their first name. And I think that leads to prevention as well. So I'd love to see somewhere we can get more feet on the street, Main Street, the quarries, the beaches. And I know it's a challenge. So I just want to reinforce what Councilor Gilman was saying. And none of that is criticism of the challenges you have.
I appreciate that, Council. I would just say to that point where how we're very unique. Well, first of all, no one ever gets credit for the things that aren't happening, right? So, for example, violent crime in Gloucester is extremely low. And I would suggest to you that that's not a function of luck, right? We're all very proud of that. And as coming from a community where I believe it was at one point 19th in the country as being violent, and then that's a game changer when violence begins to happen, right? And certainly I'm not diminishing the effect of domestic violence because we have a dedicated detective, and that's their full-time job. His full-time job is just investigating domestic violence. But in terms of random violence and robberies on the street, it's not, I'm knocking on wood as we all should. It's not something we have here. And one thing that's unique about Gloucester, unlike a lot of other police communities, is I believe the last time I did the math, it was a little over 87% of the officers and staff in this police department still live and raise their families and have extended families here in Gloucester. So it almost is baked in. There is already a baked in community policing sort of that everybody, I'm not telling anybody on this call something you don't know, that everybody here seems to know everybody else and is somehow related. So we definitely leverage those relationships as part of our community policing effort. And I do believe that starts with the kids, because that's a generational investment.
Chief Connolly, I just want to make sure you were hearing, I was giving you credit for what the crimes that aren't happening. And I want to reinforce that and say, can we do more of that? So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can,
Councilor Gross.
yeah, I was just looking at the 2021 budget, and you had 44 uniformed officers in the 2021 budget. So just to let you know that there's been a significant increase just in a year.
Right.
Just into a year. Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry. There are actually three. I wasn't counting Detective Mazzoni, who recently retired. And I just thought off the top of my head who's in detectives.
I didn't put him in there. I'm talking about the 2021 budget.
2021 budget, there were 3 detectives at that time. He's not reflected in this budget here.
Right. Yeah. I'm looking, there's 5 lieutenants and 6 sergeants, and then 44 patrolmen in the 2021 budget.
3 in detectives, so there would have been 47 total
Right. So there would have been, I'm being told there would have been 3 in detectives and 47 total.
at that time.
Like you
Okay,
get a little
okay.
confusing because the numbers are separated
So that
between,
made 47 total.
correct.
All right.
Wanted to make that clear.
And you're 47 here. Now we're going to 49.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Excuse me, Councilor Memhard?
Yes, Sherry.
Sherry, just wanted to let you know Councilor O'Neill is on the call as well as an attendee, so there is a quorum of the city council.
Thank you, and welcome, Councilor O'Neill. Moving on, Ed.
Okay, moving on to page 33. Just see at the top of the page is a fitness incentive. This is contractual. This has been actually an excellent program for the police department. It's once or twice a year, the officers have an opportunity to take a fitness exam, the standards of which are published. And just to share with everybody here, because of the investment that's made in this, it's a challenging fitness exam, and it's based on the standards are based on gender and age. But the thing that we found, the sort of unintended positive consequence of all this, is I require them to get a sign off from their doctors prior to taking prior to volunteering to take this physical and fitness test. And that's resulted in a number of our employees of reporting back to me that their doctors wouldn't sign off until they had a physical. And for some of them, they haven't had a physical in quite a while. So I do feel like this amount of money here is an investment in the overall long-term health of our staff here. And it's been a positive morale boost too for a lot of people. But everything, the rest of that, the specialty stipends that you see there, these are contractual stipends based on additional duties that officers are assigned. Most of these positions are filled at this point. Different things, you can read through that if you have any questions. Moving down here, we get back into a portion of the expenses of our budget that are addressed, that cover our contractual needs. You'll see stuff like Trauma 24, that's there. They're the organization. We have somebody come in here, somebody in custody or somebody that harms himself while they're here. That fortunately doesn't happen too often. Or in the past, someone with COVID or some other communicable disease, we need to bring in people with specialized training and equipment to clean our cells in the booking area and other places.
And the cruises.
Oh, and the cruises, correct. Moving down, these sort of tech contracts, that's all covered here. A lot of this has to do with our communication system. And as we move toward the bottom, a lot of it has to do with our records management system and other fingerprint machines that we have here and all the associated software that we need to make them all talk to each other, and et cetera. But these are all contractual amounts. Any questions before I continue on?
Please proceed.
Page 34, you'll see an increase in firearms supplies. This is the line item that we use. We have to qualify twice a year. This is mandatory. We have to qualify twice a year on every type of firearm that we have in the department. And over the past year, there's been a significant increase in the cost of supplies and cleaning supplies, particularly lumber that we use to build the targets, build the frames that hold our targets we fire. So you'll see an increase there of a little bit of money that's reflected. That's due to those reasons. Moving down, you'll see another training line item there that covers the tuition for officers to attend training. That's not overtime. That's strictly for any tuition that fees that are result for officers attending training. We have another line item, a number of line items that have to do with our contractual obligations for different software items that we utilize here. I think the next kind of item that jumps out at you would be police ammo. There has been a significant shortage and increase in the cost of ammunition. And again, we have to buy MPTC training standards qualifying every weapon that we have here twice a year. So that significant increase is reflection on the increase in costs. Any questions on this page?
I see none.
Page 35. This is kind of, there's not really much here. On the top part, vehicles. On the bottom part, I don't think I need to tell everybody here that the cost of vehicles, I don't think it's a news item that the cost of vehicles have gone up significantly in the last couple of years. And as you look down, this department has had for a while now a pretty successful system of rotating cruisers and administrative vehicles through, so that we do have not necessarily the newest vehicles all the time, but we do have our vehicles are all safe and operational most of the time. If we move to page 36, you'll see where the numbers, this kind of will help you make sense if you're confused about the numbers before matching up. This is where you'll see that we spin out criminal investigations as 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, and this year 2 patrolmen for now. If we decide to put a third one in there, that would simply be taking from patrol salary and kind of swinging it into this. Most of the things here are contractual in nature, except for the overtime line item that's there. Everything else is contractual in nature. Page 37 is just equipment. There's no increase we're asking for there. This is equipment that's unique to the detective function. Page 38, you'll see Harbor, we're not asking for a significant increase in anything there, though. If you look down under Harbor ordinary maintenance, where is a gas and oil at the very bottom. We are looking at, again, not a news flash for anybody on this call, but we're looking at significant increases in the cost of fuel this year on the water.
I have a question on that, Chief. So we've, with a significant increase on, of the use, particularly up the Wingashiek area and around, you don't have any dedicated patrol time on, it's all overtime on the boat, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And has there been any thought about that and about whether or not we need to increase that line item? Has there been any discussions on that with the administration?
So, it's interesting, Counselor, my first year here, I didn't prioritize the boat. I thought we needed to prioritize beaches and quarries and more of a land function. We have, the harbor masters are out there and we have access to the boat. We can respond to assist. And so I put the boat at the bottom of the priority. Well, that all changed and I was proven wrong the last 2 summers in a row when everybody bought a boat and came to Gloucester. So we'll wait to see what happens this year. My first summer here really wasn't a whole lot of boating in terms of policing on the boat. There really wasn't a lot of need for it compared to what we needed to do on land. We'll see what this year brings and see if that what we've experienced during COVID is the new normal or not. But we can pivot if necessary, for sure.
Yeah, in particular, there's been a big explosion on personal watercraft, which seem to be the dirt bite of the water, and which causes an awful lot of problems. And I was wondering if there, with the personnel on the patrol, if there's going to be a greater emphasis on citations, actually actively being involved, because the harbor master only has 2 boats, and part of during shift change, that's only 1 boat, and they have, they also have the harbor and several other places to patrol. So I was just wondering about the assist during the weekends, mainly.
So it's going to be a function. In fact, I met with Sergeant Frades, who is the boat operations supervisor. So he supervises all the functions around the Marine unit, and met with him the other day. As you'll see under training, I think in 2022, you'll see there's a number there of 7,500. That number was a commitment by us to training our boat operators. And this was something that hadn't really been happening for a while, because you had a number of very experienced boat operators. Chief McCarthy started here in the boat, knew everything there is about that boat. And he had a number of people that were along with him. And a lot of those officers have since retired and moved on. And now we have a whole new bunch that we need to create an entire program around. And that's what we're doing now. We started last year. We actually did joint training with the Harbor Master's Office, which was something new. And we continue to find ways that we can leverage each other's not only knowledge and experience and authority, but also equipment. So the Harbor Master has utilized our police boat in a number of events. And that sort of atmosphere of sharing and collaborating is going to continue into the summer. And I think that's the best way to handle it, because it could just be based on staffing. It could be, I have to make priority calls on what we direct our attention to, given weather conditions and such.
Exactly. All right. Thanks for that. Glad to see that it's risen up.
Okay, we need to keep moving here. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I'm in between clients. As a matter of fact, my 10 o'clock client just arrived, but I wanted to just mention that I am grateful for the Community Impact Unit on Middle Street. They really helped me out a lot in a pinch. We had some neighborhood stuff going on, and they quelled it right down. So I just want to let people know that that's a wonderful thing that we have. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilor O'Neill, for you saying that.
No, it's a great resource, and I am extremely grateful, because that could have been it was contentious, and they just calmed everything and everyone right down. It was great. So thank you. That's it. And I have to go. So thanks again.
Thank you, Counselor.
All right, bye.
Okay, on 39, so parking. So one thing I want to get into the big caveat here with this part of the budget. As you know, we've been working collaboratively with the mayor's office and a number of different city functions to get up and running completely a whole new, with the kiosks and an enforcement, everything is changing. And I think for the better. I think it's going to be far more efficient, easier for the public to utilize. And I think it's going to increase return on investment for the city. So when you're looking at this, all this does is take a snapshot of what we are currently doing. And then it bakes in additional contractual salary line items. Once we have a sense, once the kiosk's up and running and we have our full enforcement in place, we'll be able to have a better sense of where we need to be in terms of staffing and where that sweet spot, kind of like what we talked about earlier, lies. Where is it that two enough? If we hired a third or part-time person, with that increased revenue and cover that cost? We just don't know, because we don't know how efficient the new system will be in terms of enforcement. So that's what you're seeing right here is not a reflection of what we see necessarily happening down the line, but it may be.
Thank you.
Animal control, if we move over to animal control, I think you'll see that these are all contractual. There's a 14% increase in longevity, just because one of them has been here long enough to get a bump up in longevity.
This is on page 53, Department 292.
Page 53, correct. And that's all I have.
Are there questions about the animal control department, counselors? Speak now or hold your peace. Okay. I'm going to go back and go through the recommendations, unless counselors have any other questions or concern. The first would be Police Administration, Department 210. I would move to recommend that the City Council approve fiscal year 23 appropriation for Police Administration as follows: Personal Services, $598,754. Ordinary Maintenance, $65,115, for a total of $663,869. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously. For Department 211, Police Uniform, I would move to recommend that the City Council approve a fiscal year 2023 appropriation for police uniform as follows: Personal Services, $6,198,095. Ordinary Maintenance, $210,665. And capital outlay, $147,361, for a total of $6,556,121. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Yes, passes unanimously. Department 212, Criminal Investigations, Police Department. The committee recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for police criminal investigations as follows: Personal Services, $463,805. Ordinary Maintenance, $2,450, for a total of $466,255. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. For their discussion. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously. Police Harbors. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve fiscal year 2023 appropriations for Police Harbors as follows: Personal services, $32,328. Ordinary maintenance, $17,000. Total for the department of $49,328, and I so move.
Second,
Motion's made and seconded. Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously. Police parking. Move to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for police parking as follows. Personal services, $133,173. Ordinary maintenance, $400. Total, $133,573. So move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion or question? Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously. And then the last one is Police Animal Control. Committee recommends to the city council to approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for police animal control with personal services of $133,695. Ordinary maintenance, $8,000. Departmental total, $141,695, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief. It's always insightful to see the challenges that your department faces, working with all the contracts that have been established over time, and your fresh leadership with the department and helping address our concerns about safety in the community. So,
Thank you very much, councilors. And I certainly appreciate your vote of confidence in us. And I certainly want to thank John Dunn and his staff and the mayor's office and Jill and everyone for helping us work through all this. And this is great. I hope this has been informative and entertaining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's true too. for,
Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck.
You too.
You too.
Are we good to go on to the next department?
Sure.
I see Chief Eric Smith ready and waiting for us.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be dealing with the fire department and emergency management. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning. So we are presenting you with the mayor's budget that they have approved. Worked through this with John Dunn and his staff, and like Chief Conley said, great assistance there. They always do an awesome job and makes life difficult and easier all at the same time, so to speak. So our appreciation to them. I would start out saying that there are not really anomalies, but things that look like significant increases right off the bat. The personnel line for salary and wage on page 40 that shows a 12% increase. So that it looks like a 12% increase, but the reality it's far lower than that. What has occurred in the current contract with the union that will go into effect July 1st, that obviously correlates with this budget, is that we have zeroed out. You'll see a minus 100% on numerous lines, on page 40 in particular, and then a couple on page 41, and I think another one on page 42 that are minus 100%. And that comes to, I don't know, I think it's almost $360,000 that come out of those lines that were funding stipends and reimbursements for those personnel. And those costs have been rolled into their base salary. Some of them have been listed to be rolled into base for many years, and it's just been separated for unknown reasons. So we did a lot of work with the union in this last negotiation. They were, very amenable to getting their pay scales cleaned up and simplified. They're they're really complex. I know HR has hated them since I got here 10 years ago. It's hard for them to tell a new hire employee, what the salary range is when they have to dig through so many things. It's not a very clean, simple, sheet to give to a prospective employee to say, well, you get all these things and here's when they come. So we've cleaned that up. I've looked at a lot of other fire department contracts and, they are basically doing the same thing, and we're on par with most of them in wages. So it's cleaning up a lot of the accounting and the kind of the mess of the evolution of things as they change over time. So that's helped quite a bit. We have added one additional officer's position in the fire prevention and training officer job that will start in July. If this goes through and is funded, we would post that sometime in July. Probably won't get filled right away until August. But it is a gap that's been identified in the MRI audit. We closed some of that with all the efforts that were made over the last 10 years and even prior to my arrival after that audit on training as well as fire prevention. And we've done a really good job. I think, I think our record kind of shows that things are moving in the right direction. And this is kind of the final capstone on that to really cement it and finish it up. So there is additional cost of that is not level service funded, but it's getting us to where that audit as well as our operations need to be. So there's changes in that. And then that pay scale impact, because we reduced the steps, does have an impact of bumping up a few positions a bit earlier in their scale to a higher level. So that does create a bit of a percentage increase. So this is kind of a one-time hit, if you will, as part of this cleanup. Next year's budget will sit much more flat in the salary wage line than what you're seeing here. But that's kind of the sum and substance of where we're at on the salary wage side. Everything else in there is, contractual and or just operationally required. And again, it's just level funded. So I don't know if there's any lines in particular on any of the pages that the council would like to go over and have any questions for.
Councilors. Councilor Gross.
I have a question probably for John. Were these stipends included in our retirement, or is this an ongoing added expense on that end too?
Some were and some weren't, but yes, what will happen is that there will be an increase, but it's not significant, Counselor.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Worthley.
Not at the moment.
Any other councilors present? Councilor Gilman.
I'm all set. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Bob.
No problem. So that kind of covers all the salary wage section of the contract. Brings me down to our fire ordinary portion of the contract. And that begins, where are we at? I think the bottom of page 42. Is that correct? That's where you guys have it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so purchase of services and on down. So on the subsequent pages that you see in there, there are a couple of areas that bumped up. The R&M for vehicles, that one's obvious, up 27%. In part, some of that is in the previous year, we kind of short budgeted that, to hit the numbers and make it work in this year, especially as many of you know, some of our trucks are getting a little long in the tooth. We thankfully, and thanks to the council, we have been funded to replace those ones that are the most problematic. However, we're still in a process of getting those contracts finalized and the orders placed, and a long duration wait, which is unprecedented, 20 to 21 months on fire trucks and 500 days on an ambulance. So, we're going to be well outside of this budget So we know that the maintenance of these vehicles is going to be an ongoing issue through this entire budget. And I'm hoping, that between the increases in the cost of everything and what we know is probably going to be an increased need of maintenance on particularly these older vehicles, that the 140 will do it. If it doesn't, we know how to come back and see you if we have some catastrophic issue, but we're hoping that won't be the case, and I'll cover it, but it is a significant increase in that particular line item. Percentage wise, there's a fairly significant increase for radio batteries and so forth in the 52,406 line, but in dollar wise, is fairly nominal. But again, the increases in everything is just kind of astronomical and making it pretty difficult. Same is true with some of the R&M for the computer services. That one in particular is up 55%, which, depending on how things go over the next few months, and I think I expressed this before, we've been supported by IT and starting up a new software that we feel is going to replace and make far better our records management system internally. And we're still in the throes of getting that thing set up and working with IT and the vendor. And so at this point, I'm still stuck budgeting, if you will, for both systems, because we haven't crossed the finish line on making sure that this new software is really going to do what we need it to do. And we're still on what Brian and I kind of consider our trial period, which was a 6-month run. We were able to get them to refund us some money on a few of the things that we didn't like that we're not going to use. And so that's going to extend us out a little bit to cover this. But it's been a long process. Ryan's been very busy with many things. So getting it all implemented between our folks at the department, his department, and the vendor is kind of dragging out. So we still don't have a final decision. So unfortunately, we're kind of carrying the cost of all of it with the hope that we're not going to be spending all of it, that we'll be dropping some of this software and reduce the actual invoiced impact of that and leave money on the table, so to speak. The next line, when we get over to page 44, there really isn't anything earth-shattering on there, no real significant increases. We do actually have a bit of a decrease in the overtime costs, and that correlates with the fact that we don't have any current grants that we're doing match money that fell within our budget. Typically that falls outside our budget and back to the stabilization fund when those things come available. But so there's a slight reduction there. On page 45, we're flat across the board on all of that, level funded. And when we get to 46, yeah, again, much like Ed said, the wood supplies in particular have astronomically grown. And so, and we see that in many other things that this line item covers under the 543000 line. And so that's up from, $700 to $1,000, which makes it look like a huge percentage. And obviously it's not big money, it's hundreds of dollars, but the percentage does look ugly. As we continue on to page 47, again, nothing major there. We're kind of happy to see that. What's odd is that the uniform side of things, while the prices have gone up significantly, we're doing really well on turnout gear. We got a lot of assistance out of Senator Tarr's office over the last few years, and we're kind of in that period where maintaining our level of gear and the replacements of gear, even though there has been an increase in the market cost of all of that, our current budget was not far behind managing that through this next fiscal year. So we're gonna kind of fell in a lucky spot there on that one. And then page 48 just kind of wraps up the fire ordinary and gets us into capital. Capital outlays actually a decrease across the board. We replaced, and if you've been in the meetings, we've replaced several smaller vehicles, pickup trucks and so forth within the department, administrative cars. And we basically are just doing the cost to cover the lease on one in particular and an additional vehicle that needs to be replaced kind of in our normal upcoming cycle. So we're staying with our head above water on that now that we've gotten caught up, and we're doing pretty well on the capital side of things. And then the next part falls down to emergency management, which obviously Bob runs. And we've done a lot of work trying to sort out what are we going to do
on
about
page 52.
Correct.
Department 291.
Yeah, and before I go blowing right into that, was there any questions on any of the ordinary expense or the capital for the fire budget?
Councillor Gilman?
Yes, thank you, Counselor. Chief, on page 46, the paint line item, which is 5430007, spray paints and regular paints for small building paint projects. It's small dollars, it's $300, but I recently had a constituent who took pictures of about a half dozen fire hydrants throughout Annisquam and Washington Street, and the hydrants are just peeling and look horrible. Some of them you can't even tell that they're yellow anymore. And I was wondering if, you know, and I ran it by Mike Hale. I figured it was DPW's responsibility, and he said it's not a priority in their budget or whatever. And I was wondering if we could ever think of doing like an adopt a fire hydrant like we do for shoveling out, and make it supply paint, spray paints and a sander, and let people join in and maintain them, because they do look horrible, and they're not as easy to see when they're not all yellow. So it's nothing you have to address now, but it's just something that as I was looking at that line item, I thought it might be an opportunity.
Yeah, and and this is something that I've talked to Mike about, obviously, because as you said, the visibility of the hydrants and the condition of them is a big deal. The Adopt a Hydrant programs are successful in some areas, and in other areas, they kind of fall flat. You know, it depends on what folks are willing to do and oftentimes have time to do. You know, my concern is more the shoveling of the hydrants. You know, it's great when they're painted and they look pretty, honestly, but that's aesthetic. The operation of the hydrant is not predicated on how pretty it might be sitting there. And so, yeah, I agree. I would love to see them painted. It just looks cleaner. It's a cleaner look for the city. It does enhance visibility. For me, more of the retroreflective tape being around the bonnet, or, you know, on the hydrant marker flags, which we prefer, would be there. And I know I've talked to Billy Gillis for years about this, but you know, the reflective markers that they use for lanes, you know, for the stripes, you can do the same thing, and you put a blue one out in the middle of the street along that center line that indicates, hey, there's a hydrant here, either to the left or the right, so look around. And that is actually the best way in communities that I've been through that are doing it already. That is the best way to help identify where hydrants are. And the Adopt a Hydrant program, the biggest thing is shoveling them out. You know, when they get buried, right, you know, we're jamming a steel pike pole through the snowbank trying to hear a metal clang. And if people would just shovel the thing out, would make all the difference in the world. But again, the hydrants being pretty, frankly, I don't care. I just want them to work, and that we can find them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It does fall back to DPW, and kind of, obviously we have an interest in it, and some pressure to put on those things working to do our job. But ultimately it falls back to them. So that would be something that I would encourage, that, you know, definitely Mike gets the funding he needs to do the proper maintenance. They do need to stay painted, or they will inevitably rust up and then the cap seize. So there is more to it than just the aesthetic, but that's really a Mike thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Gross, and then Councillor Worthley.
Yeah, before we move on, Chief, I have a question on page 41.
Sure.
So the bottom of the page, holiday pay, when I asked the police chief, he informed me that included the regular contractual overtime plus the holiday pay. Is that the same here?
On this line, yeah, I'm not really sure in his budget. I've never really gone through his to kind of
No,
dissect it
just-
on how they do.
It
But for
does
us-
have the regular
so-
overtime.
Yeah, so
And
this number reflects just the holiday pay, right? The quarter week's pay that they're due for all the holidays listed under their contract that they get the time and a half rate. So
Okay.
that is the holiday pay portion of it.
so they just get that right straight out and it's has nothing to do with whether they work the holiday or not.
Yeah, because over the course of, the cyclic nature of
Right.
their work and
Got it.
32 years, you're gonna work a third of the holidays, whether it's Christmas, New Year's, whatever, the ones that are contractually paid. So the way the system works to make it fair and equitable for everybody and everybody's annual pay to be on line with each other in parity, if you will, for those different ranks and the structure that they have, everybody gets that quarter week's pay. And, quite honestly, and I have to look to see, I don't know who's all on here, but, the union has made mention that when we change from 4 groups, so if you look at that divisor on that calculation, it was a quarter week's pay because it's, hey, I'm 1 out of 4 groups. And it was literally a quarter type of division problem, right, with the holidays and how often you hit them now. And Bob can attest to this and was union president for many years that, now that we went to 3 groups, there is some people that have mentioned and argue that, hey, that should change to a third of a week's pay because now we're covering more holidays per group because we're not at 4 groups, we're at 3 groups. And so fortunately, no one's banged the drum too hard and they seem to be satisfied and leave it alone. But yeah, it's not inexpensive.
And then when they do work that holiday, they also get in their regular weekly paycheck time and a half for that holiday also.
Yeah, no. So they everybody on the job is getting that quarter week's pay for every one of those covered holidays, whether they work it or don't. And those folks that are on duty working that day, they're putting in their regular 56 hours a week. And they're getting paid the regular pay. And everyone's getting, when July 4th or whichever one's covered come up, however many we have working on the line under this contract, they're all getting that holiday pay amount.
Right. And when they work it, they're just getting their regular shift pay.
Correct. Yeah, there's nothing, there's no differential.
All right, thanks. That was the answer to my question.
Yep. Yeah, no worries.
And on the hydrants, is there any objection, and I suppose this is probably, but from your department, of if somebody has a hydrant in front of their house, of them going out and painting a happy face on it or something if they wish, or a panda bear or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We want them all yellow, all the same and all visible. When they make the toy soldiers or whatever else, it looks cool. It's super artsy and I get it. Makes it kind of fun for the homeowner. But to Val's point, that difference during a moment of stress and high testosterone and epinephrine release that people are experiencing who are responding to those calls, trying to manage all of that as well as while I'm moving and or looking, trying to find a hydrant. And if there are 18 different colors in town, it just makes it hard. It's tough now when every now and again, Mike puts up a new one and most all of them come red, right? Red is kind of more of the national standard, if you will. And then we repaint them yellow so they match up here. And to do anything other than that just lends itself to problems.
Can we let them paint them on their own if we get the right color yellow?
That's up to Mike, because honestly, that may get into a union issue and a labor issue with his folks. But beyond that, some people paint better than others. They don't do the right prep, and it ends up being a waste of money for Mike to give
Okay.
them paint and brushes if it just peels off in 6 months.
All right,
After
not
the first-
not a big
yeah.
deal. I just wanted to ask.
Hot topic. Counselor Worthley.
Hopefully it's not, too hot and then we're at fire. I'd like to go back to page 42,
Sure.
fourth line down, and you may have addressed this in your opening comments. This is the retirement sick buy. For 2022, you budgeted 59,000 and spent 59,000. The prior year, you spent 2.5 times that, 138,000, and then this year you have 0.
Correct.
That back to the conversation you started with, where some things are zeroed out, or is that saying we don't?
Yeah, no, this one, from year to year, and John can attest to this. So what happens, we don't always get notice when folks are going to retire. Sometimes they have no idea they were going to retire, and things just come up in life and off they go. So those costs are reflected in here because we will transfer the funding out of the salary wage line, right? Which in many cases, the remaining balance of that individual's employee's salary is enough to cover that cost. And then in some cases, depending on how tight the budgets are at the time, we won't replace that employee until we're back to 0, right? And that we've zeroed it out. We've covered that cost that we paid out for their sick leave. Now, in other years, when I know we have 3, 4, 5 people planning to retire, we have funded this line. We're not in that situation right now. I don't have any real known planned retirements other than one that came up after we wrote the budget. I got notice. So, we don't have anybody that we know is going out the door when we planned for this. So we just don't throw money into that line item when we don't know if we're going to need it or not. So it stays at a 0 most of the time.
I mean, to your point, I think you would know when there are planned retirements, but there are obviously times that people decide to retire earlier. And we're blessed that we have money coming in different departments and you can transfer later. I would be concerned if you have a series of retirements. I mean, there's a great retirement across the board. Everyone's sort of cutting back on working in general. That's $138,000 that we spent 2 years ago, 59,000 last year, and with 0 budget for this year. I just want to be prepared in case you can't transfer money from somewhere else, that you have money allocated for that. I don't know that.
Yeah, and like I said, Council, the money's allocated in that individual employee's current salary. So if they retire, in August, then we have all of the money that we funded for their position from August through the end of June to lean on to pay off that sick buyback at retirement, and that we just don't fill or hire for that position until we're back to, a 0 balance, if you will, and have some funding left to then put towards a new hire to replace them. Now, obviously, the later you get into a budget year, the tighter that margin gets. And then we do end up having to look at other accounts. And most of the time, I can't honestly think of a time that we haven't covered it internally in our budget, and that we've had to go to John and say, hey, we need some help, or back to council in the 10 years I've been here. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong on that one, John, but I think we've been able to iron most of them out, because as I said, the ones when we know we've got a group of people or several people that are going, we have funded that line in advance in the budget process and explained it during, this period of time and handled it. But otherwise, like I said, I've only got one right now, which was a bit of a surprise, and it came after we wrote the budget. So we'll deal with it when it comes. And I think it'll be early enough that, again, we'll be able to absorb it without an issue.
I give you credit for being flexible and trying to find money, and thankfully the city's been in good hands for a while, and we're doing all right. But there is money for that. If you had a retirement, like you said, late in the fiscal year, June, you'd not only be kind of in a jam there, but also if you don't fill the position, which I give you, again, credit for managing that, then aren't we in a different problem, which is either minimum manning or overtime to fill that position? So it's kind of like it's got to come from somewhere eventually.
Yeah, and again, the overtime issue is always on an as-needed basis. So that's where, you know, if we get the new hires we're in the process of doing now, we get our numbers back up, you know, depending on the time of year that someone retires, there may not be a huge overtime impact with that person missing. We may be, you know, instead of, you know, we may not be below our minimum of 18 and being forced to hire to cover their vacancy, because had they not retired, we'd have been over the minimum naturally, because that person was there and put us at 19, which is one above minimum. So it's, you know, it's kind of the crystal ball game. We don't know what we don't know. We'll see how it goes, and you got to be flexible and roll with it, right?
I hope that you're right and no one retires this year and you have extra money, but thank you for answering those questions.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? Is there, did you want to go over emergency management at this time, or?
Sure, and I will hand that off to Assistant Chief Bob Rivas if he'd like to run through that one.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. How we
Welcome,
doing?
Bob.
So there is an additional big jump right at the top there, which you see. So the last bunch of years, we've had Carol McMahon as our assistant to the emergency management director, who retired last June and has not been replaced since. We've made a couple of attempts to hire, and we've gotten no responses. And what the chief and I kind of felt in speaking with other departments and looking at other emergency management plans, it costs more than what we've been paying. So our plan was to maybe divide that up into possibly one person from the department who's currently here as a stipend position, and another person to handle the day-to-day, you know, helping out with grants and helping out at the emergency operations center to make that happen in a better way that it's been happening. And unfortunately, we're not getting that hometown discount that we've been getting for several years. So that's that big jump there. Other than that, everything is basically flat in the rest of that budget. So that's where that big jump comes from. If anybody has any further questions on that, be happy to.
Councilors?
I'm embarrassed to say, when I was going back to the things, I've lost my place on what page we're on right now, so forgive me.
Fifth page 52.
Thank you.
Councilor Gilman?
Yeah, Bob, I'm wondering whatever happened with the certified folks that we would have under Carol's leadership to help with issues like evacuations of people during a snowstorm or whatever. I remember there was about 20 folks that were certified, and we kind of used them as offshoots of the actual fire department in the case of emergencies. And I just think of my concerns all the time when we have like a 4 or 5 day power outage in the wintertime, and there are elderly people that we're not always sure where they are, and how helpful it would be to have some of those folks ready to assist us with getting to them and outreaching.
Yeah, that unfortunately kind of fell apart probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Mhm.
And then with the, obviously the COVID pandemic, everything kind of went on hold, but we've been thinking and discussing about getting the CERT team back together in a certain role. I mean, there's a lot of situations where we could use them, but then there's a lot of situations where the people that actually volunteer for those positions would be putting themselves into a dangerous situation. So it's kind of a fine line, and we're working currently on putting that back together.
Great. As long as it's on the radar, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, definitely.
But I agree that you have to be tight with what the responsibilities are. So thank
Exactly.
you. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes, not sure if this is the right time to ask this, but we're talking about emergencies. Do we have an emergency shelter in the city at the moment?
We have the Emergency Operations Center and shelter, which are both at the O'Malley School.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Eric or Bob? Counselor Gross?
Nope.
I was going to ask a question about fitness, if I could. It kind of goes back a page or two.
Talking to the wrong guy.
You're so fit already, or?
No.
Just kidding. I see, I've lost my, there's a lot of pages here, I'm sorry. Let's go with my mind. There's a stipend, $500, I think, incentive for passing some physical exam. Are we doing something really as a department, as a city, as a community to work on just overall, not just pass the test, but overall regular fitness? And I come at this from a very different angle. I think some of you know I do financial planning and I do life insurance. And it turns out that the mortality rate for firemen and policemen is significantly less than the average person. And you take out deaths in line of service, it's still significantly less. And I think that comes from stress. It comes from not moving for a period of time and then having to move suddenly. And so I'm thinking overall in the big picture of health and fitness and well-being and longevity and, you know, the savings we get on lack of sick time because they're able to perform. So I don't know, are we doing something other than stipend for passing a test? I remember Tommy Williams in the police department used to work very closely with the police to get them healthier. Is there something that we are doing or should be doing or can be doing that's reflected in this budget?
Well, at least I know from my position, my desk, you know, our folks, we got a lot of folks that are pretty active and, you know, physically fit and they kind of spread the word internally. They really do a great job, you know, within the union, if you will, of promoting health and safety in a big way. So they're very active in our health and safety committee, both at the department level that Mike Hale sits on, as well as the city level with the HR department. You know, I think we steadily see an increase in the number of participants in that annual fitness incentive evaluation that Bobby just ran for the whole department the other day. And we're up, you know, it's when they start getting right at the edge of how much I budgeted in my crystal ball of how many are going to go do it this year and get through it. And, you know, Bob's sending me the numbers and I'm looking at the budget going, oh man, we're getting close because, you know, there's more and more interest every year in fitness. And we've got a bit of a younger department in some of the ranks, which is great. It does end up getting a little more expensive when you have incentives out there to bait them along to stay healthy. But like you said, there's huge impacts of a healthy workforce on other areas of the city's budget that it's a benefit, right? Throwing them that $500 to say healthy saves us $10,000 because they don't go and roll an ankle or, you know, end up having some kind of event because they're not physically fit enough and they overexerted themselves and end up having an ER visit and follow-ups and all of that. That was avoidable, right? So yeah, internally our folks, like I said, do a great job and you probably see the press releases. They get involved in almost every benefit when it comes to the 100 Club raising money, and they do the big thing down at the Garden, running through the stands and the bleachers and all of that. They do the air climb for the Lung Association. So it's on, and these are self-motivated, union-driven efforts that I just support that don't cost any of us. Well, cost me personally because I always donate out of my pocket to, you know, kind of push it along. And the wife always says, no, you should probably do a little more. But that's on my budget at home. So yeah, they really do a great job, honestly. And we support that to the level that we can and is appropriate, you know, through the department budget. And with this program, we started the fitness programs that you see that like the police mirrored our program basically in their contract. You know, we had it in there. I don't know. I think in the first contract that I worked on, I was like, hey, we need to have this. this is good bait. This is a positive thing. This is a good morale thing, a good health thing, a good department thing, and a good city thing. And so the police have jumped on board with Ed. You know, he sees the same value in it, and they got it in their contract, either back with John or Ed. I'm not really sure when, but they've jumped on board as well. So it's good to see. And again, I think we're doing all that we can do on the cancer prevention side, 2 sets of gear, all the gear extractors that are in most of our stations to clean that gear and, you know, and try to protect the health and well-being of our personnel, how we design our new trucks with air filtrations in the cab, gear being isolated and separated when possible. So there's a lot that goes into it, and it's not just a fitness piece and get out and exercise. It's kind of a whole comprehensive lifestyle and health and safety and wellness, you know, thinking and planning for us.
That's great. I don't see it as you can see it as a line item and as a cost, but I see it as an investment. And I'm glad to see you doing it, and just want to encourage that.
Just a
Thank you.
quick add to that one, Jeff. There was a step competition in the state a few months back, and we took, I think, 3 top spots in the state, and the department won the whole thing as well. So
Yeah, our team came out number
they're
one.
doing good.
They all got to go to a Boston Bruins game.
And I'm sorry I missed that. There is some value in, you know, a little PR around those sorts of things. So
Oh yeah, no, we put all that stuff out in the press release, so it gets out there as far and as wide as I can do it. I'm not the most, I guess, PR savvy, but having JGPR makes it easy. We just make a phone call, they make it happen, and Jill's office approves it when it's worthy, and off it goes.
that's great.
Hey,
Thank you for that.
any other councillor questions? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make the 2 associated motions for the department. Department 220, Fire Prevention and Suppression. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for fire prevention and suppression as follows. Personal Services, $9,962,748. Ordinary Maintenance, $826,893. And Capital Outlay, $95,211 for a total departmental appropriation of $10,884,852. And I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. The department budget passes unanimously. And the follow-up is Department 291, Fire Emergency Management. And I would move for the Budget and Finance Committee recommending approval of the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for fire emergency management as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $76,250. Capital outlay, $2,500 for a total of $78,750. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Department budget is unanimously approved. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Eric.
Yes, and I would just be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Sue Delacroce, who's in our office, financial coordinator. The lion's share of all of this work is what she does. We just whine and snivel about, oh, we need to change this and fix that. And she makes it happen like magic, which makes my life so much easier. And then obviously she's got Grace in there backing her up and the rest of them. So it's a great team effort to get this done. You know, it's a ton of work. I push a lot of this back onto my officers, junior officers who do the purchasing to make sure they're doing their crystal ball homework for the next year. So it's truly a team effort at the fire department. And I know I get to stamp my name on it, but mostly it's the work of others.
Could you pass on our gratitude as well?
I will.
Please.
Thank you.
Please
Thank
do.
you for your leadership.
Thank you,
No
Eric.
worries.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You
Take
too.
care.
Councilor Memhard, I have to step away for a minute and make a call.
Okay,
I'll be back before 11.
okay, very good. Why don't we all take a break together and be back for Veterans Affairs, Veteran Services at 11 in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott has a loud clock there. You can tell it's him because he's highlighted.
We ready to reconvene?
Ready.
Elise, are you there with Sean and Jill?
I thought we were veterans.
Veterans? Oh, yes, I guess we are.
Yeah, Adam's here with us.
Adam, well, Adam does not look like Elise.
Nope.
Kenny,
So
what?
Department 543, page 80.
80, thank you. So Budget and Finance is reconvening at 11 o'clock to review the budget for veterans benefits. Department 543. And I see Councillor Worthley is with us. Councillor Gross, everything's set?
Yep.
Great. So Adam, if you would like to introduce us to your budgetary items, we appreciate that.
Good morning, everyone. So under Veterans Benefits Personnel, you'll see salaries for 2 staff members, the director and the Veterans Benefits Coordinator. You'll also see the stipends related to the 4 other communities that we have that are paid to us. So from Rockport, Manchester, Hamilton, and Wenham, those are the stipends for our Cape Ann Veteran Service District. Under longevity, we have just myself. We have sick incentive for 2 individuals at $300 a piece. And that is it for Veterans Benefits Personnel. Any questions on personnel?
Any questions? Seeing none.
So then under Veterans Benefits, first one we have is in-state travel. That is any of the events we may have around the Commonwealth, whether it's for training, trips to the Bedford VA, Boston VA for any events or trainings they have there. We have dues and memberships. So our VNI's membership to the Massachusetts Veteran Service Officer Organization, local memberships to the Veterans Post, the Elks, Rotary, to get the message across about veterans and participation in services that they render to veterans. VetSpec, which is a database that we use to connect veterans and to store data such as discharge papers and upload VA claims and track them. And then our AED maintenance. So the PAD, the AED maintenance itself. Under 115, we have the first category is Veterans Benefits Ordinary. That is a benefit that is paid out from the Commonwealth to low-income veterans. It is reimbursed on the cherry sheets. 75% is reimbursable back to the city of Gloucester, and that is strictly for Gloucester's, and the other communities have their own lines for that. So this is strictly for Gloucester. Next one we have is Veterans Medical. That is benefits paid to veterans for premiums, Med B buy-ins, prescription co-pays. Again, these items are reimbursable at 75% back to the city on the cherry sheets. Veterans burials, we carry one. Those again are 75% reimbursable. So those are for indigent veterans that do not have families, and the cost, the Commonwealth will pay up to $4,000 for a veteran's burial and then reimburse the city 75% of that. Veterans fuel, again, that's part of the 115 benefit. 75% of that is also reimbursable. And then other expenses, which includes, it includes the $7,500 for the flags that go in the cemeteries every year. Of that, 75% of that is reimbursable from the Commonwealth. The rest of it is for items such as city flagpoles. We purchase flags through MassCorps, which is made by the vocational rehabilitation of the Women's Framingham Prison. Those are not reimbursable, but they are for the city flagpoles. And then any kind of maintenance costs we need, if memorials need maintenance, or some of the killed in action signs around the community need to be replaced because they've been bumped or bruised and need replaced. So that is our budget for this year.
Thank you very much. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Worthley.
So thank you, Adam. I think we get a lot of value for our dollar from the services you provide, considering what we put towards this. So thank you for that. Oh, and thank you for allowing my son to play taps at Memorial Day this weekend. I want to just promote my son for a moment. Thank you for that.
What fathers are for.
Right. So you said that the $60,000 in the fuel account doesn't account for inflation. Yet at the same time, we only spent $30,526 last year. Is that a question of we, as a community, need to promote that more, but there wasn't the demand you expected? And in fact, I think if 60,000 is the number, we should account for fuel for inflation, but maybe you have in a roundabout way because we only spent $30,526 last year.
Sure. So the last 2 years have been difficult with the pandemic, right? So this is an income-based program. The Commonwealth sets the fuel guidelines on what it pays. This will go up in the July time on the Commonwealth. They will resettle what that fuel benefit is. It is a fixed fuel amount. It doesn't necessarily need to go to the individual's fuel. It is a payment made to offset those fuel costs. I'm sure you've seen some of the trends around the Commonwealth that numbers of veterans are going down across the Commonwealth, and they're expected to continue to go down. Our trend has been a little different than the Commonwealth. We've done that outreach. We've reached out. We are well partnered with other agencies in the community that are providing services. So at some point, we probably will need to look at this again. I just don't think we're there yet and bringing it down too much. John and I have worked in previous years to try to find the balance on where this is, because it will fluctuate through the years. But at the same time, it is going down. It's just finding that trend. And I don't think we've hit that. And with the pandemic kind of throwing things in disarray, you know, to really be sure that where we need to be for the next couple of years, like to see, you know, kind of see that trend post, you know, kind of post some of the restrictions first before we make kind of any moves to bring these numbers back down to where the next stage may be. So we're not trying to play catch up to veterans benefits, that we are kind of have a little wiggle room there.
And just to be clear, I wasn't suggesting cutting as much as what can we do as a community, as counselors, to encourage veterans to take advantage of the service. And initially when I looked at it, I was thinking maybe you need to put more in because of inflation, but it's kind of like if it is 60,000, it's still a lot more than what we actually spent. So first question is, can we do more as a council to promote the program? And the second question is this paid for, you said reimbursed by the state or the state sets the guidelines on the benefit? I just wanted.
They set the guidelines and they reimburse us. This program is a little interesting because it is a program of last resort. So what you'll see sometimes is you will see the caseload of the individuals using this program go down, but that is also not an indicator that we're not doing enough outreach. Because what it is as a program of last resort, an individual that may have been eligible for this program, we may have found them another suitable program to kind of pick up on it. So for an instance, unemployment, a veteran that's unemployed if they've exhausted all their unemployment assistance, can come on this program. If they're off it, that's kind of a good sign because we help them get employment. You may have a veteran that's on this program that wasn't aware of federal VA compensation or pension claims. So while they're pending that claim, because the VA claims can take 6 months to a year to finalize, we can cover them while that process is going. But you know, we want them to take that federal money first, and again, kind of use that. And this is a program of last resort. So this is kind of a hard one to gauge on whether or not more individuals on this program is a sign that we're doing our job or we're not doing our job, because you want this program to be there. You want the community to recognize it, but you also want to utilize the community's money as best as possible and also get the veteran the best options out there. So if this program only covers X amount of money, but the federal program will cover more and give them more, we certainly want to give them as much as possible. So it's kind of hard to gauge where that, you know, whether what is really out there as far as the best options for individuals. But it is a low income program that we're tied into. Again, a lot of different programs that we try to make them aware that this is an option out there, and they may stay on for a while until we can find them another option that may give them more or be a easier suited option for them.
I understand. It's not just showcasing a statistic or a line item, because there's a lot of variables there. So thank you for educating me on that.
Complicated. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yeah, Adam, on these 75% reimbursables, you say that and I see it in previous budgets also. So this number state tells you that it's $60,000. That means $60,000 is our contribution, or is that the state's contribution figured into that, so that this would be, you know, $15,000 would be the city's contribution?
It's the city's contribution. So 60,000 we pay out front, and then at the end, the state will reimburse that 75%. So that's the total amount we pay, and then we will get that 45,000.
So this is reflected in the revenue side on the vets bennies from Chapter 70. Is that correct, Kenny or John?
It's in the cherry sheet section, yes.
Right, right, cherry sheet, not chapter 70,
And the
sorry.
revenues, they typically lag a year. So we don't receive those revenues in the same year. They
Right.
typically lag a year. So we'll be receiving that 75% in the next year.
All right, and so with the rest of these, that 150,000, are these all state numbers that they give us that we're just plugging in here?
No, we formulate these numbers.
Okay, so under the vet medical and the vet benefits of 150,000, those are our numbers that we've generated.
That's correct.
And okay, and on the fuel, I'm assuming that's fuel assistance for their homes, basically? Is that what that is?
Yep, so they would have to be eligible, so it would be.
Correct, yep.
Yep, and it's a benefit that, so we have a computer generated system that will generate what their fuel benefit is.
Right, but it's like home heating oil or gas or electric, whatever their
Right.
home is. It's not for vehicles, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
home meeting.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, councilors?
Oh, one more question. You've done an excellent job in obtaining donations and getting them through us and through the council. Does that go into the general fund? I mean, it's not reflected here because this is the expense side, but I'm not sure we would see that. But one, I want to commend you for that. And two, I'd like to see, are you receiving the benefit of those donations directly, or I don't know how that plays out.
I could add to that. So the donations, it goes into a donation account. It's a special revenue account outside the budget. So it's dedicated just for veteran services and it rolls year to year. So it
Is that-
stays within the fund. So if
Is
it's
that-
not all used in one fiscal year, it rolls to the next and it could be used in the next year, but just for veteran services only.
Is that somewhere in our budget book?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have an idea how much is in that account, or how much we spend per year, or how much we take in per year? Sorry for those three questions randomly.
So in fiscal year 22, we've taken in $9,344, in 21, $13,302, 2020, $6,693. Since the beginning of the program, he's brought in $38,652.50. The first year I have is in fiscal year 19. So I commend, Adam, he's done a great job bringing in, donations. I do recall back, 4 years ago, talking to Adam and just creating a process, creating an opportunity here. So great job, Adam.
Thank you for that question, Counselor.
I don't have any further questions.
Seeing none, I'll make the motion if that's all right with everybody. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for veterans benefits as follows. Personal services, $153,305. Ordinary maintenance, $382,528 for a departmental total of $535,833, and I so move.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Further discussion or question?
Thank you, Adam. Good luck this weekend.
Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Thank you, Adam, and carry on. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Adam. See you Monday.
See you, thank you.
Hey,
Are we ready to move ahead to community development?
We're ahead of pace. It's good.
We'll take some more time with community development. Jill, do you have anybody that would like to speak to community development besides yourself? You've got
That's
Greg.
Is the
Excellent.
interim.
Greg,
Good
yeah, Greg
morning.
is here, but
It is still morning, and I'm really excited to hear not to talk about zoning.
Well, why did you?
And
Right.
and talk more about a fairly lean budget that I know you already saw one of the big three this morning. But I don't know what page you'd like to start on. If you want to start the way by page in the budget, I believe it begins with conservation. And as you know, the Community Development Department has three divisions: planning and conservation, grants, and economic development. And so we're typically a staff of 12. As you know, we are not currently, and we're going to be down a little bit again in the coming weeks. But most of our budget is reliant on just supporting staff salaries. But there are a couple of nuances there, and I'd be happy to go through if you want to go through page by page. I think it beginning with conservation starts on page 25.
Thank you.
So again, this is primarily salary and operations within the department. This is primarily funded by fees. So there are two fees that are collected for conservation filings. One is a share from the state filing fee, and the other is a local fee under our local ordinance. And that essentially has supported operations, including expenses of the office for quite some time now. There are right now 1.5 staff in the office. This proposed budget is increasing that to a second full-time staff. I could certainly tell you from being here as long as I've been here and been through that position filled by 5 different conservation agents. It's a very busy office and one of the busiest in the Commonwealth. And we really need to think about the expectation of the level of service and advisement of the staff in that office to not only interdepartments, to the council, to the public, and to folks that are filing. So you'll see a slight increase. This is probably one of the few increases in of all these budgets, bringing a second position up to a full-time capacity so that there is hopefully always someone in the office that can respond to inquiries. Right now we have a half-time admin staff, and we're looking to increase that to a full-time staff. So I can answer any questions about the budget in general. It is again a revolving fund that funds it, and then periodically through the fiscal year, there's drawdown for the salary items. The revenues aren't quite as high as they typically are, but we also see a lot of activity in the last couple of months with folks gearing up for projects. So generally the revenues account for what has been previously budgeted for positions, and there is a little bit of a buffer in there, and that can't be touched as it's a requirement that only those funds can only be used to support conservation operations.
Councilor Worthy, you had a question?
Yes, so thank you, Greg. It's nice to not talk zoning today as well. I'm a fan of yours, and I think you do a great job running the whole department, and specifically on conservation. I heard, I'm not sure where, but that we are the #1 city in the Commonwealth for DEP filings or fine, I'm not sure which one it was, but I wonder if we have the capacity to even keep up with the demand. That's one. 2, when was the last time we reviewed the local ordinances or the fee schedule? And if you know, is there room for us to look at moving up on that?
I would say on fee schedule, different communities, deal with it in different ways. There is a state filing and we get a share of that. And we basically have created a situation where we kind of charge similar, again, under the local ordinance. So when the discussion of fees has come up in the past, there's been mostly concern about having it be too costly for an individual, because it is, it's not an inexpensive filing fee as filing fees go. I mean, your city council special permits are $350. Some of these are well in excess of that, based on the resource areas that are affected. It's something we can certainly look at again. I think, more of a concern is the staffing level. So we have talked about, what's the best way to outfit that office in terms of having folks that are there at all times that can answer questions. And then there's, the kind of the level of service question. I think you're right. I'm not sure we're number one, but we're certainly well up there. And that's a function of when a permit is issued, it gets a filing number, and we're up in the 2000s, where many communities are still down in the hundreds. And we also have two types of filings. So there's those that are more simple projects that have a filing, and then there's the more complicated notice of intent filing. So between the two, we're over 3,000, 4,000 permits in any given year, several hundred, and those are active projects. So I think that there's clearly, it's an impossibility for somebody to be able to monitor all those projects. It's typically on a response as needed basis if something starts to go awry on a project. So staffing level is definitely a concern.
I meant to add fines into this conversation. Is that part of when you said the state and the local fee schedule?
No, more typically the approach to an enforcement or a violation is after the fact filing. There are sometimes people are, just not aware, and that's not uncommon. People move from out of state, or and they're just not familiar with the permitting environment, or understanding that sometimes people don't even know they need a building permit. So we don't do a lot on the fining side of things. It's more education and ensuring that they go through the permitting process. That's the typical approach.
Right, and if you issue more fines, you're gonna need a staff person to do that, and it's a chicken and egg kind of thing.
Yep.
But I just wonder if there's something that the council should be looking at in the near term, potentially increase fines or fees that would then help supplement the budget in a positive way. Because I don't think 2 full-time people are nearly enough, and that's what's in the budget. I'm glad to see it's a half person more, but it still falls way short compared to the demand.
Well, and I would also point out, since I've been here, there's no general fund obligation to this office. I mean, we have more than a third of our properties that have some form of jurisdiction on them, and that's what triggers the amount of filing with the Conservation Commission. When I arrived at the city, most of the staffing was funded by the general fund, and then slowly over time started as a 25-75, where the city funded the operations, and flipped to a 25-75 to now 100%. So, that's one of those concerns is we're trying to also work with a revenue model, essentially, where the fees are covering the operations. But again, I think there still remains, the concern of what's the expectation for the level of service from the office, and how that can be accomplished by the staffing level.
And I know we're talking about conservation.
I think you're muted, or your audio is dropping, at least on my end.
No, he's silenced.
Working?
Yep. There you go.
We don't ask the police department or fire department to self-fund, right? And it is a question of prioritizing, and there's not much we're gonna be able to do today on this, but I just want to stress, I'd like to see that shift back or somewhat, so it's not just fee-based and fine-based, but some significant investment in community development in general, because I think your department probably touches every department in the city. It should be reflected in the budget. Just my overall opinion.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Joe Cahill.
Thank you. And thank you for the questions, Council Worthley. The chairman can talk to you a little bit about how this has been a conversation that we've brought up since I've come on board, is the Conservation Department. Previous administrations were not interested in supporting it with general fund. This administration, we had the conversation at length and have strategic decisions in place for at what time we add what positions. Obviously, in budget year number 1, we don't add all new positions at one time. You will see later in this budget, the mayor prioritized a sustainability coordinator at this time. But there's been several strategic long-term planning discussions based out of community development and particularly concerning Conservation Commission and the results of the open space plan. So all of your suggestions are long into consideration, and you will see some strategic changes as we move forward.
So I just want to say, it's great that we can both city council and mayor's office support that. And I know that this other side of the coin is hiring and getting good help and juggling that. So it doesn't matter how much money we put in here. You got to make sure you can maintain and hire good staff. So then that brings the other question: is our pay for a conservation agent comparable? And frankly, I'd like to ask that question as we go through the rest of the department. Is it comparable and competitive to keep up with the marketplace of hiring good staff?
So yeah, but the answer is yes, because we've been looking at it closely. And on top of that, if you recall from the HR budget, there is a GMAA class and comp study funded in the HR budget for this year. So we specifically, when this mayor administration came in, we specifically asked anybody who had a request for a reclassification to present it, and we would consider them and bring the appropriate ones forward in the budget, and the rest will go through the class and comp study as is appropriate and how these things are handled. So the answer, in short, because I've looked at Concom many times over the years, but obviously we're continually increasing the number of permits. During COVID, it was sky high, and we didn't want to respond. Councilor Memhard and I had a long talk about this. Didn't want to make changes in the budget based on a specific kind of tragic year, right? So this will be considered as part of the class and comp study, as will all the GMAA positions.
I just want to make sure you're hearing my part clear. I'm thrilled to see you adding another half person. And I think the department deserves even more in the long run. And I think we're on the same page on that.
I think we're on the same page with that. As you know, there are many positions that are out there right now, as you might imagine. If you take a look at the MMA board, there's a lot of municipal positions. I don't think it's really an issue of the salary range that we have. I think it's very comparable and maybe even slightly on the higher end, but it goes to the staffing level and the expectations of the office, which we're hoping to make some strategic changes to.
Councilor Gilman.
Thank you. So as Council Worthley said, I'm delighted with the sustainability coordinator, and I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback in the community about that. So thank you. In terms of when we look at what other communities are doing to staff, maybe this question is for both Greg and to Jill Cahill. I'm wondering if we take into account the fact that we don't have a Parks and Recreation department and the Board of, in the DPW, and a lot of those responsibilities fall under community development. So, the first thing when Adrienne said she was going to be leaving, we shouldn't be talking about people here, but when we're looking to replace our agent, I guess one of the extra responsibilities that I see that this function has is playing a major role in the open space and recreation planning process, and also playing a major role sitting in on the Dogtown Preservation Commission. And the leadership of this position kind of spans extra to just the typical Concom agent role. We used to have Steve Winslow as our grant writer, and that was fabulous because he was kind of an extra player to help with a lot of these projects. And so it just kind of piggybacks on the need to make sure that we continue to look at the funding for this important position. And I'm happy with an extra half person, but I still think that for all the stuff, the violations, cutting trees, wetlands complaints, there's so much going on, 4,000 permits a year. I just look at the volume of what I see on their agendas for Concom, and it's overwhelmingly huge. So as long as we keep our eye on the prize of making sure that we keep this function sustainable and able to satisfy our taxpayers, that's really important to me.
I think you bring up a very important point. when we had the ability to hire Steve Winslow under the original Mass in Motion grant program, which funded his salary almost entirely. This is something you'll hear with Public Works as well. I mean, it's no fault to their own that over the years, those divisions were eliminated. So, who leads the charge and who has the responsibility? I want to be very clear that the room for the implementation of the open space plan out of the conservation agent is not something that's really sustainable. I think we had a real advantage over the last several months, just with a slight, breathing space with some of the permitting level, that the agent was able to take on more of a role. Myself and Gemma Wilkins were also participating with them to kind of keep them on track and keep it moving, to try to, get that plan to come to fruition. But if you took a look at the action item and action plan, and I encourage you to do so, that's out for public comment right now. It is a long list of priority, and there's, that is not going to be something that's going to be able to be accomplished by an individual, or even if there was a staff person dedicated to that. So that's something that we should all be thinking about, what the expectation is and the timing of moving on those types of initiatives. I think, conversely, as we talk about the sustainability coordinator, if you look at what we've accomplished out of our office over the last 10 years, I think we've done extremely well with going after grant opportunities in that space. But we're finishing up a climate action and resilience plan that also has a long list of potential priorities and projects. And that's what we see as kind of the work plan of that position to start marshaling forward with those initiatives. So it's something that really has to be considered. We don't want plans to sit on a shelf. They have a lot of good ideas. But as you can see, fully staffed, we're 12 right now. And that's also with all the admin support in there as well. We are not very deep in the bench. I'm going on vacation, and hopefully it doesn't keep me up at night.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I just want to add that I'm thrilled that you counselors will be here for next year's budget, because the other piece of that is the work of the open space plan and implementing that should not be funded through conservation fees, right? That has to be a commitment through the general fund, a commitment of this community to want to support our open spaces. So we strategically, like I said, weighed, and we wanted to get through the open space plan to see what the action items are, so we can be clear on next steps. But I just want to be clear that any changes in that office will need to come out of the general fund.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Gross.
Yeah, a couple of things. So in the budget, you still have part-time on that. Maybe that needs to be, just to clarify that was just left over.
Yeah, sorry, Grace just said that was
my mistake. Sorry.
Sorry.
I missed it.
Yeah, so I just wanted
next year.
to make sure that everybody was aware of that. And I know, and I hate going back, but previous experience I've had on boards is that any fee increases that have their own dedicated board, they're generated through the board or commission. So I think that if fee increases were going to be taken up by us, that they should come out of the Conservation Commission first, would probably be the best way. And I don't know if it's on the Open Space Committee, and sorry, I'm going a little bit off budget, but this does have a budget implication due to workload. Does it say that it has to be the conservation agent on the Open Space Committee, or is it supposed to be a Conservation Commission member?
No, we actually just, again, as we try to serve at least 15 boards in some capacity.
18 boards.
Thanks, Jill. Now I have that to worry about. Again, COVID was very tough. This particular project, started back in 2019. We went through some challenges with project management, with our support. And so, it was not necessarily typical for the agent to be the lead on it. But as we worked kind of collaboratively and trying to deal with, other support, boards that we had to serve as well, it was a good fit. The current agent also had experience in her own community of working on an open space plan. So that was a real advantage to us. Again, it's not necessarily something that we would put into the agent position as a responsibility. It's a support, but it's not the, one that would typically be the one that would support the open space and recreation committee. Many communities have an open space manager that deals with, across the board issues with public spaces, and would work, with the committee as well. So that's kind of a little bit of a gap that we have right now. And again, with the level of permitting, the conservation commissions, when they were originally started, were to be stewards of open spaces. And then in the 80s, they became a regulator, and that dominates their work. They are not typically the ones that are going after looking at open space acquisition and that type of thing. It's really fallen to staff to develop proposals, grant opportunities, and that type of thing. So that position as really the number one priority is the support of the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, I would think that on the open space board itself or committee, that the seat would be occupied by a conservation commissioner.
Yes.
Not the
correct
the agent. That's
yep.
was my point on that.
Yep.
I just have a follow-up question on some of the things that have been discussed, and I have discussed this with Jill Cahill, but my concern is to better understand and be able to explain to constituents what the Conservation Commission's role is in enforcement and of violations of environmental nature of not getting permits or just flagrant disregard of the rules in terms of encroachment on sensitive environments, whether it's the shoreline or other things. It doesn't seem at this point, and we've gone through COVID and the state has suffered as well through COVID in terms of responsiveness, but I don't have a clear understanding of, and perhaps it's just again because of the recent time frame, but how we respond to our constituents who see and are concerned about flagrant violations that are there's no penalty for, there's no enforcement of that violation.
Want me to take it or you?
Well, I mean, 26 square miles, these things typically happen on weekends for sure. It's very difficult to build, a record of a violation and then also the enforcement mechanism. I know this topic has come up on zoning violation as well. I mean, the hours to try to follow through on enforcement versus an after the fact filing is more typically the approach. Document what's happened, see how the activity compares to the regulations and whether it's something that could be permitted. It just doesn't usually result in a dollar fining. But the response is one person in that office for any constituent complaint, which is just not sustainable.
Counselor, if I can, we did, so in these strategic discussions, we contemplated, which positions come first, and we did contemplate a part-time seasonal enforcement agent, and we talked at length about it. And under the current model, as Greg pointed out, our goal here is education, bring them into compliance, get them permitted, and less on enforcement. One of a piece that we think a lot about with enforcement, as you hear with zoning, is people all want enforcement until it means everybody gets enforcement. So they usually want it right up until you start doing it. Tony, I think, understands that on the waterways end too.
Or the flip of that, Jill, is inconsistent enforcement where one abutter follows the rules and then she sees her neighbor flagrantly disregard the rules, and there's no response, no enforcement, so that people feel that they're playing on an uneven playing field.
Yeah,
they try to be lawful, but there's no consequence to their neighbors who are not lawful, or they were penalized, but their neighbors are not penalized.
So yeah, and so we are, as Greg said, not set up to be environmental dispatch at this time. And when looking through all of the priorities and the next steps for this office. It's also under consideration, but I think we need to have a really thoughtful conversation and engage the Conservation Commission, because it's really their role on what that looks like in the city of Gloucester and how we can actually meet that need, because it will be very difficult to be, as you say, consistent when there's 26 square miles and what people view as an infraction may not be, right? So there's a lot of education to that piece. So it's part of the discussion for sure, a lot more complicated part of the discussion. And I do want to make sure that the council understands that the office is involved in, we do have a few big violators in our community. We have some sites that are in, have some real environmental hazards on them, and the office is focused on those and spends a lot of time engaged with the rest of, zoning enforcement and all the others in responding to those. So I don't want people to think there's zero enforcement, but yeah, we understand that it's limited based on the staff. So it's part of the discussion, but it's more complicated part of the discussion than talking about land management going forward.
Thank you very much for your attention to that.
I have one more point to make. So I see that the revenues is like 109,000 in this account, but we're total is 131,000. So am I right in seeing that we've almost subsidized this by close to 20% out of the general budget?
It's not subsidized. It's similar to the waterways. It's the time lapse. It's when the filings and the fees come in.
Got it. Okay.
So just to give you a sense, the start of the year, I think we were at about $170,000. And to date, we have about $60,000 in revenue, 2 months that still haven't been accounted for. So again, generally, we bring in about the salary line item in fees, and then it dips into the revolving fund. So that's the concern, 5-year lookout. Is it sustainable? Probably not. And again, I think that's a reflection of not having any general fund obligation in the budget.
Right. Yeah. And the need for it.
So that transfer out of the conservation fund happens at the very end of the year. And it's only for the exact expenditures that were incurred. So if the entirety of the budget is not expended, then the transfer is just for whatever was expended for that fiscal year.
Got it.
We should move on. We have community development grants and tourism as well as conservation, but Councilor Gilman?
Yeah, this will be 30 seconds. I just wanted to recognize 2 of my constituents who are on this call, Valerie Nelson and Candace Wheeler. The reason why I want to recognize it is that we never really get members of the public that come and attend, and both of them are very involved. Candace being Clean Energy Commission and Val Nelson being on the Cape Ann Climate Coalition. So it's appreciated that you're on the call listening in. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's no questions, we'll move on to page 26, which is the rest of the community development budget. And as you can tell, it's dominated by staff salaries, with the exception, right? Or I would just highlight the sustainability coordinator is in there. That's accounts for the bulk of the 14% increase in personnel. And then otherwise, fairly standard items in the budget, just relating to things associated with staff, including longevity and things like that. We typically do also carry some funds under purchase of services for planning related activities. And again, very lean on staff. We do rely heavily on support from outside agencies as well as consultants in some of our efforts. So that's where those funds are typically utilized. And otherwise, other small items for the operations of the office. So I'll just keep it brief like that. And if you have any specific questions about it, I can try to answer them.
Any questions, councilors?
What positions are open? Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
That's
Jeff.
exactly what I was going to ask.
The current vacancies are community development director. We have posted for the conservation agent. I suspect that we will probably then post for that second staff position probably in the beginning of the fiscal year. We also have interviews that are going to be conducted for one of the positions in the grants division, project manager. And I think that's where we are.
Okay, thanks.
Well, there's the other one that has not been filled, the arts, culture and events coordinator, which was added new last fiscal year. And it's priority for the administration to get that filled as soon as we have a community development director on. In the coming year, the first thing they'll really be focused on is the Gloucester 400. So we're anxious to get that filled.
I believe it's worth noting that the communities of both Rockport and Essex are also currently looking for conservation agents. So I don't know if that represents an opportunity for synergy between the communities in that post. I don't want to, we have enough to do here on our own. I certainly recognize, but there is an active need in the area. Councilor Worthley.
Yes. Does a tourism coordination or coordinator position not exist any longer? Or did that fall under the community development department?
No longer exists. It did previously fall under the community development department. It no longer exists because we engage and support the DMO, the Destination Marketing Organization, Discover Gloucester. So that is essentially our tourism arm, and we work extremely closely with them.
So I think you do, and it shows. But historically, DMOs work on getting people here, marketing, and the tourism coordinator's position was always about wayfinding and moving people around and signage and parking and coordinating between different organizations that need to know what's going on when. And again, we're not going to fix it in this budget. I feel like that's a need that's not being met, and that's not meant to be critical of whoever is also trying to pick up those pieces. It's a commitment, a full-time position in some ways to manage all the activities that happen in the city. So it's unfortunate. It doesn't exist any longer. And I don't know that the DMO, we're not going to expect the DMO to do event management and communications locally with citizens on.
The camera went out. Yeah. Sorry, we have, there's the camera. It's back.
I've served on the tourism commission before, the downtown development commission, and there was staff that was dedicated. And even with full-time staff, it was too much to get all done. So the need is still there. And I don't know that we can do anything about it now, but I just want to stress that hopefully in future budgets, we can talk about having someone who does that, not just the marketing, which I think is awesome that you're engaged in DMO, but what are we doing once people get here?
I appreciate your support of the department. That's 2 positions out of Councilor Worthley for next year's budget.
I'm ready.
I hope the rest of the council supports that.
I'm only 1 vote, but I think you're also hearing from the rest of the council too, from Councilor Gilman and Councilor Memhard, I think Councilor Gross, that there is a lot of support politically for the work that the community development department does. It's just me speaking, maybe out of turn here. And I think you said you are glad we're here and having this conversation for next year, but also we can't propose. It really is a partnership with the mayor's office to say, okay, if the council is going to talk about this, will we put our money where our mouths are? And but it does start with the mayor's office proposing that information to us. So I look forward to seeing that. And I also want just that to feel like support to Greg. I want you to hear that loud and clearly.
So he doesn't worry on his vacation. Councilor Gilman.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm jumping ahead here, but I'm on the bottom of page 26 and the public relations services of $25,000, which is under item 0118-152. Is that for Innovate Gloucester? Is that what that is for?
That has funded our contract with Benchmark Strategies, which does the PR work for our department essentially through the Innovate Gloucester brand.
Okay. So I guess one of my comments there is that we really need to to get the benefit of that as much as we can, because there are some issues like in open space right now that I really feel like we need to drive the message of what's going on when there are misunderstandings out in the community. So we can, I hope we can really leverage that partnership with them to kind of help drive the message. So as we roll out the open space plan, we're going to be without our Concom agent driving that right now, and it would be really beneficial to make sure that we can use that service.
Absolutely.
Are we prepared to make some votes here, or there's further discussion?
Just want to add, doubling down on support for sustainability coordinator. Way to go, mayor's office. It's a important position. It's probably not even gonna be enough to do what needs to be done, but it's a step in the right direction.
I just, I love to say that we support all these things. It's unfortunate we also have to have the revenues to be able to, for the mayor's office to be able to introduce them. So just wanted to keep that reality up front and center.
But when I said I want to work on increasing fines, you said, let's wait for the Conservation Commission to lead that. So it's.
That's not gonna not
pay
for fees. That's where it's $109,000 they're projecting, it's not gonna drive several positions, so.
I understand.
So I believe we have 3 departmental budgets. Is that correct, Kenny?
Well, we haven't gotten to tourism.
I thought we had.
Yeah, there's 3. We have to go to tourism next.
Okay. Why don't we do that?
So this has a bunch of different items in it. The salary is to support the staff that are at the visitor center. And that they are currently employed and ready for the summer season. And then there are a number of smaller accounts that are supporting the 2 cultural districts, as well as, what else do we have in here? Again, this is where the bulk of the funding goes to support the destination marketing organization, as well as some other activities that historically have been funded out of the tourism budget related to activities within the city.
Can someone direct me to what page we're switching?
We're on page 82.
Sorry.
Actually, it's page 82, tourism department 563.
I'm sorry. And that's why I didn't see anything in tourism in the community development department budget. I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's not a big budget. But
Not a big budget.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and go through the 3 departmental budgets that we're looking at here through community development, conservation, and tourism. The first is the Conservation Commission, Department 171. And I would move that Budget and Finance recommend that the City Council approve a fiscal year 2023 appropriation for Conservation Commission as follows. Personal services, $116,105. Ordinary maintenance, $15,000. Total, $131,105. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for their discussion.
Just
Roll
one more
call.
question.
Yes, of course, Jeff.
Do we have a tourism commission, the body of volunteers that are appointed by the mayor, confirmed with the council and regularly meeting, or no?
We do have a tourism commission. It's been a struggle over the years that I've been here to keep it, what's the right word, to keep the volunteers motivated. And so at the moment, we are looking at whether it makes sense to combine them with another one, or how to best address that. And over the years, recently, we've talked a lot about how they work, what's their role in, how does it complement the work of Discover Gloucester. So it's one of those that falls without a lot of leadership. I've yet to find someone who'll take the chair. So if you know any people who are interested, please send them our way.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting back to a vote on the community development budget. I've read the motion. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Motion's been made and seconded by Councilor Worthley. Roll call vote, Councilor Gross. You're muted.
Yes, sorry about that. There was a phone ringing.
Yeah, they happen. Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
I currently, I have my phone disconnected at present, so.
Oh, yeah, because it shuts you right off.
Yeah, it does. That was my best. Councilor Memhard, yes. So the motion for the community development, the Conservation Commission budget as voted passes unanimously. The second item would be the community development budget. And I would move that Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for community development as follows. Personal services, $624,467. Ordinary maintenance, $116,275 for a departmental total of $740,742. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion or comments? Roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
Yes,
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. And then the third department is number 563, Department of Tourism Commission. And I suggest that we, Budget and Finance recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for Tourism Commission as follows. Personal services, $20,838. Ordinary maintenance, $128,500 for a total budget of $149,338. And I so move.
second,
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion or comments? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
yes,
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard, yes. Tourism budget passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg, and really enjoy yourself when you have a chance.
I will.
Thank you, Greg.
thank you.
Okay, now that brings us to
Do we
noon.
recess or do we adjourn?
I think we're going to recess until 1 o'clock when we're going to review the budget of the mayor's office. And I hope everyone has a good lunch. It used to be back in the day that Jim Destino would cater a meal down in the Kairos Auditorium during our budget breaks. Those were the days, right, Jill?
Was that budgeted for?
I never got the pleasure. I think I've only had one budget meeting in person, I think.
Yeah. Well, I hope everyone has a good lunch and rest, and we'll see you in an hour. Thank you very much.
Good. All right, bye.
Hey Val, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're not on mute, just an FYI.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you told me. What have I said?
I'm just letting you know, no worries. Alrighty.
It's so funny. I started making lunch for my son and I right now, and I'm buzzing around the kitchen, and who knows what I could have been saying. So
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, because I know it's being recorded still, so.
thank you.
Yep.
I hope everyone was able to have a pleasant lunch and step outside and see the fresh air and sunshine.
I had
It's
a
a
meeting,
nice day out.
Scott, I had a meeting. I didn't
Very
get-
pleasant. Oh, Jeff's getting dressed up for our meeting.
Tony, will you be able to come to the special meeting tomorrow at 3:30?
I think so.
That would be great, because Tracy just called me at the break and said that she has a commitment that she didn't know she had, and we need to have a quorum, so Frank can't come and Jason won't be here, so if you could come, that would be great. Plus, you're so good with MMA issues, it would be great to have you there.
That's more
Can you
homework.
send
I
us
got- More
a
homework I
login
gotta
link for
do.
that?
What, Tony?
More homework now.
Yeah, it's consolidated on three documents that it's attached to the consent agenda from last night.
Did you send us that link or do we need to pick that up?
Well, it was in the packet last night, the unanimous consent agenda. The
Yep.
backup was in that material,
Okay.
but I can send it around again if you want.
It never
I'm
hurts.
sure I'll ask the clerk's office to do that.
Never hurts, as we all know.
Yeah.
So it's past 1. I see all of the committee here, except Jeff getting dressed.
Grace, thank you for telling me that I was not muted at the break when I was making all this noise in my kitchen and you know.
What were you and Jared having for lunch?
We get this guy's Iggy's Bread, he's got a boat at the marina, and he's an incredible bread maker. He has a big deli in Cambridge, so I made him grilled cheese with tomato on Iggy's Bread. He was really happy. He's detailing cars all day today, so he's busy.
Great, sounds delish.
Yeah. Not very healthy for me, though, that's for sure.
Who's got the tomato?
Yeah, yeah, the tomato. So we're going to reconvene our budget review this afternoon with the review of the mayor's office budget. And that's Executive City Mayor Department 121, and it's on page 3 in our book.
All right,
What would you like
ready
to
when
bring
you
our
are.
attention to, Jill? The floor is yours.
So I think, well, this is my first mayor's office budget, so, and it's
Congratulations.
even more simple than that of the community development department. So I'm happy to answer questions. You'll see, one of the goals of the mayor throughout the campaign was to keep the administrative costs of the mayor's office about the same and not increase it too much. So 1.7% increase in personnel. And then the big increase, wow, that's a big number, John. The contingency emergency piece is where, and John can speak to this more clearly, but this is where they put additional funding that we know. We have I think we have AFSCME A, AFSCME B, GMAA, and all the police contracts. And both police union contracts to settle still this year.
Well, not GMA.
GMAA is next year. So we have quite a few contracts to settle. We anticipate some additional costs related to those. And so that's where we decided to put this money so that we can meet those needs as they come up. So if that area in particular, John's probably the best person to ask questions of. But if you want to talk about any of the other things, I think there were pretty much zero. We kept it level service funded. I will take a minute to say though, just so you guys know, because it was Council Worthley last night was pointing out about the Horribles Parade not being, it's not a city event. And we just got done talking about community development. So between community development and the mayor's office, we do support a lot of events that happen in the city. And we did have a positive meeting with the Horribles Parade yesterday, and they're really crunched for funding. So we are looking to we have some support for them as well. So you'll see between the two budgets, the Horribles Parade, the fireworks, the Harbor Loop concerts, the Gloucester Fishermen's Memorial, no, we don't do this anymore. The block parties. So a lot of that is built into either this or you'll see that in the community development budget. So just so that you guys know that you are a part of supporting those events. So thank you.
Indeed, thank you. Counselors, any particular concerns or questions for Jill, administration? Jeff, Counselor Worthley?
Yes, thank you, Jill. I just wanted to make sure that I'm communicating effectively. My objective was to set the expectation that the parade isn't completely funded already.
Oh, yeah.
Automatic to help their fundraising efforts, because I think the community needs to buy in as well. So
absolutely,
that wasn't knocking your support or lack of support.
Oh, no.
Just make sure that that was clear.
No. Thank you, Counselor. And I just want to make sure you know that you are, when we support it, you support it. So thank you.
Okay. So can we talk about the contingency? And I just think I don't have any understanding of what you have to do with, so I don't want to.
Counselor, we're having trouble hearing you. I don't know if you're not close to your mic. Is that other people or is that just our sound?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you too, so I don't know.
I can hear him.
Okay. All right, I'll up our volume. Okay, go ahead, try again.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the contingency fund, I don't want to presume, there's no know-it-all attitude coming from me. I have no idea I don't know what I don't know, right? You have to deal with contract negotiations and disputes and all that, settlements. So I'm not going to pretend to be more informed on this than anybody. $329,000, if you know what you're spending that money on, love to know it. But there are, well, I don't want to go too far in that conversation. If you have something you're spending money on, I get it. But we had a conversation last week trying to find $35,000 to fund the seniors bus. I'm not sure if my colleagues will support that, but if we're at some point finding money, I'd hate to see $329,000 and be a transfer next year because it's just extra money that's floating. So can you sell me on a 1,200% increase?
Counselor, can I just comment on that before you go on?
Please, Counselor Gilman.
As a point of order through the chair, I'm not sure we should be talking about contract negotiations and proposed settlements. And if we get deep into this particular issue, I'm concerned that it's information that we shouldn't be sharing. And it's really, so I trust administration, but that's my suggestion to Councilor Memhard. It's his call on my point of order.
Could I respond to that?
Through the chair,
So I'm just repeating the line on the public document. The large increase will be used to fund the settlement of large labor contract negotiations. So I was just repeating the languages on the piece of paper that we're addressing and looking to fund. And so if there's something that needs to be executive session to discuss $329,000, I'm happy to do that. But
it's not.
I'm just seeing a number being asked to approve $329,000 without any understanding of what we're buying, what we're paying for. So tell me where the appropriate place is to review the budget.
Well, it's really, we're not responsible for going into executive session for contractual raises between the city and its departments. That's not part of our purview. So I'm not sure how to go about this, but I would assume that the city staff, if they had leftover money in this after they go through their process, it will be money that will be left for the city's use. But
I would just ask if CAO Cahill would care to comment on this discussion.
I'm going to defer to John.
Yeah, so again, the thought is that we have a number of contracts that expire June 30 of next month, on the 30th of next month. We fully expect, because we are already in negotiations with some of those, that they will be settled next fiscal year. Just if you were to do round numbers, make it really simple. If we've got $10 million worth of salaries that are under those contracts, and it's way more than that, a 3% raise would be $300,000. So that's where $300,000 goes.
Thank you for explaining that.
Okay, Councillor Gross.
Yeah, I know on the school budget, we used to put in a number for this also, and we felt that this was very, it was very sound budget management to forecast, and just like John said, 3%, 2.5%, whatever you look at. Now, at one point, we then populated that out into the actual positions, so that it would go to, it would go to the positions. But we had already, it was anticipated, it wasn't a done deal, but we put it into each department rather than have it sitting in the superintendent's budget like they do with the mayor's budget. But I recognize this as it's transparent, because so many times, and you probably remember this from when you were on the council before, the mayor goes and negotiates with it with having no money budgeted for it. And then, it's like, oh, well, let's use free cash. It's like, well, that's absolutely inappropriate to use free cash. So I think that this is a very, honest and transparent move by this administration. And as John said, if you got $10 million, which he's got, quite a bit north of that, 3% would be 300,000. And I applaud them. And you really can't, you also don't want to telegraph what your thoughts are before you start bargaining. So
I'd like to just clarify, because I think I opened a can of worms I didn't intend to, and I want to apologize. Thank you for the clarity. The first line said amount is used for unforeseen expenditures for the entire city side of the budget. The second line is the negotiations or whatever. It's probably way too low now that I understand it. Right? If 10 million, you say 3% raise would be 300,000, and obviously we have a lot more than $10 million in salaries expenses, then it is very sound budgeting to allocate some money for impending negotiations, things like that. So now that I understand it better, and I appreciate the dialogue, then the question is it even close to what you think you're going to need? And we don't need the conversation, just do we need a bigger number?
Any comment?
Well, it's a number that we can afford right now within this budget. And we have other reserves that we could use depending on how the contract negotiations work out. If all of the contracts settle next year, then it's going to be a number that's going to exceed this. To Councilor Worthley's comment about, is 25,000 enough for all others, unexpected city expenditures? No, it's not. But again, we have a budget that we have to work within, and if we do need something, we do have reserves. We would have to go back to the council to use those reserves, but we would also have to go back to the council to transfer out of this. So if we use reserves to make this $1 million, we would still have to go back to the council to transfer it out to what other department needed it. So, we're in the same position.
I just want to say thank you for educating me. I didn't know. I wasn't trying to, negotiate in public or anything like that. So I appreciate the time.
And Councilor Gross, I really appreciate your insight and experience with that sort of thing, and that having this as a placeholder within the department and the mayor's budget at their discretion, I think seems like a very prudent budgetary move.
If I may also ask one more question of the administration or thought, is that, where the mayor sits on the school committee and was a member of the school committee and probably remembers negotiations very well. about how the school side would compare their, proposed increases to the city side. So I would hope that during negotiations, there was, thought about how that translates across the board there.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Anything further concerning the mayor's budget as
Thank you
proposed?
for answering my questions.
Nope, thank you for raising them. I would proceed then to make a motion that Department 121, Executive, City Mayor, Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the Executive, City Mayor as follows. Personal Services, $369,947. Ordinary Maintenance, $379,471 for a total in the department of $749,418, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there further discussion or question? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously, and we hope that that's sufficient and that the mayor's office is able to use that to the city's advantage.
Good luck in the negotiations.
Moving right along, I think, yeah, absolutely. Moving right along, the next department for our consideration this afternoon is the treasurer collector, including the areas of debt service, other assessments, and revenues.
All right, so the treasurer collector starts on page 11. All right, so the first line is salaries. That covers my salary, the treasurer's office salary, collector's office salary, and also the salaries for payroll. We have one addition this year. We have a new account clerk who kind of spends her time between treasurer collector, auditing, and purchasing. And she will also have some clerical administrative duties within the ARPA fund. So that salary is split between the treasurer collector's office and the ARPA funds. So there's an additional, this year, $18,000, almost $19,000 in additional salary. The rest of the items are, as many have said before, basically contractual. There's longevity, excuse me. Second line is temporary salaries. And in here we have $20,000 dedicated to one of our favorite things, which is beach sticker sales. And I think we really should have $200,000 given the aggravation beach sticker sales give us each year, but it's only 20. And there is a $10,000 stipend that will be split between two persons to do parking enforcement hearings. So we have quite a bit of tickets. We haven't issued many tickets this year for parking violations, but when we do come back to that, hopefully July 1st or thereabouts, we expect that the hearings will go up. There also will be an increase in hearings required for parking violations once the beach is open. As a matter of fact, we already had a couple come in where somebody said, I shouldn't be getting a ticket because we're not enforcing parking at the beaches yet. So anyway.
Sorry.
Yeah, so it's already started. Longevity is contractual, sick buyback. We don't really, we have very little use in there. So very modest budget, sick incentive. So that is the personnel lines. We go down to ordinary maintenance. The first purchase services, quite a bit of things go on in here. Lockbox services, Medicaid billing consultant, parking kiosk software, another thing at the top of my list. Parking meter, coin transport, a variety of other things. The rest of the things in ordinary maintenance are level budgeted. Again, quite a bit of things happen in here. We do have at the top of page 12, a legal services line. That is basically dedicated to a firm that has a specialty in tax title collections and appearances before land court to enforce the city's liens for tax collection. It's been a little bit slow. Again, it's been mentioned that the past couple of years have been a little bit slower in land court, but it's picking back up again. So we expect to see the need for that $75,000 next year. And the rest of it, again, is level funded. The last one on the list is we have certain expenses that are associated with debt service issuance. And those are budgeted. We've been carrying about $44,000 a year, but it's been coming in less. So we bumped that down to $30,000. So the total departmental request is $972,508.
Thank you, John. Councilor, questions?
I'd just like to learn something if I could. If I may.
Always.
First, it's a very lean budget. Your office is one of the offices with the most demand. Clerk's office, your office, I think you do well with what you have. I want to understand I lost my spot. It was here's the Treasurer's Collector's Debt Service bond issue. That's funded through your office. I didn't understand that.
Well, this is more administrative costs associated with debt issuance and debt reporting and annual reporting requirements that we have to put information out there in the public. So this is a lot of this really is just associated with publications that go out. This is where I will capture some of my conversations with Moody's or Standard & Poor's when they call, because every time they call, they're going to charge us for that. So this isn't debt service specific, but it's just kind of general expenses, administrative expenses associated with the entirety of debt that's issued by the city.
So it's almost a personnel cost when you really think it out, right? I think it's under ordinary.
It's really the preparation of reporting, Counselor.
Okay. Anyway, just want to understand how it functions. I'm good.
Thank you. Counselor Gross?
No, I'm good.
Counselor Gilman?
So, quick question, John, is the account clerk of the $18,928, the other half charged to opera, is that digging into the $23 million that we're getting? Is that part of that? So that person's kind of helping to administer this program going forward?
Yes, and at $19,000, that position is now funded for the next 10,000 years.
If we do nothing else with it.
But I thought we had to spend this money before 2025, or isn't it?
The legislation is going to change. Is my bet.
Your
Okay.
crystal ball.
So you answered my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Counselor, if I may, we do expect there will likely be additional staff support for the ARPA spending as we get through this. We have Shelley Shalino supporting the listening posts. We're lucky to have Jamie Corliss back on our team.
That's
we're
great.
working with her to see if she's because she has some experience. So there will be a portion that'll help us understand. There's the prepping to spend it, and then there's the reporting to spend it.
There's reporting, yes.
So there will be some administrative costs related to the spending. We will keep it down as low as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make the recommendation for the treasurer collector. Budget and Finance recommend City Council support and approve a fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the treasurer collector as follows. Personal services, $725,133. Ordinary maintenance, $217,375. And debt service expense, $30,000 for a grand total for the department of $972,508. And I so move.
Second.
Motions are made and seconded. Any other question or discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley. Was that a yes?
Sorry.
Councillor Memhard, yes. So the mayor's budget is approved as presented unanimously. Thank you very much. Then the next part moves on to
So debt service on page 86.
86.
All right, so what we have here is debt service for general fund activities. So you see at the top line is principal on long-term debt. The third narrative line talks about general fund debt specific to the general fund, but we also have in here debt shift for CSO related sewer debt and a water debt shift. So we have three components of this. The general fund debt in long-term debt as well as in interest includes about a little bit over $1 million associated with the debt already issued for the new elementary school. Oh, thank you.
She's so good.
Very good. So we have an increase from year to year of about 11%, and that so really comes down to about $1 million, which is that first year of debt on the elementary school. Thank you.
So it's like the school's already paid for.
Well, some of it.
So John, that's in the general fund debt,
Yes,
and that includes West Parish too, right?
that includes West Parish also.
How much
And,
how much longer is West Parish on the debt service?
I'd have to look, Counselor. We issued debt multiple times. So I think it probably has another 15 years anyway.
Okay, thank you.
And also, does this include the modulars and the high school and the middle school entryway also?
It includes
Everything.
it includes everything that's already been issued.
Yeah. Yeah.
They voted it. It's in here.
Yep.
No.
Well, if the project is done. So if the project is done, then it's pretty much in here. So there's a number of projects that have not been finished yet.
Okay. So they're not
gener-
included.
So that's not included. Generally, I issue debt twice a year. I issue short-term debt in June. And that I have that come to term in September of each year. And then in September, I decide, or we decide what we're going to issue as bond debt and what we're going to continue to issue as band debt or short-term debt.
So when you say finished, does that mean the new school's not on here?
20 million of the new school is on here.
It is, okay.
Okay, so, last September, basically, we were gonna do the project because we already were fairly far down the road on that. And I was able to issue $20 million in debt at 2%, and I couldn't resist that interest rate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gilman has her hand up, and then Councillor Worthley.
Thank you. John Dunn, I think maybe one of my first years on the council, you created kind of a spreadsheet that showed us when the debt was going to be ending on all these various debts that we have. Is that something that you could do for us? And if I might have missed it, if you have already done that, but it's just helpful for us to know when people in the community are talking to us about our debt.
Yes, so that's a spreadsheet that I share with the Capital Improvement Advisory Board. And also, if Councilor Memhart remembers, we reviewed that about, what, 9 months ago, Scott? Maybe a little bit longer?
That's correct.
Before BNF.
It's
Right.
it's a big spreadsheet.
Okay, well, I can go back through Scott and ask him, because you have plenty of things on your plate, but
I can send it out, and, if you want to review it with the council some evening, I'd be happy to do it. But it is a lot of numbers. And it could take some time depending how many questions are out there, but I'd be happy to distribute it.
Great, thank you so much.
And I do think, Councilor Gilman, I think we just did it with the CIAB meeting that we just had. So if you want to be able to find it more easily, I think John did have this conversation. What do we have? We've had one so far this year, CIAB meeting. So it might be easier to find, because I will say it's much easier to understand in context.
Yeah.
Great, appreciate it, thank you.
And it's nice to review it on a periodic basis. I know Budget and Finance typically is done it every 2 years, but it just gives you a sense of the planning that's involved. It's sort of like Chief Smith's equipment inventory and longevity. It's on the same scale of forward thinking and planning.
Okay, so that's it for me. Any more questions?
Councillor Worthley has a question.
Very quick question. This is more about, again, I want to understand this. And Councilor Gilman asked the first question I was going to say about a spreadsheet. I think it'd be good for us to keep a regular understanding of where we stand. This is more what we just understanding the document here. You said our principal is 9 million and change from last year. That's not, maybe it's just a linguistic thing. Principal is the total on a debt, isn't it? Our debt's not 9
Principal
million.
paid down.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you, Scott. I mean, our debt is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
Yes, it is. But again, when you look at debt, basically the credit agencies are looking at debt across all funds. So
Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's good debt,
no, I
bad.
mean, it just, some people consider it to be a bad thing. So I just want to make sure that, so the debt across the city for the general fund, water fund, sewer fund, and the rink is 120, 150 million, Grace? 160? 160 million. And, one of the things I look at and that the information on that very complicated and long spreadsheet is that I try and keep expected debt service increasing by 2.5% a year. So we're trying to fund all of these projects as debt runs off, replacing that debt and increasing, total debt in the general fund by 2.5% a year. And it seems to work.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to offset those planned expenditures with other sources of revenue that can cover some of that debt service? Either, I know we're talking big numbers here again, but, and I'm not sure it's appropriate use of ARPA. I suspect ARPA doesn't allow it, in fact. But periodically there are funds available that I imagine allow you to pay off some of that debt. separately from what's scheduled. Is that
Well,
true or not?
Yeah, so, I mean, we use a variety of, other people's funds. So, one of the biggest suppliers of that is the MSBA for school building projects. So we
Yeah.
have, certainly benefited from that with West Parish, benefited from that for the high school roof project. As we go forward with glass replacement at O'Malley, we also benefit from that. And when litigation is ended at Veterans East Gloucester, then we will get additional funding from MSBA that we are currently, they have a commitment to us. We're blocked from actually getting it because there is litigation out there. Once the litigation is over, then MSBA will be reimbursing us for funds already expended.
Thank you. Anything else, counselors? Seeing none, I would make a motion. The Budget and Finance Committee related to Department 700 debt service. The Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve fiscal year 2023 appropriations for debt service as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $11,690,174. The total the same, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any final discussion or conversation? Questions?
I think
Seeing
that
none?
overall debt
Yes,
question-
yeah.
The overall debt conversation was probably a good one for us to have at some point, but I have no questions about this line item in the budget.
Yep, and we'll look forward at Budget and Finance to following up on John's offer to see the recently updated service schedule that CIAB has recently reviewed.
Great.
Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes. Motion passes 3-0 unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next page, page 87. This is the state and county assessments that come through as a result of the state budget each year. So these are what we see right now in the cherry sheet publications out of the House Ways and Means Committee. It has changed a little bit in the Senate proposal. I think about $1,000 or so was minimal, but this is pretty close. Again, this is an assessment that comes to us from the state. This is not negotiable. So
Please say yes.
It is what it is, because whether you say yes or no, we're gonna have to pay it anyway.
Yes.
So the biggest thing here, and it generally is the biggest in just about every community in the state, is school tuition out. So this is the assessment that comes as a result of students who are not within the Gloucester Public Schools, but have elected to opt out to other public school systems.
Yep.
Can we discuss this for a moment?
Absolutely. Counselor Worthley.
So I had thought that would be in the school department budget. And obviously we wouldn't be able to really comment on it other than their final bottom line number. So just so I can understand this, when we make sure I'm on the same page, on page 87, the third line from the bottom, is that the last thing we talked about, the school?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're projecting a 4.5% increase in expenditure, is that informed by, and there's a timing issue, right? When people enroll in other schools and school choice, schools billing us and all that, but are you projecting that there are more people who will be choicing out for this coming school year than right now? Is that how that number comes about?
So this is information that comes to us from the state and really is given at the state level by DESE. So, and it is based on enrollments as of this past October. This number is likely to change. Once we come up with, kind of the official enrollment date is October of each year. So this is a number that is likely to change. If we put it over in the school department, then we would have to increase the school appropriation.
Right.
So it really kind of doesn't matter whether it's in the general fund or in the school fund. Most communities put it in the general fund because it comes through on the cherry sheet. So that's the best way to control it. And the most appropriate spot for it. It is included in the school end of year report that the school business office and Kenny put together. So this is acknowledged as official school spending, even though it comes out of the general fund on the city side.
I envision a day when the school department works that number down and then reaps the benefit because they get additional funding. That that 1.8 million, if that got down to zero, that they have more to work with. But they're not going to even see the benefit of that I guess ultimately yes, because the whole city would be better off, but the school department will not see a benefit to decreasing school choice as far as the mechanics of our budget goes.
There will be, if it were to happen, there would be a benefit, yes, because that expense would not be in the general fund on either the city side or the school side. But I dare say you're almost always going to have some amount of placement out.
Of course.
Councillor Gross has a valuable perspective on this, I think.
A couple of issues. This is not money we pay. This is deducted from our help me out here. It's escaping me. Cherry sheet.
Cherry Street.
It's deducted from our cherry sheet, correct? So this is not stuff but it's money we won't get. So it's real money. Another point is in 2019, this was 2.16 million. And then you can see right on your thing, there was 2.07 or 2.08 million. So it's been decreasing. And like you see in the 2022 budget started out at 1.8 and it ended up at 1.3. So we are making a lot of headway. I think that COVID helped us where Gloucester stayed in person through a hybrid model where Rockport didn't, which is where most of our kids were recruited to. And so that's really helpful. The thing is, on the school side, you don't really save a lot of money because all these children are populated through the 12 grades. So adding one or two kids back to a classroom doesn't change how many teachers you need. So we don't save any money by having these kids go out, and we also don't have to spend any more money by having them come back in. So it's not a savings for Gloucester, it's just a gift for Rockport.
But Councillor Worthley's point is that it could, as Gloucester improves both its facilities and its educational offerings, it's an opportunity for us to attract those same students to stay with us, or in fact to flip the other way and come to us from other communities.
And we're seing that trend now,
which is great.
We should promote those facts. I think that we are so good at telling bad news, unfortunately, and I would love to see us get better at telling the real story and the good news. The fact that fewer people are choicing out or more people are staying in Gloucester schools should be front page news regularly. And this, obviously, the 9 of us on this meeting now aren't the audience that needs to hear that. Anyway, I don't have any further questions about it. Thanks for helping me understand it.
Councillor Gilman.
So it's been 9 years since I was on the school committee. So I just wanted to confirm to John Dunn, and I'm sure Tony can answer it as well, that the $1.8 million, we just divide that by 5,000 per student, and that amounts to about 360 students that have choiced out. Is that correct, John?
I would have to look at the detail, Counselor. I think that detail is pretty much available in the school, in this year's school budget. So, there's a bevy of information on the front end of the budget that comes straight from DESI. And I think a lot of that detail is in there.
I've learned that, if you mind, Counselor, that the number is 180
Yeah.
students. I heard 180 students choiced out, which is a significant. I wonder if is special education as part of that number too, because that's not $5,000.
No.
No.
And Val, I believe you're correct.
Well, if I came up with that, it's about 30 divided by 12, or there are actually 13 years in Gloucester Public Schools. So it amounts to about
All right.
27 or 28 kids per grade choice out. So if I were just to do a quick analysis, I think typically our classes are about 250 per class. And it's about 10% or something to that effect, 10 that choice out. I don't know, just a quick math, but it's
Have them. We're going to be talking to them on Thursday. So.
Right, exactly.
That's tomorrow.
5 o'clock.
Well, that question will be answered.
I just like the idea of not saying 10% left, 90% stayed, right? And that's just a cultural shift.
Yeah, Jeff, we've worked so hard on this element of, the Gloucester Education Foundation came in big and largely to try to help surplus our budget to create why kids would want to stay here. And I think we've done a marvelous job in the past 10, 11 years. But it's frustrating. I hear you.
Anything else on other state and county assessments?
Did Kenny have his hand?
Kenny?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I looked on the DESI website for the school choice enrollment trends. Fiscal year 22, 41 students choiced in, 256 students choiced out. In the previous year, it was 288 choiced out and 39 and a half choiced in. So there was a decrease from 21 to 22 in the choicing out.
The trend.
Yes. So it's fluctuated. I was, looking at a 10-year history. It was like in fiscal year 12, it was 260 students. And then the high was in fiscal year 17, 312. And then now we're at 256.
It's interesting because that reflects a lot of individual family decisions that get magnified and have a real impact on our community.
Yep.
Seeing no other questions, I'll read the motion. This is Department 820, Other State and County Assessments. Committee recommendation for Budget and Finance is to recommend that the City Council approve fiscal year 2023 appropriations for other state and county assessments as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $2,386,345, and the total for the same. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. And I guess we had some say about it. We didn't change a thing, but that's all right. We learned a bit. Okay, now we move to revenue, I believe.
No, we still have a couple of assessments left.
We have a few assessments left. I guess that's good.
We do.
We're not,
There are about 4 of them.
So page 92. So this is the pension, the portion of the pension assessment that is attributable to the general fund. The entirety of the pension assessment is larger than this, but it does get distributed to the enterprise funds and also to some special revenue funds that account for grants. Through the years, the ability to charge Some of the pension assessments to grants has decreased as many of the grants come in and are strictly usable for salary only. That has been something that really has changed over the past 25 years that I've been looking at it. Kenny, I think your experience has been the same.
Yes.
Yeah, so more and more of this falls into the general fund because there's basically no place else to charge it. We are currently on an increasing schedule that will allow us to amortize the unamortized liability in the year 2034. We do have to, by law, basically pay that by 2040. So we're on a schedule that has us retiring that liability 6 years before it's actually required. So this is, again, the amount that is attributable to the general fund for this year. It's a big number. It will continue to grow. So $11,141,788 is attributable to the general fund. You will also see expenditure lines in the water, sewer, waterways, and rink enterprise funds.
Is there a particular reason that the percent increase is as high as it is, 7.5?
Yeah, that's basically in order to retire the liability by 2034. We are on an increasing schedule that basically is amounts to 7.5%.
Okay.
So that's the type of annual increase we're going to see through the years. We really want to try and maintain that payment schedule in order to retire the liability 6 years early.
Through the chair, I also just wanted to add, that's something that the board, we look at, and that's something that is important to us. And every 2 years, we discuss this with John and then also the mayor's office. And, we've taken an aggressive approach. So the 7%, that's something that, is important because we do want to retire this as soon as possible because there'll be a pension windfall, hopefully in 2035, as we've talked about in the past. And remember, we also have an OPEB liability as well that we need to, deal with. And this is not just, the city, this is also CADA and also the Gloucester Housing Authority. CADA is going to be coming on board on July 1st. So there'll be a 3-member, unit. And just right now for the split, it's 95% with the city and about 5% with the Gloucester Housing Authority. And this does not include teachers. The teachers, that's with the Mass Teachers Retirement System. So I just wanted to make you aware of what this represents.
So Kenny, if I heard you right, that the housing authority is in this number?
No, it's not, but I just wanted to
Okay.
let you know that the housing authority, they're responsible for their own, and same thing with CADA in the future, they're responsible for their own. But I just want to make you aware that not just the city is part of the Gloucester retirement system,
Got
that
it.
there's other units as well.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's more informational.
Yep.
Other questions?
Please.
How did I know, Jeff, you were going to speak up
I hope it's helpful.
on this one?
So a couple of questions to John and Kenny. I think I'm looking at a report here, the 2020 annual report. I think it's the last one we have, most recent one we have. Our pension fund has about $130 million in it, and it's using an assumed rate of return of 7.25%. We don't know how this year is going to end up, but the early indications are it's not going to be 7.25%. And so I wonder, does that end up changing the funding schedule, the goal of getting to 2034? Does that impact? I think by nature just has to impact that, right?
I can answer that. So the report that you have there, that's from the last one which was January 1st, 2020. We have another report that's going to be coming out January 1st, 2022. And actually our last couple of meetings, we've been talking about the new funding schedule and looking at the different scenarios and the discount rate that you just mentioned, the 7.25. We did lower it from the last time. We did lower it from 7.5 to 7.25, and that's something that we are looking at. So we are looking at maybe perhaps lowering it down to 7% or even 6.75. But of course, when you lower the discount rate, the liability goes up. So that's something that we're looking at, and that's something that once we do look at the funding schedules, we'll work with John and work with the mayor's office and try to make sure that we can, that's something that we can budget, something that we can afford, something that we can build into the budget. Because obviously, I mean, I can tell you 10 years ago when, the financial crisis happened, I remember the liability, the payment was going up by $1 million. And I remember the board had a concern and talked to the CFO and talked to the mayor's office, and $1 million just wasn't feasible, at that time. It's just something that we couldn't build into the budget. So this is something we look at every 2 years, the mortgage or the funding schedule, and just seeing, how we can pay for it.
So the report I have, it says 2020, it was actually July 2021 is the report. So it's relatively current. I guess my question is, as the market is not doing what it's done over the years, does that mean, are we guaranteed some 7.25%, or is this projected? And then if we don't get 7.25, does that mean our liability schedules go up? We wouldn't be able to do it by 2034.
So that's 7.25, that's an assumption. So that's an assumption. We're assuming that we'll have a 7.25. And of course we did meet that last year. And so the data is from January 1st, 2020. I know I understand that report's 2021, but it's from January 1st, 2020. We'll have a new report January 1st, 2022. And as of January 1st, 2022, if you remember, the market was still strong. That's only as of, recently. So we'll have to see how that will impact, the report. But that is an assumption. And we, as a board, we realize that, and that's something we're looking at. We'll be looking to lower it, but we don't want to lower it too much in one, from one report to the other, because there'll be a significant increase in the liability.
Right. And so if I may, Mr. Chairman, our city obligation to meet the 2034 deadline or goal increases exponentially. I think in 2034, the number I saw was not 11 million, but 25 million. And that would come right out of the city budget. My question is, it's probably not legal, but maybe, if you can borrow at 2%, can we borrow to pre-fund this liability so we're not spending $25 million in 2034? And excuse me for a second, I got to plug in, I forgot.
Who'd like to speak to that, Kenny or John?
I mean, the answer to the question is, yes, we can borrow. Others have done it. Some are going through that now. The last time we discussed it about 9 months ago. It's not something that we can borrow for right away, because you need home rule legislation in order to get permission to borrow for this purpose. And there's pluses and minuses. As you can imagine, if we had borrowed, 80 million bucks at 2% last October, that 80 million would probably be worth 20% less right now. So there's the danger. Right away, it's something that, yes, you can do. It does need special legislation in order to do it. There have been a couple of communities in Massachusetts that have done it. And there's a small handful of communities that are currently looking at it. I haven't really looked to see where they are in their process at this point. But we have had some discussions with financial consultants on this subject.
I don't have an opinion on what is the best way to do. I think the analysis would be helpful to continue doing. So anyway, there's nothing more in this budget that I need to ask about that. Thank you.
Can we make a motion on this and move ahead? In terms of Department 921, pensions, regular contributory. Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve a fiscal year 2023 appropriation for pension, regular contributory as follows: $11,141,788 total, the same, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Interesting discussion, interesting things to think about.
All right, thank you. Next item is page 93. The assessment for Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. So this is a preliminary assessment based on expected enrollment of Gloucester students and based on a budget that I'm not 100% sure whether it's passed yet or not, but it's their proposed budget. So generally their prelim assessments are pretty accurate, you know, within a couple $5,000 of what it's actually going to be. So this is probably a pretty good number.
Thank you. Any councillor questions? Councillor Gilman.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that under MGL 268A, I disclose that I'm a voting member of the Essex Tech, but have no financial benefits in my role. So I just wanted to.
And you can't reduce our assessment.
So I just wanted to make a couple of comments on this because it was voted and approved. It's a $1.56 million budget, or 4.93% over fiscal 22. However, something that 4.93 looks extraordinarily high on the scheme of things based on what we know our budgets are in the school. And I always bring that up every year. And one of the big factors that makes that number big is that back in 2025, when the merger occurred between the two schools, Essex Aggie and the North Shore Tech, they had to pay out a pension debt of $5 million over 20 years. And so every year we have to throw that into our budget percent, and it does make the numbers look higher in terms of percentage. But, you know, one of the positive parts of this budget is that of all the 28 technical schools in Massachusetts, Essex Technology, Agricultural and Technical School has North Shore, sorry, I wasn't clearly articulated the name of the school, but we are, per pupil cost is $19,863. And believe it or not, with all the other Voc schools, that is the 25th out of 28 lowest amount of money. So they've really worked hard over the last 5 or 6 years to really do a lot of cost containing. And they are active in grants, over $5 million a year in grants for a lot of their programs, and they work hard to sustain those grants. So it's just a couple of comments on it. We have 103 students in the school right now. And it's a pleasure to be the appointed member of the school committee.
Thank you for that, for serving us in that capacity. Is the 103 students up or down relative to historical patterns?
It's up right now. It was, I think, John Dunn 99 last year, correct?
Yes, I believe it was. Yep.
Yeah.
Any questions, gentlemen, ladies?
I have a procedural question, if I may.
Okay.
Why is this in our budget this way versus, or the mayor's budget versus in the school department budget? Is that a Mass General Law issue, or I just assumed that this money would come from the school department budget.
It's an assessment. So the assessments typically are on the city side of the budget. So the school, it's just operations.
Okay, thank you. But I have no questions about the process or what we're getting for our money. It looks like we're doing a good job there.
Jeff, it's exactly the same as the school choice. It's taken off the cherry sheet.
Mhm.
And if this was taken out of the school budget, we'd have to then fill the school budget with it. Yeah, so.
I get it.
Fair question. Anything else? Therefore, I'd make a motion that Department 942, Regional School Assessments, Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for regional school assessments for North Shore Regional Vocational School as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $1,615,868. Total the same, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Motion passes unanimously. Liability insurance. Is that next?
Right, liability insurance, it's on page 94. So this is liability insurance for all city properties, whether they be city, school, or enterprise fund. We do account for it all here. We have somewhat under budgeted this for the past couple of years. The total cost in 2021 was $745,000. In 2022 to date, it's $735,000. So I wanted to correct that because we had the ability to do it this year. So increase the budget to $800,000. This is all insurance that goes through Maya. So we get good service through Maya. Their specialty is local governmental agencies in Massachusetts. So they know exactly what they're doing and exactly what we need in terms of coverages. So this works out very well. The second line is for flood insurance, which we're also seeing increasing. It was at $40,000 last year, at $48,000 this year. So we budgeted $50,000 for next year. So the entire budget is up quite a bit, but it is really based on actuals for the past 2 years. So the entire budget for all of the liability insurances is $870,000 for 2023.
Is our cost associated with this insurance coverage through MIAA adjusted based on the number or severity of claims that are submitted on behalf of the city?
Yes.
Or the cost to defend them?
Yes, so basically it is based on claims, claim history, age, age of the assets, value of the assets. So, one of the things that happens here is that, as we actually take care of our buildings, the value of those buildings increases, and therefore the value of the insurance on those buildings increases. So we saw a bump when West Parish came online. We saw a little bit of a bump when we finished doing improvements over at the high school. We will see another bump when the new elementary school comes online. That's just how the insurance biz works. But again, we feel very comfortable in having our insurance coverage through Maya because, as I said, their specialty is municipal governments in Massachusetts. Any questions? Okay.
Scott, you're muted.
I was trying to protect you from my barking dog.
We already heard him.
Yeah, well, you would have heard a lot more. I'd like to just question following up on that. I know a lot of us were aware of the number of personnel issues that ended up being on the city's insurance account last year. And I without getting into the details, just like to know what kind of long-term cost impact that sort of matter has upon the city.
I don't have the policies yet for next year, Council.
Yeah.
So, it's tough to see. I usually don't get the policies until August, but we know coverage is bound. So again, at this point, I can't tell you what the difference is or what the rate of usage was. But I should have some of that information by the end of the summer.
Do they give you a regular claims history or is that an annual review?
That's kind of an annual review. Yep.
Anything else, councilors? My dog is being quiet right now, so.
What are you doing? You a dog? My dog just woke up when you said dog.
Not so Cooper. So Department 945 Liability Insurance, Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for liability insurance as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $870,000, total the same, and I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any further conversation, discussion, questions? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Okay, so the final section of general fund expenditures is other financing uses on page 95. So the first line is two transfers that we've been making for years. One is in the amount of $75,000 to the school athletics revolving fund. And the second is a $30,000 transfer to a fund for certification of real and personal property. Nancy Pappas had mentioned that during the review of the assessor's expenditures, that this was something that the city has funded each year in order to pay for the expenditures that at this point will come up every 5 years. The next line, or the third line here, is a transfer of $500,000 to the Building Maintenance Stabilization Fund. If you remember, we appropriated $500,000 from that fund in order to finance work at the schools over the summer in order to get a head start on that. We didn't want to wait until July 1st before we could start issuing contracts. So we appropriated from or within that stabilization fund $500,000, and this is a replacement for that.
Okay.
So the total requested here is $605,000.
Councilor, questions?
No, I'll just, for Jeff's benefit, talk about the 75,000 that started with the Kirk administration when, it was understood that the athletic department was not being able to self-fund, and fees were going to have to go up considerably. The administration said that they would split that increase with the school department, and it's been a cooperation ever since. And the fees have not been raised, and in some cases, dropped for income based. Am I remembering it correct, Val?
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tony.
Seeing no other questions, I'll read the motion. Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve fiscal year 2023 other financing uses as follows. This is under Department 970. Transfers to other funds, $605,000 as broken down above, as specified, and the total for the department is $605,000. And I so move.
Second.
Roll call vote or any other discussion? Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes. Motion is passed unanimously. And are we moving on to revenues now?
All right, well, to the chair, if I can make a recommendation, that we flip over to DPW at this point to go through the DPW expenditures in the general fund, the water fund, the sewer fund, and the rink fund, and then we can circle back to revenues after that is finished.
That sounds great to me.
All right, so maybe we can take a quick 5-minute break while we arrange for Mike and Mark to come in.
Well, they got so far to travel. Very good. We'll see you all in 5 minutes. At 2:20 or 2:27.
And Val, you're still unmuted, just so you know.
I made that mistake the first time. I was running out of batteries, so I had to run over and charge. I was on 1%, so we're back in business. Muting out.
Welcome, Mike. Welcome, Mark. Sorry you had such a long commute.
I'm muted now.
Thank you very much for having us.
So what account would you like to start with here?
If we start right at the very beginning, which is solid waste, which is 403, which is page 56. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'll try to give highlights to each divisional review. And obviously, any questions you have are live, and we can do those one by one. So DPW solid waste 403, there is an increase of 12.3% in this year's total divisional budget. And those are contractual expenses to JRM, as well as page through bags are back within the budget versus a receivable, meaning that we pay for them and then we're reimbursed by the vendors versus the vendors paying for them. We kind of went back to the old way that we used to do business with the pay-as-you-throw bags. And that is basically the highlights for solid waste. Contractual increases in the pay-as-you-throw bags.
Our contract with JRM, I know they've changed management recently. Do you foresee any interim changes before the contract renewal comes up in a few years?
We met with JRM shortly before the acquisition was announced. They let us know that there was no planned changes, but it's the unplanned changes that are scary. No planned changes sounds good. It's going to change dramatically when we restructure this. Any change to this contract will certainly set the wheels in motion for us paying a lot more than we pay today. We have a zero disposal on recyclables, only pay for the collection of them. Other communities are paying more for their recycling disposal than they are for the solid waste disposal. So, we are, a few years away to adding another couple $100,000 to this annual budget.
This is the second
time. Councillor Gross, please.
Yeah, Mike, so if I'm looking at this, we're paying $215,000 for the bags.
5,400 supplies.
Right.
It's 225,000, Councilor.
Right, but it was $10,000 was budgeted before, so, I'm thinking that pays for the other stuff.
So, yeah, and there's, obviously, we have some internal stuff that we purchase within that whole pay-as-you-throw program, decals and so forth. But prior to the last couple of fiscal years, vendors would order bags, the stores would order the bags from the vendors and pay the vendor directly. This is the way it once was done. We purchased the bags up front and they'd be drop shipped directly to the stores that sell the bags. So it just assures the vendor they're going to get paid a little bit better than chasing money.
Right, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So, John, are we going to see this on the revenue side? That's not included in the $1.2 million for the bag purchases? Are we going to see the purchase from the vendor, from the retailers also?
You will see it on the revenue side. Yep.
Okay, great, thanks. That.
Any further? Jeff Worley.
Yes, first, Mike.
Councilor Worley.
Thank you. firstly, your department is so expansive.
Jeff, you're raising your hand, but you're frozen.
No, I can hear him.
Check 1,
Thank-
2.
I can hear you, Jeff.
We
Okay,
can hear you,
so-
Jeff.
Okay, so Mike and Mark, your department is so involved and there's so much to it. And over the years, you've been gutted. And so I respect, I don't want to belabor a lot of time on some of the smaller parts. I just have a question. Once we look at the revenue side on this bags, I was gonna say stickers, but on the bags. Can you just roughly guess what's the differential between what we spend and what we take in?
You're asking bag revenue versus
Solid waste.
solid waste. I forget the number is, it was in the 60s before.
I have it somewhere. So I can find it.
Or how about this? Is it 100%?
No,
Is it
it's not,
50%?
it's not 100%. We know that.
Grace is looking it up.
We have it, just bear with us.
If anybody has just a ballpark number, is it 75%, 50%? I don't know that. While you look,
So we're projecting revenue in solid waste disposal of $1.2 million next year.
Right. John, and that doesn't include the retail return, right?
Well, it does because.
Oh,
so it's a-
okay.
So it's $1.2 million up from $1.075
I'm sorry, my thing froze. Could you tell me that again?
$1.2 million for next year, up from $1.075.
That's what we take in, or that's a difference?
That's what we take in.
So it's not even 50% compared to the cost.
No. So the general fund subsidizes the pay-as-you-throw program dramatically, and always has.
I know it has. I think that it'd be good for people to know that. You know, we're
Yeah.
paying so much for our taxes. How are we paying for bags too? And there's real costs. And just want to make sure we know it as counselors and the community knows it. Second question, have we done any analysis or consideration to a more substantial recycling bin, maybe a rolling thing with a cover? I've heard these conversations. I know Salem has a great program. It helps prevent the litter that comes from windblown sorts of things. Obviously, there'd be a cost associated with that, which would be borne by residents that decided to get that bin. But have we done any analysis about whether that's a better program than what we're doing right now?
We've looked at various types of ways to put curbside recycling out. By ordinance right now, it's not very clear. We can't compel people to cover them unless we have an ordinance in place that does so. The bins don't work well. They never have worked well. They're far too small for your average family to recycle in. We subsidize the price of those significantly too. They're $5 for a bin, right? $5. Costs about $12 to $15 for us to buy it. So, you know, there's a loss. We looked at purchasing wheel toters and then selling them to residents, or at one point we were asked what it would cost us to give them away. So a $600,000 capital outlay, and this was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Problem is, where do you store 13,000 plus bins? I don't know where you do that. We don't have space to do that. And then if you envision like just drop shipping them to a resident upon request, well, I mean, it's not something you put in the mailbox, and so there's a bigger price to it. I honestly think it's as simple as having an ordinance that requires people to have a covered bin. And then we all go buy the bin that best suits our families. I have 2 blue ones that say recycling on them. They're on rollers. I roll them to the curb. And my stuff is not all over the street.
And where does one get that?
Any of the local hardware stores sell them. The big box stores like Walmart or Home Depot or Lowe's, they sell them. I'm sure you could order one on Amazon and not leave your house at all.
You can also use a regular trash can that has a top, and the stickers are free that say recycle. They're available in the mayor's office as well as at DPW. Something the mayor's been pushing a lot is that it's very simple to buy a trash can with the top and add a sticker.
So I'm going to add that to my list of things to bring up to the council. So thank you. I don't have any further questions on this item.
May I?
Please, Councillor Gilman.
I would like to add that I have about a 200-yard walk to the bottom of my driveway to get to where we leave out our bin. So for us, one of those big containers would be problematic. So it's just something that you've got to think about because everybody has a whole different issue. And when I worked with the Clean Gloucester team on this about 4 years ago, Mike, when they were trying to come up with solutions, working with you, everyone has a different need. So you have to, if you're going to work on an ordinance, you have to think of everybody's needs on this because not everyone can just drag it out from their house onto their curbside. But I totally agree with the issue of the litter. It's terrible. And I go down my street on the day of JRM pickup on a windy day and there's litter everywhere. And it's really difficult. So, but it's a good opportunity for an ordinance.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's not on the table for right now, I don't think.
Nope.
But I would like to commend Mike and the DPW for their recent change of vendor for the purple plastic bags. The quality is much better. They're easier to open and they seem a little stronger and less prone to seagull attack. Although obviously the solution also is to put the plastic bag inside a trash bin. But again, that's not this matter right now. Are there any other questions for the DPW budget?
The entire budget or the solid waste?
Solid Waste and Recycling, Department 403. Seeing none, I'll read the motion. Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the DPW solid waste disposal and recycling as follows. Personal services, $20,000. Ordinary maintenance, $2,640,498 for a total of $2,660,498. And I so move. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross?
Yes.
Councillor Worthley?
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion's approved unanimously. So is engineering the next one for us?
Things on top of page 58, Department 411. Most of what you're seeing there are some very some very small contractual obligations and personnel and some minor increases in ordinary. It looks like it's mostly personnel on this one. There was some copiers that got taken out by us. It's just personnel increases, contractual increases.
Staffing in the department is two, or I know Paul's been retired now a few years.
So there is a city
Ryan,
engineer.
head engineer.
There is a city engineer, Ryan Marks, an environmental engineer, Dana Martin. We have a civil engineer and a junior civil engineer and a clerk, which is still about half the size of when I was in engineering many years ago. A lot of the engineering salaries are paid out of water and sewer enterprise because that's their primary functions.
Right.
So you don't see them picked up here.
Right.
So essentially, this is a third of the cost of the department.
Yeah. Yeah, likely. And again, I'd have to crunch the percentages, but that's probably all it is.
Yeah, just general is fine. Okay. I cannot believe our whole engineering department functions with 170, whatever the total is. That's a lot of service for very little money. It's a compliment, by the way, in case.
Thank you.
Sometimes I say things, I listen to myself after I say, that didn't sound like that. I'm amazed at how you.
Salaries split across different funds though.
Any other questions on engineering? Tony?
Nope.
I got reclass.
Val?
Nope, thank you.
All right, well, I'll move right along to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for TPW engineering as follows. Personal services, $58,117. Ordinary maintenance, $9,247. For a total for the department of $67,364. And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Department budget as proposed is approved unanimously. And then 421, is it?
421 is the Public Works Administration, on page 60. There, again, similar to the engineering department budget, not all of the Public Works Administration personnel budget is covered under the general fund. It is shared between water and sewer as well, because our roles involve water and sewer, obviously. So again, like Councilor Worthy pointed out, this is probably a third of the total costs for staffing. Actually a little less than a third. And the only increases here would be the contractual pay increases to the employees, which is slated at 2.2% here. No other changes.
Councillor questions? Councillor Worthley?
Yes, this is all the rest of the DPW, right here?
So the admin is pretty much my office. My office, including confidential secretary and the assistant director that does the business operations, Mark Cole.
So,
Joe was in facilities.
Yeah.
Service as well.
I ask questions about numbers of people on different tasks. Would this be the right place to ask it? Or is this admin?
This is just admin, but I don't know what the questions are.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I'll ask the question. You can tell me if it comes up later. How about that?
Okay.
So I don't know where I heard this. I just want to clarify. Are there only 5 crew members for cutting grass in fields and things like that in cemeteries? And if that's not the place to ask this, we'll move it to where it's supposed to be.
Well, it's not in this division, but I can tell you that's probably accurate. The public service division, which is the, formerly known as, the highway department, which also encompasses parks, beaches, cemeteries, forestry. Over the years, all these divisions have been collapsed into a single division, Department of Public Services. There is no forestry, there is no watershed, there is no beach and rec, all those are done. When I first began, there was whole divisions that had no staff, but a small ordinary. It made no sense. There's about 16 total employees in public services. So you have a couple of guys doing trash, a couple of guys operating, street sweepers or backhoes. It leaves about 5 people left to mow lawns. So that is all we have to mow all the lawns in the city. Parks, cemeteries. We contract out a significant portion of the mowing because we just don't have the resources in-house to do so. What once was a robust summer staff of young people mowing is now us begging to have 3 or 4 people who might be willing to commit to a portion of the summer if they can have Fridays and Mondays off or whatever else. Whether they throw all sorts of things at us for qualifiers and if they can be employed by us. We're leaving the second week in August. I can't start till the second week in June. It doesn't buy me much time.
Right. I was one of those robust city employees way back in the day, summer employees, and there's a lot more staff than you have right now. And I think we need to set the right expectation, which is hard to do.
Right now, we have 3 applicants for laborers. We have 8 applicants.
So for this summer, we have 3 applicants, not employees, applicants for summer work. 3.
We're talking about mowing.
Labor, not beaches, but labor.
Right. And then you get the best out of those 3 versus the best out of hundreds. I mean, there used to be 100 people would apply for these jobs. This was the job you'd want in the city.
Yeah.
Can I have an application?
It's sad, it's sad, it's a sad kind of reflection on what it is, but I understand it. I mean, my kids, my 3 kids, you know, all young people, they have, believe it or not, better paying jobs than I could offer them here.
I don't think there's a solution to that right now.
No, it's another problem, not a solution.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to hold anything up. We can continue. Thank you for sharing that, though. I do think we need to manage our expectations, though. Right?
Agreed.
We can't say it used to be this way when we have 5 people, 3 applicants to fill a summer job like that.
Okay.
Without any further discussion, I'll go ahead and read the motion for Public Works Administration. Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve a 2023 appropriation for DPW Public Works Administration as follows. Personal services, $121,085. Ordinary maintenance, $15,790 for a departmental total of $136,875. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been well seconded. Discussion, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Unanimous. We want to do what? Snow and ice next?
Oh, nice. Division 423, page 62. Bottom line budget for snow and ice is, as you can see, $766,600. That's
Tell your number.
no increase from the previous number of years. So not asking for any more. We, you know, again, snow and ice is a whole different playbook. And we try to work within this number the best we can.
I'm sorry, I looked ahead, I lost where we are. We're on page 60.
62, Council.
Sorry.
62 and 63. Department 423.
Mr. Chairman. So when we look at the overdraft, and I don't know if Kenny's still on the call here, the overdraft, or overdrafted accounts.
Overdrawn report,
Overdrawn,
Council.
sorry. And I understand snow and ice has the flexibility that other departments don't have. But it's a considerable, last year was a bad, the year before was a bad winter. The winter before was bad, but it's a considerable difference than what's budgeted. And luckily, we're able to do transfers in June, and there's money that wasn't spent, and I'm sure it's a chaotic process, maybe not chaotic, a complicated process for Treasurer's office and the auditor's office. But I just want to draw attention to the fact that we get lucky, and we just got to pray for not having much snow, because there's no way you could get the job done with that amount of money. Again, problem without a solution, but it's not going to be $340,000.
So we funded, the budget funded 35% of the current year's cost so far. Could snow tomorrow.
I'm sorry, how far are we behind in that budget for this year? The last I saw was, it was, I don't want to quote the wrong number.
I think we did 2 of them.
Kenny, do you know that number?
Yeah, right now, the entire department, it's $1,058,590.
For snow and ice.
Yeah.
And we're budgeting 141,000. 15% of that number. Yeah, I know a solution, but doesn't that just manifest other problems later?
If I could, I mean, I know we've talked about this in the past, but you know, like in fiscal year 21, you know, we expended $840,000. And then in fiscal year 20, we expended $626,310. We were under budget. So it's, you know, it's just a department. It's very difficult to budget, as, you know, as Mike mentioned. And it's a base. And once we increase that base, then we're stuck to that base annually.
I'm sorry, I read the wrong number. So what, 766 is the proposed number? 766,600?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong number. So that's closer to the number from 2 years ago, and much closer this year. So maybe we maybe it will work. Or I was looking at a much lower number, 141,000, my bad. Okay.
Other councilor questions? Councilor Gilman.
Mike Hale, line item on gasoline and diesel fuel, 548001 in the bottom of page 62. Are we priced for what's happening right now? Because that is going to be just off the charts from what I understand.
It's gas and diesel fluctuate frequently, and we try to ride the waves with it. Certainly, if we had to try to increase that number there, it would result in decreasing it somewhere else. So we take a little bit of a gamble with that, and we fund from within. We try not to go back for more funding. It's a commodity that fluctuates frequently, and certainly we're at some historic highs right now that hopefully won't last too long.
Thank you.
Any other councilor questions?
One more question.
Councilor Worthley.
I must have missed this somewhere. I think, Mike, you introduced Mark as assistant director.
Correct.
Do we have a Parks and Recreation department any longer, or a person that manages that?
We have not since I've been here.
24 years.
Not since you've been there?
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I thought Mark did that too.
You know, once upon a time as an operations manager, I don't want to speak for Mark, but I guess I can. He managed a lot of those operational issues, field permits, make sure things were scheduled the way they were supposed to be. Again, through attrition and through, restructuring of our department, we're leaner. We've shifted some of the so-called management responsibility to higher paid labor staff. It's worked well. And again, it's a lean workforce, but I think it works well. So Mark and Joe are both assistant directors. Joe manages more of the operational side of it, but Mark manages the business end of it, almost like a business manager. There's a fair amount of revenue that's taken in by the 3 enterprise funds that we manage. And we have dedicated staff to managing all those accounts. So there's a lot that goes into what Mark does, and certainly a lot that goes into what Joe does. But there is no support staff for either one of them, other than me.
When Carolyn Kirk was mayor, the message was we need to do more with less. And I think that, there's a good tone setting with that, but ultimately we have to do less with less, right? And that's just, I can't believe, first, thanks, Mark. I thought you were doing the assistant role and all the Parks and Rec stuff as a position, but that just means if I'm working at the beach, who manages that? Who manages the cemetery mowing? Who manages all this stuff on the boulevard? Does that just keep falling to the 2 of you or 3 of you?
Yes.
And if we can just step in here for a minute, just so you know, Council Worthley, we won't go through it one by one here, but there are a number of open positions in DPW, one of which I believe the title falls in here somewhere as superintendent, but the vision being it is another kind of project manager who can help, because the problem you're identifying is something that we've been discussing at length. So there you will see, hopefully, if the bodies are there to hire, some increases here, but one in particular that the mayor and I are looking forward to seeing a job description from Mike on is, we use the word project manager. I think they use the word superintendent, but it's to get exactly at what you're talking about. I mean, the number of projects happening at Stage 4 Park are endless. Beaches, well, there are 13 weekends. I told the mayor we like to think of them as 13 blizzards. That is an entity into itself. And as we think about our earlier discussion about the Conservation Commission and what does that piece of land management look like, what comes out of the open space plan, all of that will be part of the discussion envisioning for next year, but in the short term in this fiscal year, you will see another hiring at the kind of project manager, superintendent level.
Good luck in hiring. I know it's a challenge. All my business clients are struggling hiring people. We're hearing across the board. All of this is meant as putting attention in the right place with gratitude for the work that does get done, and just kind of shock at how well it's done with so little resources. So I hope it's heard the proper way. Thank you.
Any other councillor questions before I go ahead and read the motion? Seeing none. Budget and Finance moves to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for DPW snow and ice removal as follows. Personal services, $141,500. Ordinary maintenance, $590,100. Capital outlay, $35,000 for a total budget amount of $766,600. And I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard. Yes. Motion passes unanimously with a blessing and appreciation for jobs well done.
Thank you, sir.
Public
Thank
services
you.
then.
Vision 470, Public Services, page 64. As I had just kind of explained, public services is kind of what people relate to as traditional public works. These are the ones that mow, fill potholes, plow snow, street sweep, put up signs, so forth. So this is, again, it's a combination of many former divisions compressed into a single division. We have some new positions within this budget, or some increases in positions in this budget this year. I think the biggest change in the ordinary is an increase to line 524014 in the middle of page 65, which Mayor Verga has indicated he wants it to prioritize some road repair money. That budget is usually pretty lean, and he's increased it to $350,000 in this budget proposal. That will certainly carry us further than the $60,000 we've had in the past. Now we supplement that even more with highway force money, which goes to a number of roadside services, from line painting to vegetation management to small road repair work. So that is the big increase in this budget, which the budget has a total increase of 16.4%. And if you take a look at the various percent changes, most of them are zeroed, other than a large one with personnel at 4.6, some longevity for labor employees, it goes up 7.4, but it's not much money. And again, the biggest one is the R&M paving, which is increased by almost 500%. And those are the highlights, councilors.
And I know we were hopeful at the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting when this increase was brought to us for our unanimous approval, that there was hope that the administration could find yet further funds to dedicate towards that paving reserve, paving fund. And we'll look forward to seeing what we can do in the new year ahead. Councilor Gross.
Yeah, I believe that was in this year's budget. This is.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, this is next year's, so it's in this previous, it's a $600,000 increase actually in total. Mike, I have a question on page 66, 54,600.
Yep.
And I know it's ground, it has the playground mulch. And I know that we've had some people bring to the council's attention playground maintenance and repair. And I was wondering, I didn't find anywhere in here where there was any budgetary items for that type of work.
Repair of playground equipment would fall within this line item. And we purchase swings. We might have a vendor stop by to take a look at a piece of equipment to tell us whether it's needs to be replaced or it can be serviced. I think some of the complaints in the playgrounds aren't necessarily mulch related. There is some synthetic surfaces that wear, and in certain parks they wear faster than others. They get picked apart, they get lit on fire. All sorts of things happen in some of these playgrounds.
Right, yeah.
And so we're waiting. I don't believe it's happened yet, but we're waiting for the vendor to make that repair to the Burnham's Field playground. We shared with this administration some potential upgrades to playgrounds. It's a fairly substantial number, given all the playgrounds we have in the city, to go through and update them and make them safe and, have some life expectancy past what we have currently. Just for example, the Veterans East Gloucester Memorial playground is slated to be almost $500,000.
Yep.
Again, that's a brand new playground, much bigger playground, but just imagine that $1.5 million. Now you have another 16 to 18 around the city.
Yeah.
So again, we're not looking at that investment on those other ones, but there needs to be some investment in the future, at least a plan to schedule it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, that was more I was hitting at is what kind of schedule were you going to have for inspections and then, of actual maintenance. And I don't know what's going on with the playground at the new school, but I know there was a water feature put in at Burnham's and stuff. Can we stay away from these high maintenance type of features? Can that be just the rule that, it's like just because we can buy it and it's pretty and it feels good at the time, it just takes a lot of work to keep it going.
And the proposal comes from Public Works, Counselor. It's not pretty, it's not fancy, it's functional and fairly plain.
Very good.
We cannot keep that water feature at Burnham's Field operational.
No.
As soon as it's fixed, it's broken again.
Yeah.
It's not broken because it's worn out, it's broken because it's vandalized.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just, that's the kind of stuff you got to make them as bulletproof as you can and as durable as you can. Because they do take a beating, and they take a beating from the older kids, in the evenings.
Yes.
So, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Worthley.
Yes.
And then
thank you
Councillor
very
Gilman.
much. Earlier in the day, we had the Veterans Department, and forgive me if I don't remember the title, but we have a fund or an account where people make donations, and it's not in the budget. Kenny, what was the word? Fund.
Donation account, donation fund.
Yes. So, sorry.
Thank you.
Do we have any capacity for people who want to sponsor playgrounds?
Thank you, Grace. You take good care.
In the Boulevard, we have in the bench program, people put names and things like that on. Is there any mechanism through your department where people who have means to do it can purchase things like playgrounds and things like that for us?
If someone wanted to purchase equipment for the city as a donation, I would imagine it would have to be run through the mayor's office and then the council to accept the donation. It really doesn't, it's not necessarily an account that I would have out of Public Works. I'm sure that between Kenny and John, an account could be established for something like that if the administration so chose. There needs to be some parameters when people want to donate. Oftentimes people donate, but they want something like their name on it. In some places it's not appropriate to have names, individual names on certain things. I mean, because it's collectively the city's property. And even with the Memorial Bench program, which is been expired about 5 years. There are people that believe those are their benches because they paid for them. They donated them to the city in memory of their loved one, and it's not their bench. It's our bench. And unfortunately, there's a lot of, ownership to donations. So that is has to be worked out if we're going to do that, but it could be done for sure. But we do that. It's not unheard of. The Rotary donates to the Stagefoot Park playground, and they're planning to do so again real soon. And again, that needs to go through a process, but we support them in any way that we can.
So I'm going to throw the question out. It might be to Council President Gilman or to Jill Cahill. Is there a procedure or policy or ordinance or something that we can work on to say, establishing a fund? It's a Kenny question. I don't even know, but there are people who have a lot of money in Gloucester that would just say, how can I help? And we want to quickly capture that and direct them. And so not.
I'm happy to answer. The mayor and I have had some, discussions about this. I think you brought it up in another area. I'm not sure where it was. Obviously, the city partners with the community often on successful projects. Newell Stadium is probably one of the shining stars. All the Rotary playgrounds and the work they've done. But I think from our perspective, the goal is for it to be focused around a specific project. The street hockey rink that's happening right now, they're doing some fundraising. It's less the role of the city to start asking, it's not really our role to ask people to make additional donations, right? They pay taxes, they're the taxpayers. But partnering with an organization or a group of community members who want to fundraise and add amenities to city property or partner with us on a project, we are more than happy to do so. And we also, absolutely support the organizations in the city who are constantly fundraising. We've got Pathways, the Open Door, Action, Maritime Gloucester. We have some incredible assets, and the donors in this community should be there. The library, donate to the library project, please, the Capital Project. So I feel like the mayor and I, feel like the fundraising efforts that come out of the community are where they're centered and focused where they should be. And we'll put more energy into pursuing grants. And this goes back to, because we have the ability to access grant funding that some of these nonprofits and other groups don't. So that's where we see our role in securing funding. And I think you'll see, because when we reviewed the budget, the mayor's concerned about the playgrounds as well. I think you will see some additional work looking towards some grant funding around playgrounds and playground equipment. But as we've said to constituents over and over again with, and Mike brought up, a lot of the playground discussion also has to include discussions about prevention of vandalism. They go hand in hand. We can keep investing money in playground equipment, but if we don't address the larger issue of personal responsibility, taking care of the equipment, making sure we have eyes on the parking and the community involved, it's for naught. So, so that's my answer to that question. I don't know if the council president has a different take.
You're muted, Val.
I agree with you, Jill.
Okay, one last question for me on this. I heard last night, I think after our city council meeting, about private road, people maintaining them themselves without necessarily doing a betterment process, just buying asphalt. Do you have a policy on that? How does that work? I think Apple Street got miraculously filled maybe in December or January. And it's just, how does that work if a neighborhood wants to do it, but not do a betterment program? Is that even legal? Is it?
It is under state law. The abutters of private ways have a right to maintain and make improvements. So that would, I assume, maintenance and improvements would include pothole filling or resurfacing. On the Hollywood Square box in front of me, I see one person who has done that already. Council Memard and his neighbors paved their street on their own with no city involvement, and they have every right to do so.
And Jeff, those details are carefully spelled out in the document that's on the DPW website relating to that. I have a pothole in my road is private. What are my options? And that is clearly one of them. And a number of people have chosen that route, and power to them. The betterment process really kicks in when you have people that you're afraid aren't going to be willing to participate. And if you get that 75% threshold, the city offers a process that obligates them to be a participant rather than making it some pay and some choose not to pay.
So may I? Sorry. One of the helpful tools that we have on that easy to find information and all the betterments is we actually have a list of drain layers in the city that are comfortable drain layers that Mike in the DPW know they work with, they're licensed. And so if people on a private road are interested in doing some repair, like for culverts and things that require a little bit more skill, they're asked to use those as a guide. I mean, they don't have to use that, right, Mike? But I think that we're just trying to let them know that you need someone that knows what they're doing when they start repairing like a culvert or a drain on Finch Lane. They fixed 4 of them together, and they use that as their bidding process. So that's always a good thing to know.
I appreciate the education. I'm good to move on from here.
Council, I've got a couple of quick questions, if I may.
It's Council President.
Thank you. So Mike, awesome, and city administration for the paving increase, really appreciated big time. I'm looking at care trees of 25,000, a projection of 75,000 for 2022, number 529005 on page 65. And I know, Mike, that you oversee the role of tree warden, which is great. But I always look at that as being a real lean number based on the amount of trees that have fallen all over the city, the amount of trees that fall after storms. And it seems like a really conservative number based on what's happening in our woods. And I walk the woods 2 to 4 miles every day. So I see what's happening, and it's amazing. So I was wondering if you could just enlighten us on that and how we can actually tackle some of those matters proactively with that number.
We add to this budgetary number annually through highway force account money. Generally, we focus on roadside elements, not deep in the forest type trees. We have recently done some fire road management. That was kind of a collaborative effort between Gloucester Fire Department, Police Department, and Public Works, with identifying some areas that they need a little bit better access through and to. We don't get into the heart of Cape Ann, whether it's Dogtown or West Gloucester, manage dying trees off the beaten path, so to speak. Really, this really just goes to street tree work, roadside elements. We've done Hesper Ave, Concord Street, portions of Bray Street, Holly Street. It's pretty impressive the number of trees that need attention right now. We haven't had a forestry division, and was it when you started? No. So Mark and I have been here since '99, and there hasn't been a forestry division at least until '99, since '99. So we don't have equipment for that type of forestry work, so we outsource a lot of this work. The outsourcing is money well spent. It's easy to coordinate. We use Mayor Tree for a lot of our work. They're on the state bid list, so we actually can just call them and they show up, give us a proposal, and we sign on the dotted line and issue a purchase order. You could move the decimal place on this one and have $750,000, and still not get through the entire city.
Yeah. Do we still have the bucket truck that we purchased a couple years ago? Is that still in use?
We do. We bought not necessarily a forestry style bucket truck, but more like a utility style bucket truck that can do everything from managing some of the ornamental trees around the city, downtown, close to the street, banners, streetlights, banners that hang up on streetlights. I mean, there's a whole thing, a lot of things we use that truck for, not just forestry. It's not really a forestry style truck. It was never
You're talking about the Joe Shalino honorary bucket truck.
Yes, and it was, his interest was. For
We heard a lot about that bucket truck.
Yes. So that's, again, it's, we work within the budget the best we can. Could it be more robust? If money wasn't an issue, of course it could be, but we try to be mindful of all the other departments that have needs as well.
I've got more questions, but they're not huge. So on the masonry budget of 2,500, have we ever thought of asking the masonry program at the Essex Tech if they could do any of these little projects like the stairs at seawall at Lanes Cove or the stairs at Plum Cove Beach that have corroded as projects? Because they do a lot of that, and we're always one of the cities that doesn't really bring them in to help us. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but just an opportunity that we could think about. I don't know if that's contractually not allowed.
I don't know what the union's take would be on that. I've never really asked that. And we certainly have had, we had a member of the masonry program at Essex Tech basically co-op with us for how long? A year. But we do take advantage of that service. And again, they're not masons, they're students.
I understand.
And so it's difficult to turn them loose on a project with no supervision or, only Essex Tech staff or other Voc staff as their kind of chaperones and supervisors. It's a delicate balancing act. Sometimes it's nice. Yep. We've had some trade programs do certain work for us, and it's been more trouble than it's been worth. But there have been some great examples of success as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Worthley, I see your hand.
Yep, thank you. So I just want to do a brief but quick dive on line. It's number 052, the R&M. Not sure who that was, but it's a good song, good tune. The paving, the $350,000. I want to pick up where Tony Gross started with that. The $300,000 that we transferred from this fiscal year came from free cash. This $350,000 was budgeted, and it's a significant increase, 483% increase from what was budgeted last year, but it's actually a decrease than compared to what was spent last year. Is that right? It looks like we spent $393,000 and we're budgeting $350,000. Is that correct? So when we had the budget meeting, Budget and Finance Committee meeting 3 weeks ago, members of the committee had indicated a desire to see additional monies transferred from free cash or from some source, but free cash was the pool of money we're talking about. There was a question about if the council could increase that number, and John Dunn and Kenny Costa said it would be a little complicated from a paperwork standpoint, and we encouraged the mayor to submit an additional transfer. I think, John, you said there's a number of city council meetings before now and the end of the year to be able to do that. In a conversation I had with the mayor the following day, that night, he said he was absolutely going to do it. The next day, he said he couldn't. I don't want to quote him, but he couldn't get the support to do that. I don't know what the process is from our side, but if we have free cash, it doesn't have a purpose yet. I know we can carry it over, but the momentum from that conversation was very clear. It's been the #1 need expressed in the campaign, the mayor said was one of his top priorities. And you said we could move the decimal point over, so instead of 300,000, 3 million, that still wouldn't even come close to solving the problem. I'm pleased to see $350,000 in the budget this year, but can I make an official request of the administration to consider an additional transfer, or I guess it's an appropriation? I don't know, I think it's both actually, but from free cash to this line item for this fiscal year.
I mean, yes, you can make that request. We'll let you know.
What would be the right forum to make that request? Is it here, or is it a request to the mayor? Is it council order? That maybe there's a valid question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the request, we heard you at BNF. I have not had the conversation that you had with the mayor, so I don't know where, you know, that he said he couldn't get the support for that. John and I and the mayor have not had a follow-up conversation, so we will do so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Welcome to the council, I think, for that effort. All right, I'm good.
Anyone else? Tony?
Nope, I'm good.
Val?
I'm good, and thank you so much. Public Works, you're amazing.
Yes, indeed.
Again, a few more to go. You don't say goodbye to him yet.
What's that? Oh,
A
yeah.
few more to go. You don't say goodbye to him yet.
One by one, Budget and Finance would move to recommend that the city council appropriate the following fiscal year 2023 appropriation for DPW public services as follows: personal services, $1,645,305. Ordinary maintenance, $746,430. Capital outlay, $50,000. Departmental total, $2,441,735, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. And we appreciate your making good use and good value for that investment with your limited staffing and other resources. Facilities maintenance, Department 472.
Page 68 for those following at home. Facilities, the gift that keeps on giving.
Or vice versa.
This was once part of public services. And when we were, the maintenance of the school building was transferred to the city side. A new division was created called facilities, and that's including all school facilities and city facilities included in this. Bottom line, it's a modest increase of, I think, just under 2% in total. It's pretty well spelled out. I mean, there are some increases and decreases in this. Personnel budget goes up slightly. Most of that is contractual. And then maybe some part-time folks within that personnel line item. And then the ordinary is, you know, it's 0.3%, I believe, increase. And that's just kind of balancing out some of the services that we contract out. Pest control, additional on the mowing contract, generator repair. The rent at the City Hall Annex has increased this year slightly. The Harbor Master's office, which is public restrooms, that's cleaned by a contractor. And so that was added to this year's budget again. There's some decreases. Electrical decrease of $50,000. We did our annual asbestos, or our every 3-year asbestos plan. So that comes off of this year's budget. It was $20,000. So in general, there's not a significant increase overall in facilities. And here to answer any questions.
Councilors.
I'm good.
Councillor Worthley.
Quick question, Mike, there's no more, I'm sorry, I'm asking this question. do you handle all of the school maintenance work aside from janitorial?
Including janitorial. Including janitorial. So we have about 36 school custodians on our payroll. So again, all school routine maintenance and city building routine maintenance is handled by city staff and or contracted out to various vendors. We have electrical vendor, plumbing vendor, HVAC vendor. I mean, we have one of each in the department as far as tradespeople go, but there's more work than one tradesman could do alone. I mean, one plumber for the entire city, it doesn't work, but I don't think it makes sense to have two full-time plumbers either. We just contract that service out and call them as needed.
To the best of your knowledge, did the school department budget decrease with them releasing that responsibility to you?
I can't speak to that. All I know is that when this budget came over to us, I believe it was budgeted at like 3.7. They gave us 2.7. They gave us 2.3 and a pat in the back and a good luck. Which
Nice, Mike, I was on the
Let's
school
be
committee
fair
back
here.
then.
The city came and demanded this. The school department did
Come
not
on, Mike.
request to have this.
I was in my
Let's be
sophomore
real.
year in the school committee. It wasn't quite like that. It was. Cody, thank God you're on the council with me.
We inherited a smaller budget than the school committee put forward, which was immediately increased by the city administration to kind of fill that gap. And then we recognized some significant, again, this is not a shot at the school committee, but there was some significant deficiencies in the budget. The line item for electricity didn't cover what they'd spent the year before. The line item for natural gas didn't cover what they spent the year before. So there's, again, schools are a little bit easier time shifting money around from line to line versus me. It takes a little bit more work for us. So it's working well, I think. I think, you know, I was at the school committee not that many weeks ago, and there seemed to be they were in good spirits about our management of the building facilities. There's a lot of capital work that's going on this summer outside of the ordinary budget. From modular repairs at the Beaman School to some additional window work that's being programmed for the O'Malley Middle School through MSBA. We've managed a number of roofing projects on nearly all the city school buildings. So it's a good relationship. It's a difficult task for sure, but I think we have a good relationship with the entire school department.
Sorry to throw the grenade out there. I didn't expect that.
No, I just like to follow up that, you know, Mike's absolutely correct. You know, the school committee and the school department had to make really hard decisions on teachers in classrooms or, you know, maintenance on buildings. And it's been a godsend having DPW take over the facilities and have the administrations be funding it as it needed to be. It's, you know, this was, as Mike just said, the partnership has really worked out well. And Mike is absolutely correct. It was underfunded. And when they got it, it was, they had no idea how bad it was, but through no fault, because the school committee or the school department we can't appropriate any money. So we have what the mayor gives us, or they have what the mayor gives them. And, you know, despite sitting on the school committee and getting information about what the building's conditions were and what the bills were, the administrations at the time didn't see fit to fund it to what it needed to be until it moved over. And Mike has done and his people have done a fantastic job. Schools have never been in such good shape. So
If I could continue with that though, Mr. Chairman, none of this is, you know, Mike's not on the school committee. He wasn't mayor. He isn't mayor. He's on the city council. And I think sometimes these political footballs get sent, you know, who asked who to do what, but we're asking Mike to, it's almost like an unfunded mandate in some way. Here's an additional responsibility and not enough money to do it. And then that just means spreading the rest of the organization in the department even more thinner, I guess. And so I just wanted to raise the question. It seems like we're still asking a lot from DPW. I don't know if we reduced the school department budget proportionally, probably not. I'm not saying we should have or should at all, but did we increase the DPW budget commensurate with the responsibility? And
Can I just comment on that? So Jeff, this happened in 2008. So it was about 13 years ago. It was my, right, Mike? Was it 2008? It was my second year on the school committee. Christopher Farmer was the superintendent.
Or was a little bit after that.
It was after that, Joe Conley. It happened, yeah.
No, it was before Joe, because I remember walking out that night and Christopher Farmer was not happy with the decision. And he told it me. It was definitely with Christopher.
I did not sign an MOU with Christopher. I signed it with Brian Tarr because you did not have a superintendent at the time.
So that was during the interim, right? Okay, so, but the decision, so it doesn't really matter. But the good news is that we made the right decision. I am absolutely confident that we did the right decision for the right reasons. The whole maintenance facility as part of the schools now is so much better managed. So it was a really good decision. So I just wanted to say that.
I think what happens oftentimes, people hear what they think I'm intending. I'm just providing some empathy for the work that Mike has to do with less money, and it's not easy. And, you know, if for 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we made probably what was a good decision for the schools, have we kept up funding it at the level that it's, that's just, I think this is a conversation we should have with every department, is the costs and the income, costs and the budget, do they align? And so that's the nature of this. I don't want to get into the political stuff about the school committee. It's just more about, does Mike have what he needs to do the job? And I think he could have another $1 million, and I don't think it'd be, I think he can find a way to spend that money. So suggesting that, recommending it.
Yeah. If we can find the manpower. Are we ready to move on on this topic?
We have an appropriation that the council just voted on a few weeks ago out of the facility stabilization fund that'll go a long way to building repairs this summer. So I think the city in general is going to do a very good job keeping these buildings whole.
I'm thrilled to hear it's a great partnership, though. That's good news.
Without there being any more conversation, I would suggest that we move ahead, and I would recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for the DPW Facilities Maintenance Department as follows. Personal services, $2,791,842. Ordinary maintenance, $2,989,160 for a total for the department of $5,781,002. And I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just want to say that under the city's never been, and as I just said before too, but there's never been a cohesive plan for maintenance like this ever. And that's an awful lot due to the team sitting at that table. You know, previous administration did do some good work of creating the stabilization funds, but they did so because of this leadership team that's sitting there.
Agreed. Credit where credit's due. Roll call vote, Councillor Gross?
Yes.
Councillor Worthley?
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Carry on with scarce resources.
You can throw this.
Okay.
Moved everything back.
Next would be 499, DPW Central Services.
Again, page 72, Central Services, 499. Central Services includes our mechanic fleet, fuel depot, street lights, and parts of central stores. From a personnel standpoint, it's a relatively small staff. And the total, to verify, you know, it's a slight decrease in this year's total ask. We are increasing fuel in oil. But in general, there is a series of decreases within the budget. Telephone.
Biggest one was the
Telephone.
no, the electric was actually the biggest decrease.
Yeah, we decreased electric by $50,000.
About 47.
$47,000. We have a decent rate on electricity. We have a very good rate on natural gas. So we're feeling pretty confident going into the heating season. There was one increase in here that shows a 133% increase.
It's the phone line at the Legion to the lift.
Yeah, it's a $2,000 increase in the budget. That's tied to was it the elevator?
The elevator.
The elevator of the Legion.
Dedicated phone line for it.
They have a dedicated phone line for emergency use. But that's really it. It's again, a small budget, small line, small division, and very, very small increase for the operating budget for the next fiscal year.
Just mentioning the Legion, does the city derive more than $1 a year revenue from the Legion building at this point?
No.
Okay, thank you. The old town hall. Questions?
Chairman,
Councillor Worthley.
very quick, simple question. We're talking about electricity and gas. Does the city, as a municipality, have any solar or renewable energy resources, or any building or solar activity, like those sorts of things? I know we have a policy and wind turbines, but as our buildings themselves, do we do anything towards that effort?
We do not have any solar of any significance anywhere. It's often tied to the cost effectiveness of a solar array. And we looked at them for various schools, and the capital outlay was significantly higher than any return we would get. So it did, from just a money standpoint, it didn't make a lot of sense. I think there's, maybe a moral obligation to take a look at that versus just a fiscal obligation. But I think they're kind of tied together in a way that you want to make sure what you have for money is invested for health, safety, making sure our buildings are safe and efficient for working and learning and visiting. Those have been the priorities that we've had versus just trying to be green. We have gone through a number of green initiatives in all of our buildings, the Green Communities grants, to decrease our percentage of fuel oil, natural gas, and electricity that we use. Better lighting systems. We're on a third generation of lighting coming up in some of our buildings. We went from incandescent to fluorescent to now LED. And those are through National Grid incentive programs. A lot of them are on-bill financed, meaning that we pay a little bit more, but after 18 months, we're saving a significant amount monthly. We probably could have a little more robust building management software. All the new schools have it, and the older schools have some bare bones versions of that. That kind of turns the building off for night mode or vacation mode versus manually turning things down. You can sit at a desktop and program them to say that vacation begins on this date, ends on that date. It's not going to be well occupied. Let's put the heat on 60 versus leaving it at 65 or 68. Or there's not going to be anyone in the building at all. 55 is fine. But again, you have to be mindful of certain classrooms. Temperatures can't get too cold because of what they have in the classroom. Chemistry departments, if they're doing any type of plants, whether it's aquaponics or hydroponics, we have to be mindful of the temperature of the rooms. Lighting controls, making sure that the lights go off, but you still have some security lights on in buildings for obvious reasons. So I think there is an effort to do so. It may not be with wind turbines on campuses and solar panels on roofs, but there's certainly been a huge effort to kind of decrease our dependency on resources.
Through the chair, if I may, sorry, I
Yes.
just want to follow up on that. This is one of the parts I miss about my role as community development director, the fun of being the community development director versus the work of being the DPW director. We work really closely on these green initiatives. The discussion around solar is happening actively at the Clean Energy Commission. The new school is being built, I believe, solar ready, but we weren't prepared to make the commitment to solar yet. We have active discussions on land mounted solar. So, you know, like I said, being community development director, we get to have those discussions a lot. And Mike's responsibility, as he said, is safety and keeping the building running. So the conversations are happening. It's certainly a priority for the Clean Energy Commission. It will be a huge part of the work for the sustainability coordinator when they come on board. And DPW has always been a great partner.
I know the challenge of having enough money to make your current year's budget work. Sometimes, I don't mean you, sometimes it just puts the long-term better planning aside because you have obligations. But if we can look at some sort of borrowing or whatever to make that investment, it might end up being a savings. And I don't know the analysis. I'll trust the administration on that one, but I just want to press a little weight on the scale to say, I think that's long-term. It'd be important to look at those again or continue to look at those.
Thank you, Counselor. Are we ready to vote on this department?
I just have more of a comment than anything, but it's kind of a question. Mike, in the school budget, they have, you know, the capital expenditures, which is easy because most of it comes through your office. And lots of it for this year, for next year has been, you've already come before us for the appropriations for it. And I don't know if it's helpful or too much information, but I'm sure you guys have a capital plan for, you know, the facilities, the city facilities in Gloucester, a systematic plan for doing major repairs and stuff. Would that be helpful to have that in the budget for, as you have strung it out over the next 5-6 years, or is it too fluid? I guess is my question.
I think it's probably a combination of a lot of factors. Priorities shift frequently. Obviously, there are some priorities that we find to be at a level that they can't be moved down in the list. You know, health and safety, I mean, those are the top priorities for everything that we try to get done. Aesthetics usually follows pretty low on the totem pole. Some of the repairs that we're doing in these buildings right now, they're a value that shouldn't probably be in the operating budget. It's a borrowing, it's a loan authorization to cover the cost of the work. The life expectancy on this work is, a couple of decades, a decade. So it kind of makes sense to borrow for those and pay those down over that time period.
Right. I didn't mean that they would be actually in the operating budget. I just meant as a forecast for, so that people don't, it's like, well, what are you doing? 3-4 years ago, it was like, what does the police station need? And, things like that. But that's all right. I understand that it's probably more fluid and to have that the way it works the way it is now is what you're saying.
It works as well as it can work with the constraints that we have. So yes.
Okay, thanks.
Further councillor questions? Seeing none, I'd move to recommend City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for DPW central services as follows. Personal services, $162,908. Ordinary maintenance, $852,609. Capital outlay, $7,025 for a total departmental appropriation for DPW central services of $1,022,542, and I so move.
Second.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Vote, Councillor Gross.
Yes.
Councillor Worthley.
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
No, that's not.
So do we move on to water and sewer in the rink or?
Yes. Start with water.
That's under tab 5 in the back.
Thank you, Sherry.
Grace.
It's all right.
Thank you, Grace.
No worries. I answered in pretty much anything.
Jerry probably could have told us that too, but you're right on top of it. So it's Department 450 water, beginning with revenues.
So it's page 1 of the tab 5. So I don't want to just feel like I'm glossing over these two very large enterprise departments, but water and sewer are virtually mirror images of themselves. The personnel is shared 50% water, 50% sewer. That gives us flexibility for days when there's no water emergencies, but there's a sewer emergency. When I first began, sewer employees were only sewer employees and water employees were only water employees. And one group inevitably had less work than the other group on any given day, which wasn't a very efficient use of our staff. So with the union's blessing, we merged those two groups under the Department of Public Utilities versus the Water Department, Sewer Department, and they job share. They cross-train. We certainly have people that spend a little more time on water, and we certainly have people that spend a little more time on sewer, but they're capable of working in both groups at any given day. They're all eligible for overtime calls for water and or sewer, and they answer the bell when called for that. Overall, we're mindful to keep these budgets kind of relatively level serviced because the effect on the water and sewer rates, which is obviously a difficult thing for many people. Water and sewer, I think, are undervalued relative to their function in society and what we pay for them. We frequently pay more for cable and cell phone bills in a given year than we do for water and sewer use. And water and sewer use, they're necessary. So again, just not to gloss over this, but there is a very modest increase in the water budget for this year of 1%. That includes some contractual increases to personnel and our contract operator, Veolia, who manages the water filtration plants for the city. I would put our public utility division against any public utility division in the Commonwealth as being, we're above average for technology, and we certainly have some very skilled people within that group. Again, not going to gloss over, but it's a lot of pages. If we want to go through line by line, we can, but I'm not sure if it's necessary. We carry debt service within these enterprise funds, so that's a fairly large portion of these budgets, which that's where it should be within there. Start with that, Council.
Thank you. Council Gilman, did I see you had a hand up?
No, I'm just reviewing some extra material that we received earlier.
Yep.
I'm good.
Yep. Councilor Worthley?
Just a quick question. Actually, this is for Kenny. Kenny, could we, not today, when we have loan authorizations for work to be done on water or sewer, can we have a rough guess each time what the impact would be on the water and sewer rates? And actually, it's for a different reason than you might think. When counselors or the public complain about the cost of water, the cost of sewer, I want us to be conversant on, well, here's the, if the price goes up, here's what we got. And I think it would help because, we hear the complaints. I think all of us do.
We'll speak to them if they want.
And I don't know that we
Send them copies for those.
are very articulate. We spent some money earlier this year. I think it was on new equipment to
Water
assess-
meters.
What's that?
The water meter program?
Water meters, right. And to basically assess where we're not capturing water not being charged. I thought that was, we all supported that, but that's going to increase the water rate a little bit. And I want to be able to almost measure this is not a measure of whether we should make those loan authorizations, but so we can have a real comfort level with when we get the complaints, we are articulating, here's what we got for that.
I believe John already has done that, and he typically has done them in the past. There's a calculation, and then he anticipates what the water and sewer rate will be in the future. That's something that we can share with you, or if John wants to. I mean, John did the work, so if John wants to send it out.
I'd love to see almost a running total throughout the fiscal year of the additional things we got and paid for or borrowed, so that when the water rate and sewer rate conversation comes up, no one's surprised. And the fake news that comes from, I can't believe we're the number one highest water costing city in this Commonwealth, United States. One, we can battle that, and two, we can say, and here's what you got for, that additional money. This is a policy thing, but I don't ask you to do a lot of work. If it's, hey, every time you borrow $1 million, it's going to put this much more on the water rate, it should be a pretty simple formula.
Okay.
That would help me.
Scott?
Yes, Val?
So John sent a really kind of the summary of all of this morning, and I was wondering if somebody could screen share this, because I think this would be much more helpful to review than going through the line item, because it talks about what this looks like all on one sheet. So with your permission, I think that would be very helpful.
Definitely, please, if we're able to do that.
Do you have that, Kenny?
I do. Let's see.
I also think this is a document that the public always likes to see, because it kind of talks to what we're trying to approve here.
All right, so this is a calculation we've done each year. Essentially, we've been using the same kind of formula in a spreadsheet basis for 8 years. So we're just trying to determine where the rate would have to be in order to support proposed expenditures. The vast majority of revenue comes in based on metered usage, but there are other revenue lines that are not based on usage, but for other reasons. So we kind of segregate those and take a look and see what they have been historically. In this case for the water rate, the proposed budget appropriations is $7,396,117. That gets offset by $475,000 in non-metered revenue. We also have revenue comes in post-July or post-June 30 that was billed in the previous year. So we take a look at what that has averaged. And it's been fairly consistent. It's about almost 550,000. In this case, 540,000. Those two together reduce that top line number by about $1 million. So metered revenue needed in fiscal year, well, what did I put? I should have adjusted that. In fiscal year 2023 is $6,361,117. Based on historical consumption, and this can fluctuate from year to year. For example, consumption this year could potentially have been down a bit because it rained 28 out of 31 days this past July. So people did not use exterior water for lawn watering, pool filling, and that type of thing. So consumption does vary from year to year. Then we try and come up with a comfortable number that has historical precedent. So when we do the math, that results in an estimated rate for FY '23 of 947 versus the FY '22 rate of 936, an 11-cent increase per unit of usage. And that really just comes down to a little bit over 1.1%. Kind of the bottom part of this is I'm just then taking the current 2023 rate and projecting out what the rate might look like if it increased by 3% a year over a number of years. So we do this for both the water rate and the sewer rate. It has been reasonably accurate through the years. Again, the real unknown factor here is consumption, and consumption can go up in a very dry year, and it can decrease in a very wet year. So it all depends on what comes out of the sky, or it doesn't come out of the sky.
Do we have any influence over that?
I've checked, and the answer is no.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have one question about this document, but really the policy or let me just ask the question. Not from a philosophical standpoint, not from an environmental standpoint, not from a moral standpoint, but just from a fiscal standpoint. Do residences and commercial property owners using more water help or hurt this formula? Specifically, just fiscally.
If there's a consistent increase in consumption, then it would basically force rates down. On the other hand,
I just understand. Can I try to understand that? If there's a consistent increase in consumption, it would force rates down because we'd be collecting more than we're spending.
Right. So once again, A times B equals C. So A is consumption, B is rate, and then the C is the metered revenue needed. So if consumption goes up, the rate stays the same, then that math will give you more metered revenue collected.
So
in the same way, if consumption goes down, then it's going to give you less metered revenue than you had projected would come in. So it is a bit of a guessing game. The other thing that frankly happens here is that we like to have some reserves in the water and sewer enterprise funds. At this point in time, we don't have any. We have in the past used reserves to do capital projects, water meter purchases. We've done capital projects in both water and sewer with reserves. And we've also used reserves to moderate a rate increase from year to year. So reserves are a good thing to have. We don't really have any at this point in either one of the two enterprise funds.
Unfortunately. And we're allowed to have reserves in enterprise funds, is that right?
We not only are allowed to, we should.
Everyone froze. Oh, no, we didn't. Perfect.
Checking in. I lost you guys.
Yes, we lost you, Councilor.
Sorry. So are we allowed to have reserves in enterprise accounts by law?
Yes.
Recommended.
Mhm.
Yes.
So when we have a water ban, from a fiscal standpoint only, that hurts this budget. Correct?
Yes, because one of those variables is lower.
Yeah.
Consumption's lower.
It's almost counterintuitive, right? When you look at it from all those other value systems, but it's just, yeah. So we want people using more water.
No, well,
This budget.
if you want to say
I
that,
think that's a discussion for a different day.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say it. I'm just talking fiscally speaking.
We'll carve out an afternoon and have a debate.
Just an afternoon?
I'd only like to make the observation that if we had not done the water shift during the Kirk administration, this water rate currently would be twice what we're showing, looking at here. Is that correct, Mike?
Water and sewer, there was debt shift that would have fallen on both of those that would move to the general fund, yes. I don't know if it would be double, but it'd certainly be more.
I'm trying to remember my bill at the ice company back in those days, but it seems to me like the water rate was around $18.
I'd like to make a point real quickly if I could. I would love for that formula to be reversed so that people using less water save us money too. I have no idea how we get there. So I just want to make sure that I'm not advocating for more water usage, but I want to understand it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
So do we want to make a motion on the water enterprise revenues at this time?
Sure.
Is.
So I would like to make a motion to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 water enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $7,399,861, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
They really can't do anything.
Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. And then on the flip side, we have the water rate and the recommendations from the administration.
Something's actually going to happen.
And as that's been presented to us, I would move to recommend that the city council approve a fiscal year water rate of $9.47 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month period, billing period effective July 1st, 2022, retroactive to April 1st, 2022, and I so move.
Second.
I'll just note that this is an 11% or 1.1% increase over the fiscal year 2022 water rate of $9.36 per 1,000 gallons. Motion made and seconded for their discussion. Seeing none. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. And on to sewer. What shall go in goes out.
We have to vote the
Appropriations, the expense side.
Expenditures.
The first motion under water, Councillor Memhard.
Right, back up. So that's Department 540. Thank you for your help.
450.
Water.
450, Councilor Memhard.
Yes, Department 450, water. Committee recommendation, Budget and Finance recommends that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 water enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $1,802,650. Ordinary maintenance, $3,174,644. Capital outlay, $237,355. And debt service, OFU, $185,214 for a departmental total of $7,399,861, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is moved and seconded. Discussion?
Oh,
Roll
I
call
just-
vote? Yes,
I
Tony.
just have a quick question about, Mike, those meters that we voted on, are they in this debt service or are they on the general fund?
They will eventually be in debt service. In water and sewer will be.
Oh, right.
split,
Yeah.
But they're not in this year.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion? Councillor votes, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes, to the Water Enterprise Water Department appropriation. Now for sewer.
One of sewer Department 440. Again, try to get the highlights in here. What sewer is essentially a mirror image of the water. Obviously, there are a few things that are slightly different. Contractual increases for personnel. Nothing, as a matter of fact, it looks like a little slight decrease in that this year. That's just a changeover in some staff, long-term staff that's retired, and we have junior staff on in their place, which is a result of lower sick buyback and lower longevity pay. Some of the increases are gasoline and oil. You can see that's a 13.8% raise. Again, it's not significant. It's less than $5,000 of an increase in the overall budget. There'll be some debt service increases in here, but overall, the sewer budget is up 3% from the previous fiscal year. And that's the highlight.
Answer questions.
We're on the revenue side now, right?
Well, no, Mike just went through the expenditure side. I'll talk
Okay.
to,
All right.
I can talk to revenues if you would like right now, unless you have questions for Mike on the expenditure side.
Just wondering, the increase is a fair amount higher. Now, are we seeing this in the pump stations, Mike?
So debt service would be related to any work we've done at the wastewater plant and the wastewater pumping stations primarily. Those are the big ticket items for us. We just put a new chlorination, dechlorination building at the wastewater treatment plant to replace some that was outdated and unsafe to work in. We've gone through, we have probably 6 to maybe even 8 sewer pump stations that have undergone some sort of work in the past 2 or 3 years. And so the further back they are in time, the more likely they are to hit long-term debt service. And we continue to work with the pump stations, try to get ahead of the curve, so to speak, when it comes to routine maintenance on these very expensive buildings to construct new, reasonable to keep up with if you do it on a regular basis.
Counselor?
Yes.
Could we screen share that document as well that John Dunn sent to us this morning?
No, of course. Thank you, Kenny.
All right, so this is the derivation of the sewer rate. It really follows the same format as the water rate derivation. So basically we look at it the same way. They work pretty much the same. The revenues are both predicated on the meter in your home or your place of business, turning and recording your usage. The difference though in the sewer rate calculation for 2023 is about a third of the way down the page here. You see a notice that free cash was appropriated. And in this case, the free cash appropriation was 0. In fiscal 22, the current year, there was actually 200,000 of free cash available and that was appropriated. So that kind of held down the rate in fiscal 22, but that revenue source, that offset source is not available in 23. So that's why you've got a situation where the rate is actually increasing by a larger percent than total expenditures. It's just because there was a piece of the other revenue not associated with meter usage that decreased. And again, that can happen from year to year. We don't have any reserves this year. We're hoping that metered usage will give us some reserve buildup. Actually, there might be a little bit in fiscal 22, but that won't be available until free cash is certified in the fall.
Let's do a question.
Council Member?
Yes, Council Gilman.
You can see my hand raised. So, John, I was wondering if you could just explain that if the rate therefore this year is going up 5.94% because we're not using $200,000 worth of free cash to offset that, then when we look at the trends for the future at 3%, shouldn't we be doubling those, assuming that it's really trending at 6% in terms of the future rates, and then use that proactively to figure out what we might want to consider out of free cash to bring it down to a normal 3% just for consistency? Does that make sense? I'm just trying to do some, I don't know, maybe this becomes a formula that we use a percentage of free cash to help offset this if we're feeling that 6% is too much of people's pocketbook, because 6% is kind of a lot for this year.
Yeah, on the other hand, again, I tend to look at both of these rates as a combined rate. The majority of people who have the service have both services, so they're looking at a combined rate. And yes, the sewer rate is up by a little bit under 6%, but the water rate is up by 1.1%. The total increase is 4.2% from year to year in the combined rate. So that's not far off that 3% increase, Counselor. And over the years, we've had year-to-year increases of, for example, 5%, 7.7%, 0%, 3.3%, 0.8%, 4.2, 5.1, and now 4.2. So on average, that rate increase really has kind of been close to that 3% that I'm projecting out. Now, again, this is just a projection.
Right.
You know, you can come to me in 2026 and tell me that, boy, that number you gave us in 2022 is completely wrong. And I'll say, yeah, you're right. So what? You know, yeah,
right.
It is what it is.
And for those folks that have wells, then they're just going to see the hike of sewer. They're not going to have that offsetting number, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
If I can.
Yes, please, Tony.
I think that the two, what we're doing is we are, and correct me if I'm wrong, John or Kenny, is that we're actually, by taking out the 200,000, we're stopping it from rolling forward so that it has no bearing on the next year's 3%, because we're back at 0 rather than 0 minus 200,000.
Right.
Is that correct? We've actually
yeah, we've taken
balanced the books.
Right.
So from here on forward, we're at 0 rather than behind by 200,000.
Yep.
Right.
So we're taking the hit this year because we didn't take it last year.
Yeah. So you put the former council pushed it all on us.
Those assholes.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is, I'm self-deprecating because I'm one of those counselors, so I'm sorry I swore.
In the previous administration.
You're excused. Other questions?
Can't believe I said that.
Nice
We'll
to know
hold
you.
hold you accountable.
I'm putting myself on mute.
Okay, I'm
Well,
gonna go ahead and make the motion if there are no other questions.
Zero
John, if we're-
attendees anyway.
Yeah, there are still 0. So I have 3 motions, the,
Immortalized forever. All eternity has this recording now.
and it can be edited and
Played a loop.
manipulated. You'll have it coming out your mouth in all kinds of ways, Val.
Right.
Okay, if you're ready, I'll go ahead and read the 3 motions associated with the sewer department. Seeing no objection,
Sorry.
Budget and Finance would recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 sewer enterprise appropriation as follows. Personal services, $1,773,955. Ordinary maintenance, $4,853,139. Capital outlay, $262,421. And debt service OFU, $2,702,140 for a departmental total appropriations of $9,591,655. And I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. And as to the sewer enterprise revenues, the committee would recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 sewer enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $9,591,655. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. And as to the sewer rate, the committee would recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 sewer rate at $17.12 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2022, retroactive to April 1st, 2022. And I so move, and note that this is a 5.94% increase over the fiscal year 2022 sewer rate of $16.16 per 1,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously, which moves us on from sewer to the Dorothy Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund.
This is the 3rd enterprise fund managed by Public Works. I think that the biggest change in the expenditure budget is personnel. We spent the entire time we've had the rink without a rink manager of any type. We had a former school department employee do the best he could for years, managing that rink but we needed more. So we have 2 full-time, we're back to 2 full-time employees. We haven't had 2 full-time employees here in at least a decade, maybe longer than that. They're both labor, but one does all the scheduling, similar to you'd see a rink manager do. He solicits potential skating groups for, holes in the schedule. He helps with the advertising. He helps with the collection of the fees. And so we're hoping that this expense will pay off in the end by us being able to fill those voids that the rink has. Because any void the rink has, the rink's just sitting there, the employees still getting paid, but no one's skating to bring any revenue in. So that's the most significant change we've had at the rink, is bringing a full-time employee on and a second full-time employee that just does, they're all the rink. That's what they do. That's their functions. And we have a series of part-time people that fill in for nights, weekends, and so forth. But our busiest season is from Thanksgiving through February vacation. But we need to collect revenue from September to Thanksgiving, and then from February vacation to mid-May in order to make this rink viable. So those are the increases. Again, we've struggled in the last couple of years to be a self-sufficient fund. A lot of restrictions with COVID, and a lot of difficult to manage a small space like that with the users coming and going and passing each other in the halls and locker rooms. So we saw a little decrease in revenue the last couple of years, but we're hoping that's going to rebound this year. We already started an increase at the end of this year from what we anticipated. So next year is going to be a good year for us.
Well moved. Any chance that I know Paul has been on my back, and I know Jeff's as well. Is there any chance of getting some signage back recognizing Dorothy?
We actually have it. It's just not up.
Great. Well, that's a good answer for us to be able to give.
Yeah, there was some changes in color schemes at the school, which kind of led us to kind of pause a little bit. So that's it for the Talbot rink for expenditure.
So on the revenue side, again, we're just a little bit concerned. So we've used to transfer in 57,000 and change from the general fund to support operations here. Again, as Mike said, it's been a dicey couple of years out there. Just unfortunately, just because usage is not necessarily there, there's not a huge decrease in expenditures that are associated with it. So the rink is the rink. The ice has to be ice. It has to be cleaned. And if you don't have folks coming through the door, it doesn't matter because the ice still has to be ice. So that's where you are. This is an important function for the city to have and have available. So we felt it was well worth the support from the general fund in the hope that as we move along forward and things get further back to normal, it won't be needed in the future.
So noted. Councilor, questions? Are all of your skates sharp?
Just a quick comment, if I may.
Yes, please.
Believe it or not, I went to 2 kids' birthday parties and skated and didn't fall twice this year. Didn't fall once, actually. Love to see that the sign goes back up in honor of Dorothy Talbot. Obviously, it'd be good if we can get more usage because the costs are constant. Is there some way we can, when the time's right, promote that? And forgive me, I haven't been through a whole cycle yet for a year, but if there are places that we can post those, social media, whatever. The 2 birthday parties I went to were successful. The staff was fantastic. The place was clean. Obviously it was cold, but it had to be. And it's a good operation.
Perhaps the new rink managers would be willing to entertain a curling club?
Or a council, maybe we have a council bonding session or a little retreat or something like that.
Just real quick on that, what we're doing, we're taking a look at the regular users and just our rink managers making calls to known groups that are always in search of ice, whether Pingree's full, Endicott's full, or Essex Tech's full. The rink manager had over 20 years experience at the Pingree School, so his contacts are more than I have. And he's been diligent about reaching out to get more information about people who may want ice time, especially in the shoulder seasons to fill those voids. And the birthday parties are there all year to fill voids that we have in the schedule.
It's a lot of fun.
Other councilor questions?
I just want to comment that I went to one of the final games of the season this year, and the place was just so exciting. It was just awesome to see a full house, and Sherry's stepson was on the team, and it was just amazing. So I'm glad that.
When it's noisy there, it's very noisy. Lively.
Sherry's husband was quite the hockey player back in high school. Feared.
Nice.
I don't have any questions with the budget, though.
Tony?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So again, there are, this is the Dorothy Talbot Rink Enterprise Appropriations. Budget and Finance would recommend to the City Council to approve the fiscal year 2023 Dorothy Talbot Rink appropriations as follows: Personnel Services, $214,755. Ordinary maintenance, $98,000. Capital outlay, $7,000. Debt service, OFU, $40,213 for a departmental total appropriation for the enterprise fund of $359,968, and I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard. Yes. And as to the Talbot Rink Enterprise revenues, committee recommendation is that the City Council approve a fiscal year 2023 Talbot Rink Enterprise revenues of as follows: total revenues, $359,968. Total the same, and I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard. Yes. Motion passes again unanimously.
Unmuted.
We go back to other assessments and revenues. Are we done with the DPW department and the enterprise funds?
Council Memhard.
Kenny.
So I see there's a transfer from the general fund, 57,343. Is that coming from free cash?
Yeah, it's gonna come from free cash, Kenny. On the general fund side.
Okay, so we need a motion for that.
Where would I see that here?
I'll send that to Sherry after, but I've proposed a motion
Okay.
on my screen.
You know, if you want, we can do that motion tomorrow night, very quickly before before reviewing the school budget. But I'll leave that up to you.
I'm happy to proceed with it right now while we're looking at it.
That's fine.
Is that all right with the committee?
Yep.
We've
Yeah,
advertised this. We've done all the right things on that side, right?
Yeah. The whole budget was advertised.
This specific motion. I just want to make sure, I have no opposition to it. I just want to make sure we don't make a mistake here. So
Well,
if
we
this-
didn't advertise any of the line items, so.
Yeah. So this is a general fund, free cash and enterprise fund retained earnings motions reserved for the fiscal year 2021 budget. Is that correct?
Nope. Sorry.
Fiscal year 2022 general fund free cash appropriation related to the fiscal year 2023. Power or the pen, Kenny?
Right.
Or the cursor in the current day.
Oh.
Look at him spending money like that. They're watching it happen. Are we good?
Yep.
So to answer Jeff's question,
yes.
So this 359,000, sorry, a little dyslexic there. That was what was advertised for this for this account, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that included this 57. Got it.
Yeah.
Is there further discussion or shall I read the motion?
Go ahead.
Okay. Budget and Finance recommends that the city council appropriate in the amount of $57,343 from the general fund undesignated fund balance free cash account as noted to the Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund fund balance reserved for special purposes account as noted. The purpose of this appropriation from the Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund retained earnings free cash is to stabilize the Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund user fees for the fiscal year 2023. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kenny, for bringing that up.
Yes.
So are we back to other assessments and revenues?
Well, thank you. We're finished with other assessments.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it. Sorry. Okay, so we can go to general fund revenues, which is section 1 in your books.
It's only 26 pages.
We'll breeze through it. All right, so page 1, I'm just going to kind of skip around a little bit here, but if anybody has a question, just speak up and I'd be happy to stop. So page 1, miscellaneous revenue, it kind of fluctuates. And what happens sometimes here is that even though this is not the case here, but sometimes we have, a large amount of miscellaneous revenue that then gets reclassed. So it looks like we got a lot in this line, but then, we figure out where that revenue should really have gone and it gets reclassed. So in this case, we kind of pulled it down to 25,000, which is a good indicator, I think, of where it's going to be. We have an increase in the intermunicipal agreement for veteran services. Now that we're servicing 4 towns, as Adam had mentioned earlier, Rockport, Manchester, Hamilton, and Wenham. And we do in fact expect that amount to go up because we're going to enter into new IMAs with the 4 towns as we get into next fiscal year. So that's page 1.
Would you just comment, this is the last year of the Gloucester Crossing contributions, the ambulance?
Oh, okay, yes. So the line 484012, we have a donation from Gloucester Crossing, which funded an ambulance. This will be the last year of that pledge. So we thank them for that. Page 2, there's a big number here, cannabis fees. We received 491,000 last year. We have received some this year, although it was not recorded at the time that this report was printed. We are projecting 500 for next year, although I have to admit that might be a little optimistic. There is some litigation going on regarding host community agreements here, but it's going to take a while for that litigation to kind of wend its way through. So for the moment, we left it at at $500,000. That the amount that we received in 2021 came from just one of the organizations. Now we have three. We also have short-term rental excise. We're projecting that to be 50,000, consistent with this year, although it's going to probably be more than that. It is the mayor's intent to transfer whatever amount we receive in 1 year to the Affordable Housing Trust through a free cash appropriation in the following year. So we did do that already in the current fiscal year for what we received in 2021. We will do that in 2023 for whatever amount ends up being on this line for this current fiscal year. Page 3, minor income from, or minor revenue from purchasing. Big issue here was we actually sold a vehicle, so that amounted to 31,000 of the current year's revenue. Really no change there. Any questions or comments from anybody at this point? All right, so here we get into the treasurer collector revenue, which is where the big chunk of revenue is. Go down to kind of the lower end of the page on page 4, and this gives kind of a thumbnail sketch of tax revenues for the year as projected. We start with the fiscal 2022 levy limit. That can increase by law by 2.5%. We also add new growth to that, projected to be 800,000 for the year. In our case, in Gloucester, we also have the sewer debt shift of 2,666,861, the water debt shift of 1,838,697, and as mentioned earlier in the debt service review, the first year of debt service on the new elementary school of $1,032,418. So total expected real estate taxes for next year are $97,514,709.
Quick question. If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
This is just how my brain works. I need to figure this out. How is debt on the revenue side, the CSO debt, the debt shift for the water, the Veterans Elementary, why is that on the revenue side? Maybe I need to understand it differently, but can you walk me through that?
Because the debt, what happens in the debt shift is, or an exclusion vote or override vote is you are saying that you can raise more in taxes than you could under the strict Proposition 2.5 formula. Okay. So as we saw, these amounts were in debt service on the expenditure side, so they have to be on revenue or within taxes on the revenue side. If it weren't for these two debt shifts, the CSO debt shift from sewer and the water debt shift, these debt service amounts would be in the enterprise funds. All right, and if they were in the enterprise funds, then the rates would go up accordingly.
Okay. That's a permanent, that's not a one-time thing, that's a permanent thing every year.
Right. So until these debts run off, they will be here. Now, as we go on in time, these amounts will decrease because debt is running off, interest is running off, but they're not going to go down by a lot. I think we still have maybe 12 or 15 years on the CSO and maybe 18 years on the water, but don't quote me on that.
Don't worry.
But they'll be here for a while. They'll be here for a while.
Okay. New growth is I'm sorry.
I don't want to. Maybe I'm going the same place you are. John, I still don't understand how that's revenue. Where does the money come from?
It's raised in taxes.
So we're allowed to raise that amount of taxes above the 2.5.
Yes.
Got it.
And that's why. So we have the choice